Okay, welcome everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here. This is the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for September 4th, 2021. I'm going to turn to my right and ask if Supervisor Goldenberg would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, glad that you're here. We have a full docket today, so we'll be trying to get through this as efficiently as possible. So before we get to a public comment portion, I'm going to look to our board clerk, Ms. Ryan. She's going to read the public participation procedures, and then I'll invite folks to come up to the podium if they'd like to speak. Then we'll go to the phones. Ms. Ryan.
In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees regardless of vaccination status. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. First option is Access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live, or Comcast Cable 8, or through Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155, or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with the webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Granicus live streaming through the county website is currently unavailable and pending a scheduled maintenance. Important public notice under the Governor's Executive Order N2520 and Order N2920, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
All right, thank you very much. And so I'll read kind of our board's mission statement where oral communications is concerned. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to the printed agenda. The public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time and making a personal investment in our community. And so now at this time, if there is anyone that would like to speak on items not on the agenda, I'll invite you up to the podium here. Go ahead and come up to the podium, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Serenity McWhirter, and I'm the new CEO of the Sierra Senior Providers. I just want to introduce myself. That's all.
Oh, well, good morning and welcome. Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. Really appreciate it.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board. I want to bring up again something that I brought up at a previous board meeting regarding the cultivation of the public in working on fire prevention measures. I'd like to suggest that maybe the board try to put together a county work day, and maybe not on the national forest, but maybe on city-owned properties around here based on what happened with the fire that you guys are well aware of, and the idea that there's still a lot of real volatile plant material out there, and maybe we could do this as a little beta test to see how it could work with the National Forest, the Adopt the Forest initiative. And in this case, it would be Protect Our Community initiative, we get as many people out there. Your part would be to have some sort of forms for people to sign as far as a waiver of liability. And then managers or supervisors, I'm sure the fire department and CAL FIRE would work with us on that. And then we just see how many people we can get out there. Pruners, weed eaters, chainsaws, whatever, and clear some property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a great idea. Good morning.
Good morning, Larry Cohn. Just wondering if anyone has come up with a cause for the Washington fire recently. I have not read nor seen anything about it. I've been interested to know how it started and all those kinds of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have our head of OES here, and she's shaking her head. I think it's still under investigation. Is that correct? Okay, so it is still under investigation, but I'm sure we'll have as soon as that information is made available, I'm sure that there'll be a public information put out about it. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, supervisors. Just wanted to get up here and say thank you. I've been watching what you guys have been doing. You know, everybody doesn't agree on these things that happen in our lives, but we have to work together and we have to listen to each other. We have to be civil. And I would just like to tell you guys that I've been watching the way you handle your business, and I'm thankful to you for providing a modicum of civility, and that's sorely needed. So I just wanted to say thank you. Please continue to do business like you're doing, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm here because I told Dave I'd be here. And I want to start off, I got an apology letter I have to write for you, Ryan Campbell. And I've been so focused on you, and I have like horse blinders on. I don't see anybody else. I always focus on you. So I have a question for Marie Sullivan here. May I ask a question of her? Can I make a statement?
Marie,
No? Oh, I don't, well, she a lawyer? All
yeah,
right, that's good enough. What is the rule of law? You know the answer to that?
the question, what is the rule of law?
The rule of law is everyone must obey the law. Everyone must follow the law. Leaders must obey the law, all of you folks. Government must obey the law, all of you. No one is above the law. That's based on your constitutional oath. And the second one, the kids, you know, they've been told that at school they got to wear a face mask. No, they don't. 12-year-olds on down do not have to wear it. If they don't want to wear it, they don't have to do it. And they don't have to because kids have constitutional rights. I was trying to get, okay. And I like this book. It's really great. You want to see it. And this is what it is. It has U.S. Supreme Court rulings, which I really do like, and it explains it. And when I worked at Liberty Hall in 2019, the last, from April to the end of December, they, you know, I don't understand everything with the Constitution, what they're talking about. So I bought this kid's book, and they break it down, and, oh, that's what they're talking about. So it made a lot of sense, but it has a lot of U.S. Supreme Court rulings. And so if the kids, or they take off their mask and the school teachers say, hey, you got to put it on, that's a public campus. That's interfering their liberties, blocking their freedom of movement, and they could be arrested. And I have a problem. The kids should call the sheriff department, not the police department. Because the sheriff has a U.S. Supreme Court ruling from Anthony Scalia, June of 1997, Mac /Print versus USA. That's only for the sheriff. And then there's another part that directs to all the rest of you, which you already got back in April from me. And 15 seconds. And I guess we'll just wrap that up and we'll say thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn? Good morning.
Hi there. I dropped off some material for you from PG&E, et cetera, on fires and that, so just have a look at that. One of the pieces I dropped off was truncated, was from the LA Times, but it had to do with the Paradise Fire, et cetera. So you can Google and get the rest of that there, but I think those 3 articles are pretty useful. And one thing I would say is that PG&E, their new CEO, really wants to help communities like ours, but we need to think in terms of our emergency planners, that they'll go ahead and start actually pushing on PG&E to get the undergrounding we need. And I think setting some goals for PG&E, they're going to do 10,000 miles of undergrounding over the next 10 years. Maybe we could ask them to do 100 miles in our community next year and start knocking these things down. It's difficult to work with PG&E because they're a huge company and they are really stultified. But the new CEO, the gal is from Southern Michigan, and I think she's going to do a really good job. But we have to get their attention sometimes. And as you know, I had to go ahead and fight PG&E and get sued by them in order to get a composite pole in front of our house, and it was really hard to do. And in fact, I filled the holes in so that they couldn't put in a wooden pole. And that's when they put their thumb down on me. But then they caved in as soon as we pushed back on them legally. Cost $8,000, but we did it. And I think it would cost a hell of a lot less if you guys were to do it and get on your commission and basically say, you know, we want to get this done. I wanted to go out of my way to thank Ryan Campbell for emailing me this morning. I've never seen such a pleasant email in my inbox, and I really do appreciate that, because last week when I was here and I saw some people in the audience coming up and using this microphone without using a mask, it really troubled me because, for example, this afternoon I'm going to see my 96-year-old mother-in-law, and I'm going to take another antigen test thanks to some of the people here in the audience that can't pull their mask up over their nose. You'd think as adults they could do that, but I got into it with one of them just on the elevator coming up here because they weren't going to wear a mask, so I dropped an F-bomb on them, and then they finally got it. They thought that that was being impolite. What I think is really impolite is when you give somebody the virus, and somebody gave Dave Goldenberg's wife the virus again after she had had 2 shots. That's what we're trying to avoid, because we know that the vaccines aren't entirely efficacious, and so we do see some reoccurring cases, but I think we need to do the best we can to be courteous to people. Courtesy is an action, it's not just words. Finally, Kathleen, I like your blog. I don't agree with all of it, but I like your citations, and I've looked them up. And then finally,
I think
that was it.
I hate to do it again, but the 1 minute, the time ran out on us.
You're going to get me ranting. I'm already hyped up on coffee, dropping F-bombs on guys. I'm embarrassed to drop them, but I thought, God, they're just not getting normal words. Right. And they still can't get their nose masks up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there any more folks from the room that would like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. I need a moment. I want to thank you for enforcing the mask policy this time, because I was quite horrified at the last meeting. And I have to say I was a little resentful that I had to sit out in the lobby because I felt it was unsafe to be in here. I would just like to take a moment. I think we should have a little gratitude in our community. So to the man whose name I don't remember, but I know I've written it down in the green shirt, thank you very much for your comments today. And also Bruce Erickson for your comments today. And I'm glad that some people are finally realizing what a really effective chairperson you are, Supervisor Campbell. And to Mr. Flynn, I'm so glad that you found a children's book that could help you understand the Constitution. I want to take a moment to salute the memory of Haley Hurst, T.Y. Atkins, and Chuck Leslie, who we all lost on the same day. And for some of them, their loss was unnecessary, but whatever. So if everyone could think of a pleasant memory for them. And then to the family of, I think his name was Jimmy Newman, they came to, excuse me, to the Suicide Survivors Walk on Saturday, and they had shirts. So it was in memory of my husband, in memory of my daddy, which made that very real and very personal for the number of people who came there that day. And I know the veterans had their event, but it was really disappointing that no one from behavioral health, no elected official came and honored the memory of those suicide survivors. So we do this resolution every year in which supposedly mental health and suicide prevention are so important to the county, but I don't see anything beyond a resolution. So for me, I don't need a resolution. I would like to see some action. And I don't know what's happening over at behavioral health, but they appear to be imploding. So I hope there's some plan of getting that department back on their feet. So I will say to Michael Wilson, I thought he had a lot of good ideas. I'm not sure how far he got in some things, so I'll give a little shout of gratitude to him also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Okay, do we have anyone on the phones waiting to speak? Okay, well, let's let them have an opportunity then. Welcome, good morning. If we have someone on the phones, the board can hear you now.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity for public comment. This morning, I would like to comment on last week's Board of Supervisors meeting when two supervisors felt it appropriate to use this venue for lengthy presentations on their personal views on a subject. I am not commenting on the merit of their views or on the merit of the information they presented on the subject. I believe their intentions were good-hearted. Rather, I question their judgment in using their position as elected officials to expound here in these chambers at length on the subject to a captive audience and without any time limit on their presentation. I ask that they reconsider their appropriateness of their choice, and I hope that this will not be a precedent for lengthy presentations of personal views by supervisors in future Board of Supervisor meetings. Thank you for your consideration of this perspective.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on the phones that would like to speak? All right, thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. So that'll end oral communications for us, and we will move on to staff reports. So the staff may present public service announcements, commendations of staff, and brief project updates. No action may be taken by the board. Welcome.
Well, I hope you all took action by voting. Debbie Batista, County Register of Voters. And if you don't know, today is Election Day. The vote centers are open and my office is open from this point in time all the way till 8 o'clock at night. We have received in excess of 21,500 ballots as of last night. We're a little over 60%. We're way ahead most of the state of California. As of 10 minutes to 9 o'clock this morning, 39 of our voters voted in the vote centers. So if one wants to vote in person, there are 4 vote centers one can go to: Groveland Library, Jamestown Community Hall, Tuolumne Memorial Hall, or Memorial Hall, I think, and the Twain Hart Bible Church. One can also vote downstairs, but one is voting as an absentee with an absentee ballot downstairs. That's different than the vote centers. We will be open to 8 o'clock. Please come down and visit us. You can drop off your ballots before 8 o'clock tonight at any of the 8 drop-off centers, plus my office downstairs, plus any of the 4 vote centers. Remember, your vote is your choice, so please get it into us by 8 o'clock tonight. One can mail their ballot in today as long as it's postmarked by 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, on that, I just want to say, like we were talking before the meeting, especially now knowing that I represent 2.6% of the in-person voting folks in the entire county. Everybody was extremely professional at the Jamestown Vote Center. It was very easy to use the machines, and so anybody has any questions, they're not sure, it's great to have somebody there that can be able to answer it. Easy, convenient, very professional. So thank you, Debbie, and thank you, your team.
Thank you. And we do have more poll workers or vote center workers at the vote centers today because we do believe 39 in 2 hours is a pretty good stream of people. We do believe we're going to have a better turnout today than we've had in the last 11 days. In 11 days, we've received 228 people have gone to the vote centers. And of those, 39 was today.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. A quick Washington Fire update for you and also the public. Our final perimeter that came in from CAL FIRE was 136.5 acres. The majority of that in the LRA, or the local response area, and which is about 76 or so acres, and in the SRA was 60 acres. Both the county and the city of Sonora have finished what we call our initial damage assessments or estimates and submitted that into the Cal OES system. And we are currently awaiting a response from them on our request for both the household hazardous waste and debris removal as a part of that process. Currently, there is still, the cause is under investigation. So as Chairman said, we will get that once, we've been notified, and that will be made public. We still currently do have a Washington Fire button on the top of our county webpage with information and resources. We are still providing assistance to those families and working with individuals. We are also working with our Community Development Director, Quincy Yaley, and her staff on a backup plan if our request is denied from the state for assistance, and we would come forward and present that to the board. We also are working with our partners in the Stanislaus National Forest, specifically a soil scientist. We are concerned for long-range potential debris flow if we do get some heavy rains this winter because of the location and the slope and the topography there. So we were working on that as well, and we will present information as we gather that to the board as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other staff reports? All right, I don't see anybody hopping up, so we'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. I'll look to our clerk, Ms. Ryan. Could you please read our consent calendar this morning?
Okay. Item number 1, approving the minutes of the September 7, 2021 meeting. Number 2, approving of a memorandum of understanding between Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Yuba counties to assist in disaster CalFresh services for fiscal year 2021 through 2023. Requesting the chair to sign MOU and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign all related amendments and documents. Item number 3, approving a contract with David Beiersdorf for AB 109 attorney services with a term to end June 30th, 2022, and an amount not to exceed $112,000. Item number 4, approving use restriction agreement related to the National Disaster Resilience Competition Community Resilience Center project. Item number 5, approving of an assignment and acquisition agreement with Judicial Council of California regarding a retaining wall at the Law and Justice campus. Item number 6, approving agreement amendment number 2 with Lionakis for additional scope of work related to the Community Resilience Center project in the amount of $17,250. Item number 7, consideration of approving a recognition agreement for Gold Country Hangars, LLC. Item number 8, adopting Resolution 8821, updating the Solid Waste Committee's membership. Item number 9, approval of the COVID-19 vaccination verification and testing policy implementing the July 26, 2021 CDPH health order. Item number 10, adopting resolution 8921, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne approving applications for per capita grant funds.
Okay, thank you very much. So before we make any comments, I'll ask, is there any supervisor that would like to pull an item from consent for further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 9.
Okay.
And I'd like to pull item 10.
Okay. And any other items to pull for discussion? So we'll pull items 9 and 10. Okay, so we'll pull those two items. Is there any comment on the consent calendar beyond those items that have been pulled? I'll just say something really briefly on item 8. So we are expanding the membership of our Solid Waste Committee. It's been a very active and I think engaged committee. This year we have a new solid waste director that's been doing a phenomenal job and who's working with us. It's really grown, and so we're going to need help from the community. And so just putting that out there, if you're interested in solid waste and all of the exciting things that go with that, which it really is exciting, please reach out to the board clerk and we can get you an application to participate in that group. Okay, so is there any public comment on the consent calendar, saving items 9 and 10?
Thank you. I would also like to comment on item 8 because I've questioned for several years now. So thank you, Kim McFarland, of why there was no public on a County Board of Supervisors committee, because that made no sense to me. So I will thank you for that. And I just want to make a brief comment about the last meeting, because you do the consent calendar. We had 6 hours with public health, and you had a huge room full of people. And so sometimes I think you might want to consider putting the consent calendar maybe at another point in the agenda when there's a huge crowd waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no other public comment on the consent calendar, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion, or if there is a motion, I'll entertain that at this time.
I'll motion to approve of the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon and a second by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, none opposed. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so we'll go back to item 9. Ms. Ryan, would you please read item 9 for us once more?
Okay, item number 9, approval of the COVID-19 vaccination verification and testing policy implementing the July 26, 2021 CDPH health order.
So the reason why I pulled this item is because I got a few emails, a couple phone calls, people wanting clarification as far as what took place at the last board meeting and what this is about. So I'll give my general 2 cents, and then if council wants to weigh in. This is not the policy of if we're going to force vaccination on staff as employment. This is simply verification of vaccination, or if you're not vaccinated, the 2 options, medical or religious. So I just want to clarify that. That's what this is. Although I read through it and I still see a bunch of issues and discrepancies as far as, discussion about vaccinated versus unvaccinated and ability to spread and whatnot. I mean, I have my own opinions about it. I just want to make it very clear, this is not what that discussion was last board meeting. This is specifically just showing either you're vaccinated or these 2 options. So is there anything I missed? Cool. So unless there's any other further discussion, I will make a motion.
Okay.
Or I guess we gotta do public
Before you
comment?
do that, is there any other comment from the board? Is there any public comment on item number 9? Yeah, please come on down and to the podium.
I take it that number 9 is on the mask wearing in public? Is that it?
Not really, it's for employees.
Yeah, vaccination, verification, and testing policy.
It's a policy for employees.
Yeah,
Oh, for your county employees?
for county employees, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I need to talk to that one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Back again. Number 9. Well, I'm retired AFL-CIO. I was a union shop steward back in 1980 to 1988, Palo Alto, California, corporate. And I'm really, you cannot force your employees to take a vaccination verification policy. You can't do any of that. That violates their constitutional liberties. That all of you swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And Joe Biden, the president, he cannot enforce anybody to do it. He can't make up law. He's not a monarchy. He's not a king or a prince. And I don't bow to any of those. I'm a free American. And you want to change how things are implemented in Washington, D.C., you lobbied them and your congressional member, Tom McClintock, for an Article 5, and you lobby it that way. But you should just ignore the president, take care of your citizens here, and your citizens are also county employees. And it says here, California, I got from the healthyamerican.org by Peggy Hall, California Government Code 37100 prevents any creation, application, or enforcement of a law or a policy that violates the California Constitution or the Constitution of the United States. You can't declare that on your employees. There's no way you can do that. They can sue you, and that's one way. There's other ways they can deal with that. They can quit. And then you have less sheriff deputies, or they could actually remove the sheriff, and if the sheriff doesn't, they could actually come and remove you and then book you in another different county jail. So there's no accidentally releasing but those knucklehead judges that we have behind me. And I have a reliable source who they are and blah, 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 what their attitudes are on the Constitution. And there are other ways that can be done here, but you really are violating their individual liberties. Did you swear an oath? I have your oath of office. I have everybody's oath of office. I've been working on it for over 2 years. June 6, 2019. That's when I started collecting signatures, starting with judges. And that's where I started. And so you are bounded by oath, and you cannot wiggle out of it. There's no way. You think you can, but you won't. And this individual citizenry can put you under citizen's arrest. And that's also legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the room that would like to speak? All right, I think we did have someone that called in. Do we have them back on the phones? Okay, we'll give them a couple of seconds to try and get set up here. Hello, welcome. We can hear you at the board.
Hi. I just had a question. I work for the Department of Social Services, and we had an unfortunate death of a coworker from COVID who was completely vaccinated and an avid mask wearer. And I noticed that I don't seem to see that in the statistics that we get every day. And I was just curious to know why. Are they not including the fully vaccinated deaths in the stats?
Okay. Thank you for that question, and I can dive out there. So we do get a report every day from Public Health that's distributed publicly, and it's published on My Motherlode and in the newspaper, and it does identify the number of infections per day, the age ranges of the infections, whether they were vaccinated or not, and it does identify whether the deaths that occur were from vaccinated individuals or unvaccinated individuals. So it does break down the vaccination status of people that are infected or die from COVID-19. I hope that answers the question.
Not completely, because I know her age, and since she passed, no one in that age group has been mentioned in the statistics.
Supervisor Campbell, what we could do is just have someone from Public Health reach out to the employee and maybe go over some of that data with her and answer any further questions.
Okay, I think that would work because we're a little far off of the actual topic here. Okay, is there anyone else that is called in that would like to speak? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for if there's any discussion or a motion.
So I will move on. Item number 9 to approval of COVID-19 vaccination verification and testing policy.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay,
I'm sorry.
oh,
I meant to say aye.
oh, okay, so 5-0, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on to item 10. Would you please read item 10 for us once more, Ms. Ryan?
Sorry. Item number 10, adopting Resolution 8921, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne approving applications for per capita grant funds.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Liz Peterson. I'm here today as the department head for the Recreation and Library programs. Eric Aiken, your library and recreation manager, would love to be here today to talk about his hard work and good efforts, but unfortunately he had a prior commitment. So just wanted to talk briefly about this grant. It's a part of the Proposition 68 that was passed by the voters of California in 2018. This grant is for, it's a per capita grant, which means we received $400,000, and that's based on the population of Tuolumne County. Eric and the Recreation Department put together the application to receive the funding. This resolution is the last step in receiving the funding. And then we will work to put projects together. Those have to go back to the state for approval on the specific projects. And then the funding has to be spent by June 30th of 2024. Specifically, funding is for, the memo says capital outlay for recreation purposes, acquisition or development. So really we're talking about like fixed assets or other types of like capital-ish type projects at recreation, our existing recreation facilities, or we could potentially purchase new ones. If your board approves this resolution today, then the funding will be added to the 21-22 budget in the Recreation Department. And then Eric will work to put some of those projects together, as I mentioned, and bring those to the state for approval and then get going. We have to spend, I think I mentioned, but by June 30th, 2024.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you that answered every question I really had. I was looking to see whether with Prop 68 for the grant we're receiving, if this resolution didn't mention anything of where that funding would go. So it's going to be going basically into the budget. Will those proposals, I guess, be coming back before the board? Or is that going to be under the rec department to then allocate it out to capital investments?
So it would be the second one, yeah. So if, as long as your board approves the funding in the budget, next board meeting, then the rec department would work and do some, of course, community outreach and, some larger, input gathering. But the recreation manager would have the kind of the discretion to put projects together that he sees best to fit the needs. And the resolution does actually authorize the CAO, deputy or assistant CAO or library and recreation manager to sign and submit all documents related to the grant as well.
Okay, great. No more questions. Thank you.
I have a question. Could this grant possibly be used for projects like existing ones, like the Columbia Pool that needs attention?
I don't know about that, but it's possible. Yeah, there is another grant actually that we are pursuing for the Columbia Pool. But it's possible this one could be too.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's just such a.
I can find out.
Yeah, it's just such a big ticket item. It would be nice if something would cover that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comments on item 10?
So I would like to ask, since recreation moved over to the library building, that is now their official office. So that would be a Capitol building, correct? So you have these high flush toilets over there, the water just gushes out, and you should have low flush toilets in that building, and there should be sharps containers there. So I hope that fits part of this.
Would that qualify?
I don't know, but I can certainly find out.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Was that all the public comment there was, first of all? Looks like it. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Then I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 8921.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, motion passes. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, so that concludes all of our consent calendar items. So we'll go ahead and move on to our 9 o'clock appointment.
9 a.m. presentation on drought conditions and recommendations along with consideration of approving Resolution 90-21, continuing the proclamation of a local state of emergency due to drought.
Good morning.
I'm gonna switch it. We could just load that map that's on there. Thank you. Good morning. Tori Beats, Office of Emergency Services, joined by Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director. We have before you a board memo. I also have an updated map. Quincy is going to post this map as we discuss this particular issue and presentation on our drought conditions and our recommendations, as well as our request to continue approving a resolution proclaiming a local state of emergency. So a little bit of background. On Monday, May 10th, 2021, the Governor of California issued a proclamation of a state of emergency that included Tuolumne County, stating extreme drought conditions through much of the state, presenting urgent challenges, including the risk of water shortages in communities, greatly increased wildfire activity, diminished water for agricultural production, degraded habitat for many fish and wildlife species, and additional water scarcity if drought conditions continue into next year. Since then, the governor has amended his May 10th proclamation, expanding to include 9 counties, bringing the total of 50 counties now under a drought state of emergency within California. On May 18th of this year, your board proclaimed a local state of emergency due to drought. Pursuant to Government Code Section 8630C, the governing body shall review the need for continuing the local emergency at least every 60 days until the governing body terminates the local emergency. Your board then also approved continuing that local emergency due to drought on July 20th. Our current situation. Staff had met with departments and local partners to create a strategy and recommendations such as outreach and educational partnerships. The Tuolumne County Drought Task Force has met several times and will meet regularly on the third Friday of the month. OES staff have also been keeping track of those needing assistance. GIS staff have created this map that shows the dry and failing wells currently compared to previous well failures that we saw from 2014 to 2017. We have acquired through private donation a cache of bottled water that can be provided to those who might have an emergency need. OES staff maintain intake of those currently requesting assistance and have worked with our partners such as TUD and ACA who have been providing some assistance to individuals. We are currently working on a system for disseminating the water we do have to those in need as they come in. So through coordination with Community Development Director Quincy Yaley, OES staff are working on how we can better track and verify well failure in the future. Neither of our departments have staff that can be dedicated to this program unless future funding is allocated or received. With respect to funding, we are currently developing a grant application for Department of Water Resources Small Community Drought Relief Program. There was $200 million of general fund monies that were appropriated for the Small Community Drought Relief Program in response to the 2021 drought. The program is authorized to fund interim or immediate relief as defined in Water Code Section 13198C. And this interim or immediate relief means any of the following: hauled water, temporary community water tanks, bottled water, water vending machines, emergency water interstices. How do you pronounce that, Quincy? Is that all right? Good. That's the connection of water between the two systems. Also new wells or rehabilitation of existing wells. And finally, construction or installation of permanent connections to adjacent water systems, recycled water projects that provide immediate relief to potable water supplies, and other projects that support immediate drought response. Staff is recommending that we continue the following. We will continue to process intake of those who are seeking assistance for emergency water. We will continue to direct those in need to available resources. We have put up a drought section within our Office of Emergency web page that has resources and information. We will continue to track failing and or dry wells within Tuolumne County as we have been. And we will continue to work on applying for funding for possible assistance to aid in drought response. As impact changes, we will bring recommendations forward to the board, including dedication of staff if needed, and set aside a funding for assistance to individuals who are impacted. We currently are providing bottled water to 2 families on a weekly basis, currently right now, with others who are asking for additional water. Again, providing that water takes the time because it is bottled water, and so you can imagine for families that have no water at all, we are looking at some other opportunities that we will bring forward. So our recommendation is adopting the recommendations for continuing to provide those resources as listed, and to adopt Resolution 89-21, continuing the proclamation of a local state of emergency. And happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions?
So, thanks for the presentation and update. It's become pretty obvious that this drought is continuing and not getting any better, of course. What remains to be seen is, as we approach into later fall and into the winter period, what rains we do or do not get. Question I had regarding the state DWR grant, that $200 million. When do we have to have our application in, first of all?
It is a first come, first serve, so we're working on that right now, and we are looking, one of the small rural community requirements is that we have to set up the dispensaries for a better description in actual communities. So we can't have it in one place in the county, we have to designate it, and part of what we're doing with the well tracking is looking to see kind of where those cluster communities and those cluster areas are. We have had preliminary discussions with TUD that they could provide the potable water at certain locations. We would have to provide either a voucher or a system to those individuals who could then fill up very large, the 5-gallon jugs as opposed to, individual small bottles. And so we are looking at identifying where that might be currently. And we do have a meeting this Friday with our drought task force, which is comprised of multiple partners, including TUD, that we are starting to look at what that cost would be so that we can put that into the grant application.
Okay, good. Also, does this apply for our businesses, for commercial businesses? Can they get relief as well?
Yeah, so we, and I defer to others that have been here longer than I have, but during the last drought, we were providing assistance to those individual, private residences. But as you can tell, we do have some businesses that are failing. Their wells are failing currently right now, and so we are looking at ways to assist them as well.
Okay, yeah, I know in other areas of the state, they've had some severe problems, and including getting water deliveries, with the potable water tenders, but that's problematic because there's not too many of those tenders available. But
yes,
anything we can do, to assist the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, huge concern. I remember growing up in the drought and seeing it. Oh, got my 3-minute timer there. Seeing Maloney's go down to a trickle when I was a kid, and seeing also the grouping of failures previously in Jamestown in particular. So that has a lot of concern for me. I guess I don't have too many questions. I think you're on top of it and handling it. Maybe just some direction from my side would be if there's any option to be able to explore larger water tanks that we might be able to, even those temporary, what are they, 100-gallon kind of box ones, something that could be filled up in a much larger capacity for those maybe low income, or recommending one that they could purchase if we're not already doing that. If there's also any ideas, was presented by the well drillers earlier, that's kind of an identified vulnerability in our county, is they're getting older, their equipment doesn't meet standards, expensive startup cost, and we don't know who's going into that field. And so if there's a way to try and make sure we have kind of a flow of folks who might start that or help assist with the equipment that can meet CARB standards, that's something I think we should be looking at. I'd like to see what options we may have for our next meeting of the newly reestablished Water Policy Committee. That's with our community service districts, with water districts locally, and how the county can be able to help, how they may be able to help. This may be a perfect time to get some feedback on ideas on how we can partner. And as I think with the Washington fire, bringing up a lot of ideas that have been kicked around, but putting a special pressure to try and say, okay, what can we do to make sure Tuolumne County is fire safe? I think this drought, similarly, is also an opportunity to look at what do we have for water conservation standards as far as these goes. We were just talking about one of the projects in the county of trying to develop swales and groundwater collection recharge as a part of it. It's something that's incorporated into the design. So just something for us to, I think, plan for in the future, and hopefully we get past this relatively quickly. It will not be a long time, but I'm not hopeful that, unfortunately, will be the case.
So a few comments on that, and thank you, Supervisor. Great suggestions. What we're hearing, first and foremost, from the state right now, the funding has not been allocated to those individual tanks that we saw the last go-around. So we spent a lot of time and resources with that the last go-around and and part of our tracking will identify whether or not those wells are, reoccurring over the years. And hopefully in some of those where the tanks are still at, then we just have to focus on the water delivery side of it to fill those tanks. But currently right now, none of the funding allows for creation of new tanks for individuals. As far as the drillers, the well drillers, absolutely. We will discuss that at the Drought Task Force. I think that all indications is, even though we're starting to move into the winter months, that just having a wet winter is no guarantee that we're not going to continue in the drought for next year. So this is really a precursor of what we're going to see next year. And in fact, most of the data and most of the experts in this particular field statewide are saying that we may get by a little bit, but really we're going to see the impact next year. And so the process that we put in place to assist in that will come up to the board about what we are willing to provide for individuals or businesses will have to be discussed at a later date as we start to see an increase in that impact. I do believe, and I thank you for your comment about long-range planning, I do believe that we as a county, and Quincy and I have had numerous conversations about how we can look at long-term sustainability with respect to water so that we aren't always being reactive, that we are really truly planning and starting to invest in ways for us, whether it's recycled water, capture of rainwater, all of those things that we can do to protect the groundwater and the surface water as we continue into multiple years of drought. I know Quincy's here and I want her to be able to talk as well. I will mention that, both she and I are kind of picking up. We lost our environmental health director that was really assisting, so Quincy has been stepping up and filling in and learning lots, and both of us are, we've got a couple first already in this last 2 weeks that we're working on, but absolutely happy to let Quincy talk a little bit about their side.
So I think the only, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director, I think the only thing to add to Dory's presentation is that as people are contacting us, we're mapping it obviously, but when they do bring in applications, if they're experiencing a well failure or an issue with their well, those applications are obviously fast-tracked. So we're moving those applications through in an emergency sort of manner to make sure that they're not being held up in CDD as much as we can help that. So we are moving those applications to the front of the line.
I will say too, on our drought resource, for anyone that's experiencing failure or their wells drying, we do have a new intake form and you can fill that out or you can call our office directly at 533-6395 and we can walk you through the form as well.
And just my last quickest comment on that is, as with the new Fire Safety Advisory Committee, mulling over a lot of these fire safety ideas, the Water Policy Committee, Quincy, would be a fantastic place for any conservation standards, anything in Title 17, to be able to present maybe some of those things and discuss with our partners in a similar way, since that is the best, I think, water kind of specific group that we may have for municipal systems and supply. So really appreciate your time. Thank you.
What was I going to say? I don't remember.
A couple questions. Just in case I get phone calls or emails, this is specifically for people who their water is, for instance, their drinking water, it's their house water. Like, what if you're hooked up to city water, but then you also have a well for irrigation and for your property? Would this cover that irrigation well, or is it specifically for?
No, it is for anyone that's experiencing, because we want to track all of them regardless if it's for drinking water or for agricultural or farming use as well.
Okay, so I'll get them in touch with you if that's the issue. Liz, I'm looking at you because I thought maybe the grant is over, but I thought there was a grant, I know there was a couple years ago, for rainwater harvesting. Do we know, does that ring a bell, Liz? Perhaps maybe you could get with Dory afterwards, see if that grant's still available. If it is, maybe we could get that out to the public. But there was a grant a couple years ago available where you could put in for money and do rainwater harvesting. So, and then some hopeful good news. I was talking to a coworker today who comes from a family of farmers, and they said the acorns were dropping, which means there's a lot of rain coming. So let's cross our fingers and hope he's true. But thank you guys for the presentation.
Well, I might have a little cultural history and a little opinion on that, Supervisor. But actually, yes, usually the indication when it drops, that means we might have an early winter. Does not mean we will have a lengthy winter. So from a cultural, we do watch those things. But I also think it's indicative of, what is happening in our climate and the impacts that it does have on our resources. I will say that I do believe it's RCD that had a grant and that was working on that. And it's one of those areas that it's our hopes to create a water symposium, for a better word, and a resource for individuals in the county. Obviously, with COVID, we would like to do something in person, but maybe we might push towards a more virtual so that we can provide opportunities and resources for individuals who are at different stages in their property and understanding. Most individuals have no idea where their water comes from when they turn the water on in your tap. They don't know where that water is coming from and the potential impacts, long-term impacts that drought have, whether you're hooked up into a system or you're coming from a well, and what our regional capacity is and the potential regional impacts. So our partners and through the Drought Task Force, it's one of those areas we're looking at. So we hope to have that. Obviously, there's lots of other things that are going on currently, but we hope to have that, by the end of the year.
Hey, speaking of your cultural background, maybe you could convince the government to listen to what indigenous people did years ago when they used to light the forest on fire in the fall.
Yes.
And we would clear our forests, and then we'd have more rainwater.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
It is. It is a cycle.
Simple truths never go away.
Thank you.
All right, any other, okay.
Yeah. Great presentation, thank you. And I would like to also state that the aging of the well drillers and their equipment is a concern of mine as well, so I'm glad to hear you'll be addressing that in the future. It's a private enterprise thing, but it really does affect us all in it, and we need to keep our eye on the ball for that. Second, and it kind of goes a little bit with what Supervisor Brandon was saying, and it may be helpful to introduce this into your water symposium, and that is the concept of permaculture. Permaculture can help capture water. Permaculture has been used to I don't know how to say it, but it's been used in desert areas where there's been no water, and to very successfully farm in those areas and cultivate. So I would hope that that could be looked at. And then the last thing is, you mentioned the phone number for people to call in case they needed some help to fill out that form. Where can they go if they just want to fill out the form online?
You can go directly to the Office of Emergency Services webpage under the county and look on the left-hand side, and there will be a drought, and click on that, and the form is on there, will be on there, so that folks can add that, print it out or fill it out. It's a fillable form as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this presentation?
Well, we're still in a severe drought as far as I'm concerned. And I'm still concerned about some of our local businesses providing water for car washes. So Somerville Cheer had a car wash at Tractor Supply that I talked about. And then recently there was a children's gymnastic program, and they also had a car wash. And I've gone to Tractor Supply now 5 times to meet with their business manager or their store manager about like canning and preserving and those green propane canisters, and to talk to them about, hey, we're in a severe drought, why are you wasting water? And their store manager is always, she's on the phone, she has paperwork, she's too busy, so she just blows me off. So if one of you would like to try, you might be more successful than me. But then there's at Crossroads Shopping Center, there's water everywhere, all over the parking lot, all over the roadways. I don't know if they have some kind of leak, but the water's been running now for 5 days. So our businesses need to like really be more conscious of how they're wasting our water. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? Yes, sir. And come on down.
All right. Yes, we are in a drought, and with the billions and billions of dollars that Governor Gavin Newsom is spending, is there any way that you could lobby, write him a letter and say, our coastline is 1,000 with the Pacific Ocean, 1,185 miles long. Could they find a way to distill the water by Tesla tunnels? He has a thing that tunnels 30 feet wide underground, suck the water out, have the distilled use green, environmental green, solar and wind, boil the water, the seawater, and then pipe it inland to everybody who needs it, and maybe even ship it over to Nevada and Arizona. And just lobby something, because this is ridiculous. We have a drought, and they want to control everybody's lives, yet we have a coastline 1,185 miles long, which is ridiculous, and not take advantage of that and distill the water and pipe it inland. You can at least make a letter or something, but that's not going to work with, not really with you guys or with the governor. It's about control, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Hello?
I had a question. I heard something mentioned about well rehabilitation. And that to me is very interesting. I know how long it takes for the water to percolate down into the natural aquifer. So I would ask if I could get a little bit more clarification on how you rehabilitate those wells.
So one of the allowances under the DWR small rural community is oftentimes wells are poor performing because they are not as deep as they could or should. And so that's really what well rehabilitation is, to go in and figure out whether they can drill farther and go down to grab more water as opposed to a higher, level. And so that's what well rehabilitation is, so.
Awesome, thank you.
You're
Now I
welcome.
know. And also, I know this is kind of out of left field, but when I was in the Marine Corps, my specific MOS was in the meteorological field. And we had the ability to use desiccants to create high pressure, low moisture zones. And we also had the ability to inject particulate aerosols in the face of an approaching low pressure system that would basically increase the water output by hundreds, if not thousands of % of the forecasted amount. I mean, I know PG&E has been playing around with this since the 50s up here for their water, hydroelectric, and also, water, drinking water. Is there any way we could possibly seek some kind of agreement with the state or these other agencies that can increase, the actual precipitation in a given series of storms? Because if we're looking to collect rainwater, being able to set it to our timetable so we could juice, so to speak, a certain storm for all the water we could get out of it. And it's very cheap. These particulates that are sprayed into the air are not rare earth elements or anything expensive. They're carbon dioxide, aluminum oxide, some salt crystals. Seems just something to think about. We might be able to get some more rain out of our rain. Thank you.
Well,
I guess question I'd have for Dory, I don't know if DWR is doing anything like that. Maybe we could ask the question. I know they've had limited success in some areas and better in other areas, and there's a lot of, the weather is so complicated, right? It's not an easy thing to just, say, but I'm just curious if we could ask them if they're.
I will follow up on that, so.
Thank you.
And I would just say to that point, China's not having droughts. Right.
Okay. So if there's no other, is there any other public comment? Okay, did you have any, did you need any, is this information only, or what are you looking for? Reaffirmation of the,
Before I
Draft
let Dory, there
proclamation, I
is
guess.
some action we need you to take. But I
Okay.
just wanted to let you and the public know that one of the things that we're observing is when individuals call to let us know that they have dry or failing wells, they're hesitant to share their information on where they're at or even their contact information out of a concern that if they do not have water, that they will be deemed substandard housing. And then they would be, the code enforcement would come in and essentially red tag their home. So I just want to assure the public that if you're experiencing a dry well or a failure well, the more information you're willing to share with us, the easier it will be for us to help you. And that we'll be working with property owners to ensure that that there are some resources that OES can offer them for temporary water, so that we don't run into a situation where people don't want to report dry wells to the county for fear that we would, they would somehow lose their home. So thanks. And I'll let Dory answer your question, Supervisor Campbell.
Dory, before you weigh in, I just
Yes.
would like, since way back when, drought was a program that I did run when I was an analyst, And action that the board took during that period of time, which is where Quincy was going, is the board actually directed CDD that they would not be looking at those types of code violations when they went in there to look at dry wells. And the reason for that is exactly that people might not call if they know they have some certain code violations going on, but yet we want to make sure for health and safety that they have potable water. So that's something that we would like to see how your board would weigh in on that. I know it's not specifically on the agenda language, but when we renew this proclamation and for staff to be going into people's homes and onto their properties, it's important that they know we're not going in there to look for code enforcement. We're going in there to provide potable water for health and safety for them and their families.
Thank you, Tracy. So our recommendation is for the board to, take our recommendations in our continue process, and then to continue the proclamation of a local emergency due to drought.
Okay, great. Any questions on that, or if there's a motion, I'll entertain that at this time.
I move to, on staff recommendation, to continue the declaration of the drought emergency.
I'll second and say my far out idea is ice stupas. Definitely check them out.
Ice what?
Ice stupas.
Okay.
Ice, what is it?
I'll forward it. David gave me some inspiration to throw out my crazy idea. Ice stupas. Google it. I'll
Okay.
share it. Yeah.
I can't
Look at
even
my
hear you.
page.
I haven't heard that one. Sound like ice stuka? Like the plane?
It's in India where they get water from the rain. They spray it up and they create naturally forming artificial glaciers, which then last many, many months. But it's just a tiny little pump, like a fish aquarium pump, a little bit of water, and the shape of them naturally keeps it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your motion with it, just to throw in a little thing there, but they're really cool.
All right.
Hey, no ideas, you'll be conspiracy.
No ideas.
No ideas.
Okay, I think we did have a motion, right?
And a second.
In a second. So we have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg and a second from Supervisor Brandon with an extra idea tacked on there. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you very much. So I'd like to take a little break, but before I do, we are kind of under a time crunch here, so I'm going to run by an idea. We do have item 11, which is the Cal Sierra contract. So what I'd propose is we come back and focus on that item, and then County Council has asked that we move up some of the closed session items for some time-sensitive elements. So after we do the waste management, we look at the waste management contract, we'll go into closed session. Does that work for everyone? And then I assume after that, we'd probably be breaking for lunch. So just trying to cram everything in here and then give our employees some time to take a break. Does that work for everyone? Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:24. So it's September 14th, and we were going to speak to our illustrious Public Works Director and our Solid Waste Director. First, I'll ask our Board Clerk to read item 11.
Okay, item number 11, consideration and direction on written request from Cal Sierra / Waste Management, Inc. to exercise the 10-year extension to their franchise collection agreement.
All right,
Morning.
good morning. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. We're here today to get direction on the franchise collection agreement extension with Cal Sierra Waste Management, and here to present is our Solid Waste Director, Jim McCargue, as well as our Waste Management Representative, Vanessa Barberas. And Vanessa has someone else with her, Jim Garcia, both of Waste Management, to answer questions. So I'm going to be the slide turner. Jim, you want to take it away?
Good morning. And as by means of background, I wanted to go over a few things. First of all, Jim McCargue, Solid Waste Director. So for the background, the current agreement that's in place was initiated in 2009 and goes through till October 2022. And included in that agreement is one 10-year extension. The agreement has a provision that requires a mutual agreement on the extension 18 months prior to actually it should be October 2022 date. In March of this year, we changed that 18 months by amendment and agreement by both parties to 12 months. So that makes this extension agreement by the county and Cal Sierra Waste Management, agreement on an extension is required by October 31st, 21. We have received a written request from Cal Sierra Waste Management for a 10-year extension. The Board Solid Waste Committee has discussed this item monthly since May of 2021, and the Solid Waste Committee unanimously recommends the extension. And we'll go on to the next one. I broke down the recommendation, which is to do the 10-year extension. I broke it down into four main components. The first one is responsiveness. And what I mean by that is Cal Sierra Waste Management has been willing to cooperate with the county. There has been some issues with Cal Sierra Waste Management, with their service, but they have promptly responded to. Cal Sierra Waste Management has committed to providing solutions to the customer service issues and has been highly responsive to the county's concerns and have come to the table with practical solutions to issues and have been responsive and engaged in the problem-solving process. And I'll just outline a few of the issues that we've discussed at the Solid Waste Committee. And the first one is the commingling of recycling with waste. And this originated during the COVID problems and the need to contract their business. It did go on. We did put Cal Sierra Waste Management on notice, and they did respond immediately by agreeing to discontinuing that process at a mutually agreed upon date. A second item is the service interruptions during weather impacts to service up the 108 corridor into the hills. And what they have agreed to do is offer 1 cubic yard vouchers to all customers experiencing service interruptions. These vouchers will not be capped and will not be limited to specific areas as was initially proposed. Additionally, Cal Sierra Waste Management is currently working to procure a smaller garbage truck that can potentially safely access weather impacted areas. So these things have been generated out of our Solid Waste Committee discussions. And then lastly, we have heard from customers about difficulty with accessing their customer service telephone number. And sometimes they are referred to a call center in Arizona, and that has caused some frustration with some of the customers. Cal Sierra Waste Management has committed to providing solutions to the customer service issues and make their customer service more easily accessed and local. The second item that I have is the partnership. And I think this is really a real important aspect of these discussions that we've had at the Solid Waste Committee. Cal Sierra Waste Management has offered to provide a mutually agreed upon number of tons or cubic yards at no cost to the county for disposal of waste at the Sonora Transfer Station on an ongoing annual basis to help the county address illegal dumping problems. This program will be used by the county to support community-based trash cleanup programs, including potentially the sheriff's office proposed illegal dumping cleanup program. And it will allow the county to collaborate on programs between the county and addressing a lot of the trash and blight caused by roadside dumping and illegal disposal. So that's something that I think has really been kind of fleshed out in the Solid Waste Committee and is an important aspect of this. The next one is what I call contributory factors. And what I have there is a number of them, and I'll go through them fairly quickly. But the service issues that we've experienced do not rise to the critical level. And I say that based upon my personal experience in over 20 years in solid waste and recycling and local government. And I want to point out that there's, based upon my experience, there are certain things that make the decision to seek a new waste hauler very obvious. And they include fraud, mismanagement, questionable financial schemes, regulatory noncompliance, overcharging customers, poor safety record, and poor insurability score. And I just wanted to point out a couple of them: the questionable financial schemes and the overcharging customers. In my career, I've experienced both of those from a large national waste company, not Waste Management, but another company. And those were resulted in catastrophic issues and problems. And because of those, and because of the lack of willingness of that particular waste hauler, seeking a new provider of services was very apparent and obvious. The next thing I want to mention is the waste collection franchise extensions do serve a purpose. What they do is they allow for the county to continue to provide the legally required waste collection services within the county, and at the same time reduce the cost, time, and resources required to seek bids on waste collection services. The next one is waste collection is a Go ahead and go back. Yeah. Waste collection is a unique combination of regulation, economics, and safety. And in my memo, I have quoted David Bitterman, who's the executive director of SWANA, the Solid Waste Association of North America. And he says, we can live with without a lot of things, but if solid waste collection isn't taking place, it's a public health crisis. And he says, solid waste lives at the intersection of environmental regulation, policy, economics, and safety. The waste industry operates in the multi-layer regulatory structure at federal, state, and local levels. And I think this is important to point out because it really is a unique animal, solid waste and waste collection. Typically the regulatory aspect, it's one of the most heavily regulated industries there are. For example, I remember when the CARB particulate filters for commercial trucks came into effect, the first business they went after was solid waste. Solid waste was required to invest in all their equipment and their trucks to be able to comply with the regulations. The other one is the economics. Because of the regulation and because of constantly changing economic factors, the economics are difficult. There's a lot of investment, a lot of equipment, a lot of overhead, not to mention the insurance. And then lastly is safety. Solid waste is known as one of the most dangerous and hazardous businesses there are. So I just wanted to point out that waste collection is very unique. And then next is the RFP process often results in higher costs to the customers. And I'll just say that, again, based upon my personal experience, many times you don't end up with a better deal. Sometimes a solid waste provider will bid on a jurisdiction's solid waste services at discounted fees, only to return after a few more years to the jurisdiction seeking fee increases to cover the true cost of providing services. And again, I'll share from personal experience, only once in all my years of going out to bid an RFP for services, one time the services were actually going to be cheaper, less expensive than what we currently were receiving. And this is exactly what happened. Within a couple years, they came back and were required to price their services at the true cost of doing business. The RFP process is labor-intensive and costly, and I cited one of my colleagues in a neighboring county, and he says this RFP process, this county recently went out for an RFP, has been a very difficult task that is a culmination of approximately 2 years' worth of work. Our county council realized the complexity of solid waste contracting, so they contracted with an attorney who's a solid waste specialist. They paid her $80,000. That figure does not count the hours spent by public works director, senior counsel, deputy counsel, and he estimates that there's approximately 1,000 hours into this process, and they had a horrible response. They were not able to move forward because of the response. Lastly, I want to point out that Tuolumne County did issue an RFP for solid waste a number of years ago, and there were no bids received. We'll go to the next slide. So the one thing I want to touch upon is the timing and the RFP process. Because of the complex nature of the waste collection business I've discussed already, significant time is required to embark on the RFP process. And the time and effort needed to begin the RFP process should begin at least 2 to 3 years in advance of the contract end term, the end of the term. We'll go on to the next one, financial considerations. Cal Sierra Waste Management has not proposed any changes to the current compensation structure in the existing franchise agreement. If the board decides not to grant an extension, the cost will be significant, and based upon the experience I relayed to you, may be in excess of $100,000, and I would venture to say much more than that. So lastly, the staff is recommending, the staff and the board solid waste committee recommends granting the 10-year extension to the Cal Sierra Waste Management contract. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Very thorough. I really appreciate the presentation. Are there questions on what we've heard?
So,
Sorry. I'm going to go first.
Yeah, sure.
Questions?
Questions, comments, yes. So, first of all, thank you, Jim, for the presentation, Kim for being here, and I believe Vanessa and Garcia from Waste Management. Thank you guys for being here today. So I do have some comments, a couple questions, and I don't know where to begin other than at the beginning, which is since I've come into office, there's reoccurring themes that happen every year where there's displeased customers. And I will tell you specifically from November through November through March, my phone blows up with emails, with phone calls, people not getting basically from Tween Heart up. I know a lot of the other Supervisor Half can relate a little bit. I don't expect some of the other supervisors to relate because it's lower down, but in my district from Tween Heart up, it's off the hook as far as anywhere from 1 day to 3 or 4 weeks from times where we have had interruptions where people cannot get their trash picked up. One thing that I have a hard problem with is, in the presentation it talks about, it makes a comment that we have a lot of things, but if solid waste collection isn't taking place, it's public health crisis, it's solid waste, the intersection of environmental, regulatory, policy, and economics, and then safety. So when we're talking about contracts, we treat waste management and we treat this issue like it's this real critical thing, but once the contracts are in, it seems like we're forgetting to do our part in picking up trash. And so I don't like how we've gotten to this point where, again, I know you just came into this position. I know Kim is very new into this position, but from my understanding, we basically missed out on an opportunity to have a discussion and for the board to weigh in on a discussion to do an RFP. I was under the impression that we would be able to, And I hear your comments about the process and all the wasted time, but I feel like that's a decision that the board should have made. And so my question to county council is, are we even able to proceed without going through an RFP process?
Supervisor Kirk, yes. An RFP, the Public Resources Code actually gives the local jurisdiction the option of whether or not to proceed with competitive bidding or not for these franchise agreements. But aside from that, the current franchise agreement has an optional 10-year extension, and there's no legal issues with proceeding with that 10-year extension without going to an RFP.
Okay, so legally we're covered. Thank you for that. And then again, just to make matters even more fun, is we're going from an 18-month requirement on a contract down to 12 months. So it looks like everything is in the favor of waste management, not having to do RFPs. We're cutting the contract from 18 months down to 12 months. And so I just don't like how we got to this point, but I understand how we got to this point based on personnel and miscommunication and whatnot. So I can't harp on that too long. What we have to do is figure out how this is going to work moving forward if our board decides to do this. So I want to talk a little about some of the issues that came up regarding, let me just get into the verbiage. On one of the issues, we were talking about vouchers. And I just want to be clear, are we talking about vouchers where if your trash isn't picked up, they can then bring trash to a dump site, or are we going to be reimbursing folks? Because what I know does not work is people, especially elderly, people don't have the capability to bring all that trash to a dump site. They need it picked up by Waste Management. That's what they're paying for. So if that is not provided, I don't want, and again, I'm asking for clarification, what is the voucher, what is the process if my trash isn't picked up next week because a snowstorm or lack of personnel to pick it up?
Yeah, and thank you for your comments and your question. And I just wanted to say that this issue is extremely important to us as staff here at the county. And what we're discussing today is the extension. We will continue to negotiate, and these specific issues we plan on incorporating into the extension by form of an amendment. So if there's certain things that the board is requiring, vouchers or additional collection or whatever the parameters are, the plan is to incorporate those into the agreement. Now specifically, I don't know, Vanessa, if you want to speak to what will occur specifically in response to the weather.
Vanessa Barberis, Waste Management. So yeah, as you've said, this is an issue that we have been working through and doing our best to come up with solutions for residents as it comes up on an annual basis in the winter months. So traditionally what we have tried to promote is that if we're not able to access a resident on a certain week, we do tell them, put out the excess waste the following week, and we'll collect all of the extra when we're able to get there. We have run into scenarios where maybe there'll be 2 weeks in a row where we can't get out to those certain neighborhoods. And what we've tried to do in that case is place out roll-off boxes or encourage residents to stop and get a voucher, or we can email them a voucher. That's been the historical process. What we have been working with Jim and Kim on is how to improve this process going forward for the new contract. So while we haven't agreed to the specific terms, we have been talking about proactively emailing the vouchers to residents. We actually have a really good percentage of email addresses for all of those addresses in our system, so we'll be able to proactively email the vouchers, but also we're looking at adding, automatic credits when there is service missed for the winter delays. So in that case, residents will have the option, they can leave out the excess waste the following week. If they want to go down and pick up or transport that material to the transfer station themselves, they'll have that option. But if we agree to those terms, they would also receive a credit. So not only would the waste, they have many options for mitigating that waste, but they would also get a credit on their invoice.
Okay. And you say these will be negotiated as we go through. When is that date? Is that October 22nd as the memo, or is it the end of this October coming up?
This October is the date to agree to an extension.
Extension. And then we have a
But-
year.
But then we have a year before the actual term of the contract ends. The plan is to come back much sooner than
Okay.
October of 2022.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. Vanessa, I don't mean to be this is business, but this has been going on as far as I've been in office this is going to be my third winter. So I would have hoped that we would have already had these things figured out, but now that we're to this contract, I hope that before this winter kicks off, that we have these agreements in place, or we have this understanding, we have these processes in place. My next thing is, we're talking about we're talking about getting a smaller garbage truck that can safely access weather impacted areas. I keep bringing up the example when we had those crazy winter storms this last year. I went up to Miwok to help dig some people out, and I see propane trucks driving by with chains on. And those things can explode if there's accidents. And I didn't get garbage trucks up there for, I think it was 3 weeks. And I know there were some things going on with PG&E, but the point is, what I'm trying to say is I like this idea, I love this idea. When will the trucks, will they be available and operational this winter? And is it just one, or is it two in case one breaks down? Because, again, I think anybody can understand a few days, maybe even a week if it's a horrible snowstorm, but 2-3 weeks, I don't understand how that's even possible. So are we gonna have these operational this winter, and will there be a couple?
Well, we'll be, as I said, we'll be working to put this into the agreement and make it a requirement. And so
Okay.
I think your point is really effective, because really getting to the root of the problem is being able to provide that service
Right.
and not have.
Then we don't have to worry about the vouchers. We don't have to
Right,
worry about it.
right.
So I think this is critical. If we could pour more energy and
Yeah, and I
finances
just
into
want to
that.
emphasize that the standard, regular sized garbage trucks are very big, and they carry a lot of weight. And so those can be very dangerous and risky on the roads. So if we can get Cal Sierra Waste Management to average 30 yards is the average truck. If we can get them to have a 9 or 10 yard truck, they'd be able to navigate that much more safely. So that's something that we would like to see in place as soon as possible. We'll have to work with Waste Management. Hopefully they can come up with
To that point,
it.
if you put a big yarder somewhere in Tweenhart or Miwok, you could have that little truck go in there. I mean, I don't know the details other than we could go into these little areas, get the trash, bring it to somewhere local to dump it and keep doing runs. I mean, I'm just trying to, this is an absolute must for this contract for me to go forward. And then, I mean, I'm gonna dig through this more again. I wasn't expecting not to be able to postpone or potentially go after RFPs. I have had two providers come to me in the last 2 years, say they would be interested in it, but now it looks like we don't have that option. So, but you are an expert. This is your line of field, and so I respect that. I hear what you're saying, and I don't want to undermine what you guys are doing. We just need the best service for our constituents that we can deliver. And I need to see that in writing, and I need to make sure that, Waste Management is a $15.2 billion earnings last year. So we should be able to get some trucks. We should be able to figure this system out. I'm sure this isn't the only place where we have snow. So with that being said, those were my comments. I don't mean to come off harsh or any way, and if it makes you feel any better, I don't even get service from Waste Management. Mine's from Burns. So my passion and my concern is from the 6 months of emails or 5 months of emails and phone calls I get. I'm tired of resending emails the same info. So that's where I'm at. Thank you guys for hearing me spiel, and I will hear what the rest of the board has to say.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yeah, so a couple of comments here. First of all, Jim, Vanessa, thank you for working together proactively as we try to move forward. This board agenda item is specifically to extend the contract. And I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Kirk, as far as, different areas that we're concerned about, interested in. Obviously, your district was highly impacted. And I, think that that's something that Supervisor Campbell and I, as far as being on the Solid Waste Committee, we are addressing those issues. Your input is great. And, this will come back before the board on the specifics. I'm trying to iron out, these things that we don't have now, but the indications are from Waste Management that they're being very amenable to, provide additional services, proactively look at the voucher issues, collection on a week-by-week basis. Sometimes, the delayed. I too, have a little bit of concern on the ability of these vehicles to move around. I know they're large, I know they're heavy. Propane trucks are very heavy by nature, and they do get into areas, with chains. But that's not to say that they don't run into a lot of problems, right? We have a lot of citizens that unfortunately are not good about where they put their vehicles during storms. And, so that limits access and it creates a lot of issues. So, I think these are things that we're going to work through. I'm still very interested in other areas, but I don't think that they're going to end up belonging in the waste management contract. I'm still very interested in a green waste program, but I'm not seeing that that's going to be part of this contract. Maybe in the future, but, not right now. So I just want to, just kind of verbalize those things that, and I know that other board members have concerns as well, but this is all about the contract extension. And we're far behind, right? This should have been done 2 years ago, in all reality, and for various reasons, we did not look at the potential of doing an RFP. And we had a vacant position for a long time with our solid waste manager, and that was part of the problem. But I have a lot of confidence in our discussions that we're having with waste management, and I would ask for you to have confidence in Supervisor Campbell and I to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor House?
Yeah, thank you, Jim, for your presentation, and nice to see you, Vanessa, in person. I have some comments and just a really mundane question, but for those who are reading your memo, it talks about 1 cubic yard, vouchers for 1 cubic yard. And is 1 cubic yard like about the size of a garbage can? I'm trying to picture it. So I don't know who can answer that, but I'd like to, I'm a very visual person, I'd like to get an answer on what that looks like.
If you could come up to the microphone, we'd be able to hear you. Thank you.
Jim Garcia. It would be the equivalent of 2 96-gallon containers.
2 96-gallon?
So the collection.
The big ones.
The big ones. Two big ones, that would be the equivalent of 1 yard.
Good, that's good to know. All right, thank you. And I agree that I think we need to investigate and study green waste pickup, even if it's not all the time, have certain times of the year that it's managed. And I'd like to see this as a possible add-on for waste management somewhere down the road where we can study it and see how it can be done and make it happen.
Right, and thank you for bringing that up. I did receive an email from a resident who felt very strongly about curbside green waste collection, and I responded to that individual and said that it is certainly something that this county is interested in doing, and I think, by all means, we'll bring it back to the committee and put it on the table.
Okay, because I just wanted to kind of point the obvious that our number one goal is to prevent loss of life and reduce property damage due to catastrophic fire by creating a strategic plan for wildfire preparations and collecting green waste from people who have tried to be good about, keeping their properties trim and fire safe is part of that solution. So I just wanted to make sure that this is taken into consideration and we start working toward that end. And then I had a couple of other comments. I like I like all of the changes that we're making with waste management, and I know that Burns and Moore are coming up for their contracts as well. So I'd like to see some kind of homogeneous approach, if you will, that what we do for one, we expect from all the others. And including the green waste that I just mentioned, I'd like to be able to build that in all areas of our county, and be able to have some of the offerings that green waste is making for the other waste haulers. And so I wanted to know, I know you probably don't have a calendar in front of you or it's scheduled yet, but when are you going to be able to come back and advise the board as to what the process is going to be for these other two contractors?
We're going to, I have a list of the contracts that you've been referring to. And of course, today we're here for the Cal Sierra Waste Management collection. We will be coming back in the next couple months on the Sonora Transfer Station and the Groveland Transfer Station agreement. The Sonora Transfer Station has a 5-year extension on that agreement. And for the Groveland Transfer Station, that has a 2-year extension. 2 years is kind of a short time for an extension. I personally haven't seen that. So we may be looking at what our options are with respect to that. And then in September of 2023 is when the Moore Brothers and the Burns agreements for collection come up. So we have some time, but we will certainly you'll see those, I would estimate the beginning of 2022. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just know that you weren't in place when we should have been negotiating with Waste Management, and I want to make sure we're being proactive with the other two haulers.
Yeah, and to that point, one thing I'd like to add is my past experience in going out to RFP for these type of contracts, especially a contract like this one, which is a very big one. A lot of customers are served through this one. I like to go to the board and really define what the priorities are, what the board is looking for in a new provider, as opposed to just going out and flying an RFP. I really think it's important to set the priorities up front in a, open, forum like this, and really determine what the wants, what the needs are, and what would be great to have if possible. Just really break it all down that way. That's how I'm used to doing these agreements.
All right, thank you. I look forward to you coming back.
Okay. Thanks, Supervisor Brannon.
Great, thank you. Starting with this, I do really appreciate my colleagues who have been working on the Solid Waste Committee on this. To anybody watching or in the public, we tend to specialize, even though we all are working on these issues to some extent. It comes before here. Because of Brown Act, a lot of times only one or two of us may end up working on the month-to-month conversations, and a lot of work goes into each of these decisions. So I really do appreciate that. I've had a discussion with our solid waste director. I had a discussion with Vanessa with Waste Management. Pretty much all of my questions have been answered. My biggest priority has been how do we address illegal dumping in the county, and I think that this covers that as far as the free service that we can offer. That can be huge to empowering local groups working on this and the Conservation Corps, and it gives us as a county a lot of flexibility in trying to implement solutions. So that was my main priority. That's been met. I also want to say if there were two other things I would like to just maybe see options for, it would be just to see the option for green waste pickup as well. I think that's something that could be great in the county. I'd just like to know what the possibility is there for that. And the last is I think something that Waste Management does in other areas, correct me if I'm wrong, it may already be implemented, but I'm not aware of it, bulky pickup. We have a lot of items that are washing machines, sofas, chairs, stuff like that, end up getting dumped somewhere because somebody doesn't have the capacity to I guess, take it further. I don't know. I don't know why they end up, not taking it to the facility. To see any options for implementing some type of a free bulky pickup program to avoid those being dumped. Other than that, really great work. I was a little hesitant at the beginning of this. I tend to always like to see all the options that are out there. But I also served on a university RFQ committee for capital projects that then was later the RFP. It takes a lot of time and resources to go through that process. And it seems like everything was met and in some ways exceeded for what I was looking for. So anyways, I just appreciate that. It's a green waste and bulky pickup I'd like to see options for, but otherwise, it looks like it addresses all the county issues that were presented and the issues in my district. Thank you.
Great. Yes, Ms. McFarland.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly say that I apologize that this didn't come to the board sooner. Unfortunately, we have been without a full-time solid waste director since 2017, and our team is really small, 2.5 staff, generally speaking. We're very lucky we've had Jim for 6 months, so we're really busy with, sort of that regulatory compliance work on the landfills, and hopefully this won't happen again.
Yeah, well, I was going to kind of highlight that, if you really look at it, you, Kim, you, Jim, both of me and Supervisor Goldenberg on the Solid Waste Committee, this is a brand-new team, just within the past 8 or 9 months, working on this. So it's kind of, we're starting from scratch in a lot of ways, a lot of things. And so I think, Jim, you laid out the pros and the cons really well, and I think you came to us with a really good and thorough recommendation, and I'm in full support of it. That's about all I have to say. I would like to open it up for public comment. If there's anyone that would like to speak, please come on down to the lectern.
Yeah, thank you for an opportunity to address the board and also to address waste management. My name is Bob Kirk. I've lived in Miwok Village for over 40 years. So I'm quite familiar with the storms, the weather, the garbage pickup, all the things that happen there. I thought it'd be useful to just share a little bit about what, excuse me, what does happen in Miwok Village during the storms. We do see, well, back when Cal Sierra was running the business, they were very good about picking up garbage. I don't remember there ever being a week that they didn't pick up the garbage. With the bigger trucks, it's slowly degraded to where we have, I believe, some sequences of 3 weeks or even 4 weeks where there was no garbage being picked up. During those times, we do see propane trucks, UPS trucks, FedEx trucks, school buses. We see a lot of vehicles go by. The school buses use automatic chainers, so the driver can push a button and chains are automatically swung underneath the tires. So they're able to just come and go in and out of the area without having to physically put chains on. So when the garbage collects, people do put it out next to their cans, and then the snowplows come by and knock it all over. And then the ravens appear, and they pick it all up and scatter it all over the place. So I have a neighbor that has young children, and so there's diapers all over the place. It's very unsanitary. It's not pretty. One of the things that I've observed happens is we get a big snowstorm. You get the roads, it usually happens on the weekend. The roads get, the garbage is supposed to get picked up Monday morning. It doesn't. The roads get plowed during the midweek, and then we get another snowstorm on the weekend. And this goes on sometimes for 3 or 4 weeks. So if there was a way to shift the pickup date by a couple of days, everything would work. I understand that's a big scheduling problem, but if the Monday pickup could be moved to, say, a Wednesday or a Thursday, then the roads would be completely plowed and cleared, and it wouldn't be a problem, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to share that. There's about, a couple thousand people live up the hill there who are much more vocal than I am. They use much more colorful language, and they are much more excited about this than I am. I'm just, so just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that would like to speak?
I have just one thing, that I've missed, the garbage pickup at my house is missed twice. So I put it in my truck to go and dispose of it, the whole can, and they charge me again when I get there. They never told me anything about a voucher or anything, and if they had some way at the facility to check your address to say, okay, and then put it down to know that it wasn't picked up, to where I don't have a computer. I have my iPhone and that's it. So to get online and download papers and get a voucher or do whatever you guys, I hear you talking about a little bit, but, if they could have that at the door or at the window, so when I do go dump, because I put the can in my truck and take it down there. So that's happened twice, so if they could do that, that would help.
Good point. Thank you for making that.
Yeah, I was going to ask, so what's proposed in this contract, is to sort of address that, and what would the process, so this gentleman kind of described the situation that he experienced. How would the process be different going forward under what's proposed here? Could somebody speak to that? I mean, would it be an improved process, or what would he be faced with if he had the same situation happen?
As Vanessa's coming up, I'll just mention that as she previously mentioned, they do make contact via email, and I think what might solve this problem is identifying those customers that do not have an email and have not been able to be contacted. Perhaps this gentleman is one of them, and make some sort of arrangements where the waste could be brought in.
Yeah, and another item I was gonna suggest is, we talk about these issues in the solid waste committee, I think on a monthly basis, and we can talk more about this to come up with solutions for processes that we can improve. Just one idea based off his comments is us notifying customers, even going into the winter season, that if you're not able to print out a voucher, from your email, just make sure to let our scale house know when you do arrive, and they can double check. Just so that these, residents aren't charged by mistake just because they didn't have the opportunity to print the voucher. So we can definitely work on that.
Okay, thank you.
As to the issue of not picking up the garbage on a weekly basis and then allowing the folks to bring out the next week's garbage, are they gonna be given extra cans, or are the people gonna get out of the trucks to pick it up because you see this extra waste just being put out in the street? People don't have the ability, especially with a holiday week, you fill a can up with your garbage, it doesn't get picked up, where are you gonna put the extra garbage the next week? I think it'd be helpful if we had an idea that they would come out of the truck, they pick it up, throw it away, whatever, rather than just leave it up to chance. Thank you.
So what is the process? Do they get out of the truck and pick it up and, yeah, so.
Yeah, they do.
So she's nodding, they do get out of the truck and they'll pick it up and throw it manually in the back.
Well, I want to applaud you, Supervisor Kirk, because you're the first one on the Board of Supervisors that's had any gumption when it comes to waste management, and I really applaud that. Because this has been my #1 soapbox topic since Peter Rye was head of the department, and I had several go-rounds with him, and I've met with Tom Teach when he was at Waste Management, I've met with Julie Cabral, I met with Joe Catalano. I, as a private citizen, shouldn't have to go and meet with our waste management company because you're doing such a crappy job. And I gave Joe Catalano a tour of downtown Sonora and all the problems that we had down there. So, Kim, I love you. And I'm really impressed that you've brought some new energy and out-of-the-box thinking. And Jim, you've asked to meet with me, and I haven't done it, and I apologize to you. And I am not a Zoom meeting person, so I am very impressed with where this is going, because as much as I love John Gray, I thought he was very passive about this. So there are a lot of things I've been pissed about, and I've been kind of fed up to hear. So Waste Management, I don't like you anymore, and I think you should be fired. But I am now willing to be mindful and alter my thinking. So I was very impressed with your presentation today, because I thought you really brought a lot to the table that I certainly wasn't aware of. But at the office, you have handed out the same old crap since 2007. And on the Waste Management website, they have a lot of handouts, and it's very informative. And they've done PBS programs on waste management. So Waste Management is capable of offering a lot. And we don't get anything. And I've asked about these handouts, and they said, well, we don't have a color printer. Excuse me? Every household here can print by color. Get a color printer in your office in Sonora, please. The other thing Waste Management doesn't do is they don't have a cardboard baler. They haven't had one since it broke. Why do they not have a cardboard baler? Arthur has 2 at Grocery Outlet. Even the Dollar Tree out in the Junction has a cardboard baler. Our waste management company here in Sonora needs to get a cardboard baler. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A cardboard baler is a big machine that you put cardboard in. This is from my days working at a convenience store. Yeah, you put all the cardboard in this big machine, and it compresses it into a nice tight little bundle. Did Waste Management have anything to add? There were some questions there.
Would you like me to address the cardboard?
If you could, please.
So, there we go. So, loud now. The issue, put it back on?
Thanks.
Can't take it off to talk? Okay, sorry. I just feel muffled, and I apologize for that. So the reason that we don't have a cardboard baler that's up and active right now is because we really don't need one for the type of operation that we're running. So the way that recycling is collected from residents and from businesses is in trucks that compact the material before it gets to our transfer station. From there, all of the recycling is transferred into larger trucks, and it goes to our recycling processing facility in Lodi. They're in Lodi where the materials all get separated out, the plastic from the bottles, the cardboard, the newspaper. Cardboard is baled there at that facility and then, shipped out as just that single item. So that's the reason that we don't have one at our Cal Sierra transfer station.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, is there any other public comments? Anyone on the phones like to speak? Okay, bring it back to the board. I know Supervisor Kirk, you said you had another question.
Yeah, I wrote down a bunch of dates. I just want to clarify, Jim. This 10-year extension is going to be, it's October of next month, basically, correct? We're making a vote today to, can you explain that?
The requirement in the agreement to do the extension is October 31st, 21, and the contract date runs through to October 2022. So the timing is the agreement on extension, and that's what, we're here today on.
So two things. I think what was brought up regarding the pickup dates, I think that was really key. And I think we should look into that as far as Wednesday, Thursday versus the Monday, because I can attest to that. I never even thought about it, but that's why most good ideas come from constituents. And then again, the voucher system thing's gonna have to be worked out. I don't like the voucher thing. I just want the problem solved as far as picking up trash. My question is all these things that are proposed by Waste Management as far as, you know, the vouchers, the trucks, the call center issues that we have, are these things, the way I look at it is if I'm Waste Management, I would have these things a go for sure. They're gonna happen. They're in place prior to a board deciding if we're gonna do an extension. So today, are we just saying we're hopeful that this will take place, or is this an agreement that these things that were discussed that are in the proposal will be implemented moving forward? Because I don't really feel comfortable moving forward with the extension unless I know for sure those things will be not just discussed, but actually implemented.
Yeah, and what I would say is all the items we've discussed today, if there's a vote to grant the extension, we'll then go back to the Solid Waste Committee. And I think we've got very clear, direction on what the priorities are. And I would personally insist that those be written into the agreement and included in the extension. Now, there may be some reason that, one or some of them can't be included. I don't know, but my efforts will be to include the items that we've discussed that we've determined are a priority.
Right, okay. And I just want to make comment, because I hope this board understands my tone, and it's not directed towards any other supervisor, because I know we have our own committees that we sit on, but this is the opportunity for the full board to speak into it, and this is, we have to take advantage of that. So thank you guys for doing your job, and I see that you have, because you've included all my concerns other than some that came up today. So I think it's important that we hear what people said and bring it up as you guys move forward. My last question would be, once you guys have this agreement, when will it come back to the board? Because I would like to, I don't know if it's possible with dates, but I'd like to have this back to the board before the next winter season comes into play. Is that possible?
The next meeting will be the second Tuesday of October. We'll be discussing this then. I think it's reasonable to think that we could have it to the board. I would say realistically, maybe early November.
Okay. So that would be my last request, is as soon as possible by the winter season for the full board to review what you guys have come to agreements on. So.
For November.
And that is those are my last comments. And thank you for people who participated in this conversation. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion with the board? Otherwise, we can, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the extension, 10-year extension of the waste management contract.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Half. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, none opposed. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this time, we'll go ahead and recess into closed session. If I can find it here. So we do have 3 items for closed session. I'll look to our board clerk. Could you please read those 3 items for us? And if there's any public comment, we'll seek it out at that point.
Item number 13, closed session, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Kimberly Phipps, Senior HR Analyst Relief, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 14, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Christopher Alfred Spina versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case CV 64025. Item number 15, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case.
Okay, is there any public comments on any of those 3 closed session items? Okay, anyone on the phones? Do not see anyone. Okay, council, do we anticipate any reports out on any of these? We do not, okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and recess into closed session, and we will be back at 1:30 to go over our 1:30 presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Kirk, for opening up the meeting. I did have to read one report out on item 14 from closed session. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Half seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to continue to defend the county and named employees in the matter of Christopher Alfred Spina versus the County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV 64025, an administrative code compliance dispute, and the board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM. And there was nothing to report on item 15. Okay. All right, so with that, we were on our 1:30 appointment. And so, Heather, did you already read that, or would you like to go ahead and start? Thank you.
Item for 1:30 p.m. appointment is presentation on the current code compliance program and consideration of providing direction on options for improving processes and procedures.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. We're here this afternoon to review the county's current code compliance program and listen to the board's and the public's input on any challenges that they experience with the program, or issues or concerns or suggestions of direction that they may want to see this program move to in the future. So the goal of code compliance, obviously, is to maintain our quality of life here in Tuolumne County and promote a safe living environment. That's something that's important to all of our residents and our visitors. And from a staff's perspective and from the county's perspective, we want to make sure that we're administering a fair and unbiased enforcement program. And we'll talk more about that as we go through this presentation. The board, and we are so appreciative, has invested a lot of resources into code enforcement, code compliance recently. And with that, our partnership with the Public Works Department and other county stakeholders are really taking a closer look at how we administer this program, which is why we're here before you today. It's our goal moving forward, and with modifications that we are hoping to make to our program, that we're going to be centralizing communications and enforcement where we can, that maybe we'll be able to make some changes to the ordinance code and the enforcement process, and that would result in improved compliance, and lastly, make it easier for the public to follow cases, because I know that that's a complaint that we get, is that they neighbors or someone will turn in a complaint, and it's hard for them to track that through the process. So I'm here today with Brian Bell, our Chief Building Official, Jim McHarg, and Kim McFarland, and Blossom Scottheim, who are behind me, who are in our Public Works Department. We work very closely together on code compliance for the county. And so we just wanted to review the types of complaints that code compliance handles, and talk about the different people who work in code compliance. So code compliance is not just, well, now we have two, but our 1 or 2 inspectors that are housed in our code compliance division. Code compliance includes a variety of staff members across community development and public works. Those include our environmental health specialists, our county surveyor, our building official and inspectors, our land use technicians and coordinators, engineering staff in our Public Works Department, our solid waste division. It also includes often our Fire Prevention Bureau. We often work very closely with them. And then lastly, of course, we also work with the Sheriff's Department if we have security concerns on a site. Things that we don't handle is vehicle abatement. That is handled through our Sheriff's Department. So for abandoned or non-operable vehicles, those calls and cases are shifted to the Sheriff's Department. And we also do not handle defensible space. We often get calls from the public complaining that there's overgrown vegetation on a site, and that is not something that code compliance handles. So you can see how we sort of have split the baby here between community development and public works. You can see that we've got substandard housing, dangerous structures, easement violations, obviously cannabis, and then some of the environmental health violations such as consumer protection, as well as an accumulation of garbage. And so now I'm going to ask Kim to come up here and talk a little bit about the public works violations.
Now? Okay. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. So the type of complaints we get are all around grading and encroachments, and this is anything that connects to a county road, such as a driveway, or traverses the road, such as a utility. During the wet months, we also get quite a few drainage complaints, which is often people rerouting water onto the roadway or adjacent property. And sometimes these result in calls to the water board or to Fish and Wildlife if they're impacted surface waters. We also get a lot of complaints about easements. People hear road and they think public works. And so the first thing we do is we confirm if the easement is private or public. If it's private, then of course it's a civil matter. For public easements, not necessarily county roads, we usually confirm the location and width with surveying. We follow up with a field visit because it's often about obstructing an easement. And then we follow up with the property owner. We also receive a lot of complaints about signs posted to trees, utility poles placed in the ground, advertising everything from solar to tree service and everything in between. Signs are not permitted in our county road right-of-way without a permit, and there are a few exceptions during elections. So the ordinance code addresses directional signs, but those really do differ from FHWA, federal highways. And we just learned that recently. So we do need to work on our illegal sign ordinance, and we've got it on our list of things for Cody to help us. As far as illegal dumping and garbage accumulation on one's property, they are treated very differently in the ordinance code. Almost all garbage complaints are either handled by solid waste, environmental health, code compliance, but we do have an illegal hotline that goes to solid waste, and we're going to work on centralizing that and standardizing that issue as well. Illegal dumping on county roads, that's collected by our road crews when they have time, and the priority is basically safe roads. So they're not there as garbage crews, they're there to just remove mattresses and large things out of the roadway. So, I want to go on to, I think the next slide is, well, that's yours.
So we've got some pictures of what we experience out in the field. And for the last year or so, up until maybe a month or so, I've been handling exclusively working with our staff leading code enforcement, code compliance. And I learned a lot. I did a lot of site visits with the staff and got to see some of the not so great parts of our county. One thing we get a lot of is garbage. Garbage on someone's property. So not in a road right away, not someone dumping it on a vacant piece of property, but just an accumulation of garbage. And this is because a lot of county residents don't have service with waste management. And so then the garbage just piles up on their property because we don't have mandatory garbage here. In your staff report, I did give you some statistics. And between August 2018 and August 2021, we had nearly 400 garbage complaints that CDD was working on. So the next thing that this is a picture of, obviously, is cannabis. We do have an active cannabis enforcement program. We just don't advertise it like some of our neighboring counties do. So when we go out and cut down 1,700 plants, we don't send a press release out, mostly because we're still processing those cases and that information is still confidential. So, but we do have an active cannabis cannabis enforcement program with the resources that we have. Another complaint that we do go out and inspect, this is our environmental health division and sometimes our building division, is substandard housing. This could be housing without septic systems, houses without water. It also could be that they may have mold in the home, and these are very difficult because these are usually tenants, and there's usually a landlord, and so it's a very sensitive issue in terms of making sure that staff is making the right decision with the enforcement, but not creating a situation where someone doesn't have a place to live. And so those are handled very delicately. And so now I'm going to turn it back over to Kim so she can go through some of the other things that they encounter in the field.
Thanks, Quincy. Okay, so this is an example of obstructing an easement, and this actually wasn't just a public easement up in Strawberry, it was also adjacent to our road right-of-way. And so that we worked with actually community development and code compliance because there was also an electronic gate that was not set back far enough. So that's the thing about these complaints, there's often commingled, multiple violations on one site. Here's a photo of a grading violation. So grading must be permitted if it's more than 50 cubic yards. And to give you an idea of what that is, I mean, your pickup, the back of a pickup is about 2 cubic yards. So you can envision a lot of soil can be moved before we actually have to move in for a violation. There also, and Brian can help me out here, if there's grading that's done under a building permit and it's less than 3 acres, that's covered under the building permit, correct? Okay. Next slide, please. And this is an example of an encroachment violation that Supervisor Campbell is aware of. This is actually a cut right into our roadway. This is one of the more extreme cases of an illegal driveway. But we do have some set standards. Usually you have to use asphalt right up to the roadway, and it's all about protecting the road. And this, of course, is very egregious. We don't allow this. But as we'll talk about later, there aren't a whole lot of disincentives to keep people from breaking the ordinance code. You want me to just jump into it? Okay. So for grading and encroachments, the ordinance code has really been watered down and refers back to chapter 1.10, which is the process of opportunity to correct followed by the notice and order. So we will be proposing to the board a change in the ordinance that sets penalties that will act more as a deterrent, we hope. Currently, if someone is caught illegally grading, they are provided with an OTC, which means they come in and they pay for a permit. So they're really not out anything. There's no real disincentive to violating grading or encroachment ordinance. For easements, I already touched on the process of determining if private versus public, the location of the easement, educating the parties involved, and it can really be very time-consuming for all staff. Usually there's a neighborly dispute involved that often leads to quite a few follow-up calls, emails, and at times in-person meetings. For garbage complaints, as I've said, they've been handled where different divisions take the lead depending on what's involved. But I think we're going to work with CDD and code compliance to really streamline that. And I think that's about all we really want to talk about on enforcement right now. I think now, code compliance.
I had one quick question, Kim. On the grading violations, can you just describe some of the potential repercussions when we have bad grading things that happen out there?
Well, obviously, the big one is drainage, slope instability. Fish and wildlife can be involved, and of course, we have to report whenever there's something that could possibly violate. We have to keep them informed. We have I would like to say like a hotline to the water board. But really, it's about, it's drainage and keeping your neighbor in without being adversely impacted.
Exactly, and that's what I was kind of getting to. This isn't just a situation where they're doing something and, oh, you didn't get a permit to do it, but it has direct effects on other properties, neighbors or businesses, and our own public roadways and areas too. So, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to turn this part of the presentation over to Brian Bell, our Chief Building Official, and he's going to walk you and the public through the process that community development and code compliance goes through with respect to investigation and enforcement. There's a lot of acronyms. There's a lot of different timeframes. So try to bear with us, and we're happy to answer questions as we go along because the process is cumbersome in order to ensure that we follow due process to make sure that we're treating everyone fairly. So Brian?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Brian Bell, CDD. I have the privilege of explaining to you some of this enforcement and investigation process that we have in code compliance. As you can imagine, of course, we received a complaint from a member of the public. And the thing to understand is sometimes that complaint is driven by either a neighbor or someone who happens to be in the area, and they recognize that and turn it into us to investigate. If it is more of a health and safety violation or built work without permits, our staff in the field who recognize this will also turn this in and post red tags on particular sites. Once we receive those complaints, however they come in, we create those cases, and of course, we begin the investigation. That is begun in the office. We investigate the parcels that are being identified to have violations on them, ensure that they haven't already obtained the proper permits and the neighbor may or may not be aware, ensure that any entitlements or other things that are associated with that parcel are confirmed. And we can review photographs and other evidence that they might have provided for us and give the investigators a good effort to understand what they're walking into before they get on site. And of course, it helps them in the process of completing the investigation. It is important to note that either a site visit or photo verification is used. A lot of times, as long as the photographs that we receive from the complainants are obtained illegally, such as from a public way or their own yard, things of that nature where they have a legal right to be, we use that as evidence in the course of our investigation. Thank you. Once all of the pre-investigative process is undertaken and the complaint is found to be valid, the extent and severity of that complaint must be verified. So determining that something is a health and safety violation is of paramount importance. We want to make sure that all of the things that rise to the egregious level of impacting the public in a direct, unhealthy, and unsafe way is addressed as soon as possible. Those particular instances go to our notice and order phase. By ordinance, we're allowed to go straight to a fine. There is no opportunity to correct at that phase once it's recognized to be an ultimate health and safety issue. Some of those examples are substandard housing, cannabis, leaking or failing septic systems, dangerous buildings, and accumulated solid waste. Those are very well spelled out in the ordinance as we currently have it. If a health and safety violation is not found, we routinely provide opportunities to correct, or OTCs. This gives the parcel owner the option within a typical 30-day time frame to come into compliance. And the whole idea, of course, behind co-compliance is to gain compliance. We want safe properties and healthy environments. The timeframes associated with most of these notices do vary. The OTC is typically up to 30 days, not to exceed 90 days. And the notice and order is issued, and that is typically 15 days, unless it's related to cannabis. Our ordinance is very specific about cannabis only getting a 5-day compliance mechanism, and that is associated with the fines and everything else that go into that part of the process.
Brian, really
yes, sir.
quick. You said 30 days and then 90 days. Can you explain the standard OTC?
Yes, sir. The 30 days is typically issued at 30 days. So we typically give anyone 30 days to come into compliance without the threat of penalty or fine. If they work with us inside of that time frame, they can also ask for extensions, such as if things are going to take longer to clean up or what have you. We tend to work with folks in that regard to try and, again, gain compliance.
Okay, thank you.
The ordinance itself relates to not to exceed 90 days. So we have some flexibility in the time frame we give them, but we try to stick to 30 as a general rule. The appeal process, once a notice and order is issued, the person under violation has 15 days to file an appeal with your board. If that appeal is not filed in time, then it is recognized in ordinance that that fine is accepted, the violations are deemed to be true, and that that person has recognized or forfeited their right to appeal any of the actions against them. The final abatement order is also deemed issuance, if you will, at that moment, once the 15-day appeal period is exceeded. And if the payment is not received within 30 days, then the lien process begins. So what happens if an appeal is filed? A hearing, of course, is scheduled before your board. Your board hears all the facts in the case and then makes a determination on if a violation existed or not, of course, and we proceed from that moment. At the end of all of these processes, so the opportunity to correct, the notice and order, and the issuance of a final abatement order, the case has been processed and all due process has been served to the violators. The thing to understand is that the payment of those fines may or may not have been made. Even if they have been made, a lot of times the violation may still exist. The process in and of itself does not lend to an ultimate abatement of everything under the current rules that we operate under. So what happens now? The chicken wants to know. The issuance of a final abatement order gives the county the authorization to abate or clean up and eliminate the violation. The challenging portions of that, I guess, are better said. The abatements are funded with the Co-Compliance Trust Fund, and that is usually funded either through collection of fines or penalties, as well as any contribution, of course, the board sees fit to provide to assist in those abatements. And an enforcement warrant or court order is required to enforce the final abatement order. An RFP process is typically facilitated through our facilities department. A contractor selected, the abatement happens, of course, and the lien is applied to the parcel in and of itself for recruitment of those funds. So that was you, sorry.
We haven't rehearsed very well, so we're going to fight for the microphone up here. So in getting towards the end here, just wanted to highlight some of the process challenges that we've experienced in code compliance and across the board. One is obviously that, well, I keep saying obviously, it's not obvious, I'm sorry. One is that the property owner pays the fine but does not resolve the violation. So they've met their requirement in current code, but the violation still exists. Sometimes that results in us opening another case because someone will call back and say, hey, it's still not resolved. So we have to open a case, go through the same process that did not result in the abatement in the first place. Another potential is that the property owner does not pay the fine and does not clear the violation. So then again, we could go through that whole process again, put a lien on the property, but the violation is still there, and the liens are rarely paid. They're usually paid out of an escrow when the property transfers hands, but the liens are rarely paid off. Another challenge in the process is if the county comes to the plate and goes through the abatement process, we're using funds from the Code Compliance Trust Fund, which are limited. So we really do save these for the most egregious violations, but that is a small percentage of the violations that still exist across the county.
The ordinance code challenges that we are currently up against is the no permit violation language to ensure a violation can have ongoing penalties. The current, sorry to elaborate a bit more, the no permit violations currently have no recurring violations. If I'm building a house without a permit, as long as I come in within 30 days, I'm not going to get fined anything. There's not a lot of disincentive to start that process, as Ms. McFarland had mentioned earlier, and that can make things very challenging. The applicability of our 5-year statute of limitations, currently if those situations can get very cumbersome as well. Again, not to elaborate too much there. The fine structure is, once again, doesn't lend very much to a deterrent and can become challenging in identifying ways to encourage folks to not be violators and or help them understand the rules and ensure that we can stop these from ever becoming violations to begin with.
So some other considerations for your board and the public to consider is, do we shorten the timeframes to compliance? Should we increase fines and penalties? There are some limitations on how large those fines can be, but is there room to explore increasing those? Should we be adding fines and penalties for some of the violations that currently have no fines and penalties? And we've talked a little bit about that. Should we have, if we have calls that we get that oftentimes I'll get emails or calls from the supervisors with complaints, and my response is, well, we don't enforce that, or there's nothing in the code to prevent that from happening. A lot of those things related to noise. So do we create additional structures within the ordinance code to handle the complaints that we get that we're not able to help with? Another way to look at it is, do we change the ordinance code to relax regulations? Maybe there's things that are in the ordinance code that we're enforcing that we should relax and maybe not enforce so strictly. One of these is, just for consideration, is sheltering in an RV dwelling or an RV for longer than 30 days. I can tell you what ends up happening is, as soon as we start issuing notices to a particular RV, it moves. for 30 days. And then we issue another notice and it moves and it moves. And we end up chasing these RVs all around the county, which, there could be a better use of county resources. And, in terms of illegal dumping, is there a process where we want to then sort of inspect that, the refuse, find identification and see if we can verify who did that dumping and then enforce against that responsible party? So Tracy always likes me to give the 1, 2, 3, and today it's up to 6. So just want to review what we've gone over. We reviewed what is code compliance and who's involved. We did provide some statistics on successes and some of the financial information that, oops, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Some financial information that we have in our staff report. It's always 2. I should have waited for that second one. We explained the general investigation and enforcement process, identified challenges to resolution of violations in our existing process. We briefly talked about some code language that we could consider updating and identified other potential changes that the board may want to implement. And so before we go to questions and comments, I just want to remind your board that the goal for today is to try to stay at a very high level. Not to necessarily get into the weeds of how the operations occur, but really talk more about what you would like to see us go back and work on and possibly bring some options back to your board. And finally, I would just remind your board that that open cases are confidential, and so I would discourage you from discussing any open cases that you may be hearing about or working on with code compliance. So with that, I want to thank our Public Works team, and I want to thank Brian, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, so just starting out, I wanted to clarify one thing. What are you looking for from us? Because do you have, so some of the things you brought up is, should we increase fines, penalties? Should we make our rules more strict? Should we put in a process to inspect illegal dumping? Are those recommendations from your staff? Do you have recommendations on those things? Because I'm just looking for something that we can go off of to decide where to start in this discussion, because it's kind of wide open with where we're at right now.
Sure. So the purpose of us coming to you today is, with the additional resources that your board has dedicated to code compliance, we want to make sure that we're executing a process that that includes your vision for how it would work. So I frequently am in communication with all of you and hear and can read between the lines the frustration of some of the challenges where essentially we get to no resolution. So I'm interested, and our Public Works is interested in hearing from the board today on ideas you may have of what changes you would like to see in the ordinance, or just general feedback about your frustration so that I can then translate that with staff into action items. So we're not here with recommendations today. We're not asking for specific action other than any direction you want us to explore, or your vision for the code enforcement program based on what you've been experiencing as you've participated in the process.
Okay, so that's not a real structured plan. So I'm trying to get some structure out of this. So you cited some specific things that you were looking for feedback on. Could you go back to that slide? So do you have any recommendations about whether we should change any of these, or there must have been a reason why you brought up these particular bullet points.
These
so
are some
I'm
of
trying
the
to figure out what is our role in discussing these with you, rather than just kind of, shoot from the hip with ideas that each of the 5 of us might have.
It's our goal as staff to refine the code compliance program. Some of these are considerations that could be done. It's important for us that the program reflect your vision. And so we really do, for some of these I think there's consensus from staff about adding fines and penalties for those violations that have none.
Okay.
But I know that you're all very active in forwarding code compliance issues to me, and I've observed over the last 8 or 9 months that your board is very active in social media about code compliance complaints and is frustrated that we can't get cases to resolve. And so that's why we're bringing you this existing process and asking for any input you might have as to how you would like to see it changed.
Okay. All right, well, keeping in mind that we do want to keep it high level and not get too much into the weeds about, what, do you want to know is like what the fines should be if we're going to implement greater fine? I mean, do you want us to get down to that level? What level are we?
No, I don't think that we need to discuss
Okay.
specific monetary values, but.
So you just want to know, should we look at increasing fines and penalties and
Do
then
you want
telling you
fines?
staff to do that?
Yeah, do you want fines for repeat offenders? Do you
Okay.
want an escalating penalty structure for repeat offenders? For people who, like Brian described, who start building and then there's no penalty if they come in within 30 days. Is that something? So, code compliance, and Brian can probably, maybe I'll lead in with this and then he can add to it, but there's a sweet spot in code compliance, and we've talked about this a little bit, where if you don't have any fines or structure to it, then you have a lot of violations, and you have people who won't come get permits. And if it's too high, then, it can become too oppressive in some ways. So there is a sweet spot that staff will take your input from and input on today and bring back to you where we think that the benchmark should be.
Okay. I know Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Half have been chomping at the bit to add, but what I'm going to suggest is, once you ask your questions, we'll shall we go down the line with each bullet point and give a thumbs up, thumbs down? Because I'm just a little
Can we
concerned.
just comment on them?
Well, I mean, I think what they're looking for is actual direction. And so you need a thumbs up and or thumbs down.
Supervisor Campbell, could we maybe I can help too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way that we can talk about this without it just being a free-for-all about code compliance, which is an extremely
Right.
complex issue that we're not going to.
So what staff is looking to your board from, is on each of these items, do you want them to return with recommendations in each of those areas? They're not asking for specifics right now because that will take time from them and from others. But do you want shorter time frames for compliance? If the answer is yes, staff will return with some recommendations of what those shorter timeframes should be and according to their, what they are seeing and what they're experiencing, both in terms of the quantity of complaints, the quality of the complaints, right? They need to be able to give you those recommendations. Increase in fines and penalties. Well, the problem is you don't know what some of those fines and penalties are right now. Do you want them to return and have a study session on fines and penalties? So those are where they need to know where you would like them to spend time, and then they will go, they'll do the research, they'll come back with strong recommendations from the staff's perspective of how this would be best implemented. But first, do you want all of those things? Do you want some of those things? What is the highest priority for you?
Okay, all right. Sorry, Supervisor Kirk.
I'm going to ask a couple questions, and then I'm going to put a timer on myself for 3 minutes, because I could see this going on forever. My clarifying questions are, when I look at like the attachment A, the violation of building and safety code provisions, like I think what a lot of this is getting at is really egregious violations. What if I'm a homeowner, I'm paying contractors to build my home, and they have, simple violations? Are we talking about those type of violations? Because I know that's why we have inspectors and whatnot. Is this going to apply to builders who are simply building and maybe missing something in code? Or is this more for egregious, like not pulling out a permit, hacking up? I mean, does that make sense?
Sure. The violations in and of themselves are any work undertaken that would have required a building permit under ordinance that was not obtained.
So if I'm building and I miss something per code, would I be $100 fine for making a mistake? Or I guess that's what the 30-day window would.
Well, again, if you didn't realize that you needed a permit for said work, that's again where the 30 days, that opportunity to correct with no fine, because there are some folks, of course, who aren't aware of the rules.
Okay.
And may need some grace in that regard. And then, of course, I would be lying to say otherwise, that there are some builders out there who just knowingly build without permits, who are repeat offenders.
So I get the no building permit, because that's actually, you can't do that. But if I have a permit and I'm building and I
No, that
make
does
mis-
not apply.
Okay,
No, sir.
that's my question.
That's the normal correction and inspection process.
I just want to make sure I'm not going to get calls
Yes,
from
sir.
builders saying, now we're going to get hit with.
Not at all, no,
Okay.
sir.
So that was my clarifying question. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to start the timer in a minute. I'm going to go through these bullet points that you guys listed and try and do it in 3 minutes and kind of give a high-level view of where I think.
Do you need this?
What's that?
Do you need this? This is what they're asking us.
Yes, but I want to look at it because I made notes. Where am I at? Don't start the clock yet. Where I just had it. Oh, here's right here. Okay. So my questions, look at now when you have a clock, you get all nervous. So when we're talking about shorter timeframes for compliance, I would recommend shorter time frames for compliance for those issues such as garbage or safety. Like, or I know a lot of things fall into safety, but things that we're talking about, when I think of shortening the timeframes, I think of septic issues, water and septic issues, and garbage issues. I think the other ones, I would be okay with your recommendation on timeframes, but for those items, I would like to see it a shorter timeframe, quicker to correct. For increase in fines and penalties, I think the health and safety violations, I think they should definitely be much harder, much quicker. So if the first violation is $100, that's not much of a deterrent. So I would say $500 or $1,000. I want to hit the hammer with health and safety issues when it comes to garbage or water or sewage. I think it's reasonable for the other ones to, again, I would be open to your suggestions for the other ones, but I'm just thinking of the nasty, dirty, environmental type ones. I would be fine with hitting harder, quicker, especially garbage. Add fines and penalties for violations related to grading, encroachments, and easements obstructions. If there's not fines and penalties, it sounds like you guys are talking about adding them. I would be okay with that. I don't know what level that should be, but I leave that up to you. Changes in ordinance code to have stricter rules regarding typical violations. I would need more information on that. You could maybe enlighten me more on that. I don't know what that would mean so anyways, I need more information on that. Changes to the ordinance code to relax regulations, so so it sounds like there are some, like you said, you're the professional, where we're chasing our tail, so why do it? So I would agree that we shouldn't be wasting resources where we couldn't. And fines for illegal dumping if identifying documentation was found within the materials, absolutely, and very hard. We need to, we're talking with Waste Management about potentially, them giving us a service to be dealing with some of these abatement or these waste issues. And if we don't have a hammer, I think that's going to open up. I think there's going to be a lot more dumps, and if we don't have the enforcement to go after people, then we're just going to create a huge problem. I think it's going to open up a can of worms. So that in a nutshell is kind of where I'm at. My only other question I forgot to ask, and look at that, I did it under 3 minutes, is cannabis. Why wouldn't cannabis be under Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office? Because it's an illegal, it's a drug issue. I'm curious why it's not with them and with you guys.
The
The illegal portion of it.
county decided several years ago that illegal cannabis above the allowed plant counts was a land use issue
Land use.
and zoning issue. And so that's why it resides in CDD and not the sheriff's department.
So what do other counties do? I guess I'd like
It
to know, what do
varies.
other,
It varies.
Okay, I would think it would be more of a sheriff issue.
And it also depends on if you allow commercial cannabis and other things too.
Right, which
So-
we don't, so
which
it's
we
an
don't.
illegal,
So it's considered a land use issue, so it resides in CDD.
it does. Okay.
Supervisor Kirk, it also will make a difference, and I don't know our district attorney, but in some counties, some district attorneys are not prosecuting on cannabis because of the fact that it's been voted on in so many different ways. So in some areas, law enforcement is not involved because district attorney won't prosecute, so therefore it's a waste of resources. I have not checked that is what's happening here, but as Quincy stated, it was decided some time ago that this was a land use issue and not a law enforcement issue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I am so happy that this is coming to the board to start weighing in on and to, make some changes, because I think the changes are long overdue. I'm going to be really quick. I don't think I need a timer at all. Yes on everything, and I would want to know on the changes to the ordinance code to relax regulations. I can't think of any offhand where I'd want to relax them, but maybe there are some. So I'd want to know staff recommendations for which ones we have that might need to be relaxed. But definitely shorter timeframes for compliance, because of the complaints that I've brought to your attention and to Kim's attention, the amount of time that people are given to correct, and then they move on to the next phase, and then they drag that on, and then, it's so much staff time, and it's such a waste. So definitely shorter times. I would bow to you for your recommendations as far as what you think is appropriate. I liked your comment on the sweet spot, and I would rely on staff also for that recommendation. Where's the window? This is too low, yet this is too high. Where's that sweet spot? And yeah, just yes on everything else. So that's my comments.
Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, I'm very equally happy to see this before the board, because we do get a lot of complaints about this. I'm a big believer that the worst law we can implement is one that's ineffectual and then not able to be followed through on and change behavior. And so as we move forward, I think in looking at fire safety, as we look forward at, I think, addressing homelessness and dumping in the county, we need to have the codes and then the staffing and the resources to follow up on that compliance chain. So I think this is another link in that, and it's going to be very important. For all of the considerations and challenges you pointed out there, very similar with Supervisor Half, all of them I'm in favor of. And the only one would be in the relaxing regulations, RV dwellings. I don't think that's necessary. And I can't also think of any place that they necessarily need to, on this issue, be relaxed. If you have one you feel strongly about, I'd be interested in hearing it, but I'm not aware of any of all the ones that have come up where they've said this has been too strict, too difficult. My recommendations outside of that, these, looks like 11 items, would be first, setting up some type of fair but scaling system for severity. Somebody with their, garbage can tipped over that's got a pile there, versus somebody like that house, versus some property with 200 cubic yards and is running effectively a dump, need to be treated differently. I think they're very different situations, and then how that's done in a fair way. But I don't think that the punishment should be fair if also the violation is not equal to an extent. So options for that. Second would be adding modifiers based on people's behavior. So for example, if this was willful and not an inadvertent violation, if it was severe, as we mentioned, if this is a recurring violation that's happened multiple times, if it is a stacked violation, as in you're having to come out for different violations all at the same time, having it be more severe, some type of modification. And on the other side, also offering more of a carrot approach. For folks who are cooperative and working with the county, offer those extensions and have that codified, that as long as you're working with us and trying to find a resolution, we're going to work with you back. If it's an involuntary issue where other people are dumping something on your property and you've taken the steps you need to correct it, then that should be counted too. And then for priorities, establishing what we want to be the hardest on. I said it before, I agree that no mercy for dumping. That is something that we should absolutely throw the book at people for. It is lazy. It is really, really alienating. It damages our environment and has huge health implications. And I want us to change behavior on that. And I want us to make an example of somebody who is making money off of dumping illegal garbage in the county, or just not willing to drive that extra couple miles. All right, I'm going to go like 30 seconds over. Also looking at fire safety violations, for example, electrical, anything like that, that really has an ignition potential. sewer water interaction and hazardous waste. I think those need to be our highest category. Second would be anything related to general residential or commercial health and safety, outside storage, vegetation management, things that are very important, but I think can be a lower level there. And then lastly, having things like the encroachment grading, illegal dwellings, other things that I think are important, but we can follow kind of a normal compliance process. And I definitely agree with the recurring fees and fines. If it's not brought into compliance, biggest challenge has been a one-time fee and then no ability to follow up on that. And a lot of people just choose to pay the fee and not correct it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So first question, when do we get that third compliance officer?
That would be great. We did offer that third position. It was declined. So we are in the process, of course, of trying to coordinate co-compliance and streamline our efforts, identifying what our best next steps will be when it comes to staffing. So we do have our new co-compliance investigator on staff. He's been here about 2 solid weeks now, almost 2 solid weeks, week and a half. But fitting in great, doing a great job, but our next step is to look at how we can best utilize the resources you've given us to ensure that we're getting those investigators out there and getting these cases investigated.
Okay. So looking at your list, considering these things, shorter timeframes for compliance. Yeah, if anything, we get lots of contact on different activities. And the most common thing I hear over and over again is, how come it's taken so long? What can we do about this? And so, now just because you've got a shorter time frame to begin with doesn't mean that it's really going to lessen the overall process, but at least it, gets attention, in the immediate. Increase in fines and penalties, when I look at, in the board memo, your chart, so it shows building, they've had about a 16% success rate, and solid waste has had 15%. The other categories are under 1%. And so that tells the story, right? And it's also, we're keying in, and I agree with my other supervisors, and, Supervisor Kirk mentioned it first, trash, safety, we've heard that. And the 2 areas where you're having success is building and solid waste. And so building has a lot of safety implications, and solid waste is what we're really trying to key in on and do something. I'm also hearing that there's a fair amount of grading issues. I know not too long ago I went on a tour, around my district, and we just driving around looking at different areas, and I heard staff, say, oh, I don't know if that one's on the list. Oh, that looks like an illegal, grading or non-compliant, so if we don't have anything there, we should enact something, in that area. On the other fines, right, if either we've got to have a new approach on those ones, when we're looking at multi-million-dollar fines and penalties and this much return, either we need to take a fresh look at different approaches, and I'm not saying I have an answer. I know that it's a struggle for you guys. Talking with your compadres in other counties and areas, maybe they have, some thoughts, but I know you do that, already. But, we've got tremendous amount, and we're not recouping, hardly anything on it. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense, when we're in those routes. I don't know about the RV dwelling, thing. It apparently, I hear you, Quincy, when you say you're chasing that RV around the county. They keep moving the thing. I don't know. Go out and hit them the first time and take 2 wheels off. I don't know. you know, I mean, I have no idea, you know, obviously this is, you can't intrude upon, you know, people's property rights, but, you know, again, that's, you know, that's an area, but it wouldn't be the highest one on my priority, you know, certainly, I mean, but I know people do get very upset, you know, when somebody comes and parks in their neighborhood and they're making noise, they've got their own trash issues, and, you know, lots of things happen. Yeah, other than that, just, as we've talked about, you know, trash, let's get rid of this trash. One of the reasons why I asked is when you're getting your third, you know, compliance person, I'm in favor of a more concentrated approach. You know, when we have, especially on a more serious violator, you know, get 2 or 3 people or even 4 people out there at once and pick it apart, and, you know, the extra set of eyes, you know, can pick out and see things maybe that one person doesn't see, and then just stay on them. You know, just, and let's bang that one out and then move on to the next one. You know, that's kind of that more big jump on approach. So hope that helps. Thanks.
Okay, I do have some thoughts on this. First, I did want to see, do we have any public comments on this item, on code compliance? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak on this? Okay, do we have anybody that's called in? Okay, well, that makes it a quick transition then. So I'll just kind of go down the line. The first one, I will say that we put a lot of money into code compliance in the past few months. And so I felt it was self-evident that we would probably want to see shorter timeframes for compliance with that. But what I wanted to ask you is, do you see it feasible that we can shorten timeframes for compliance? Because I don't want to ask you to do something like that and then find out there are obstacles to it, or I guess what I'm getting at is, why is that a bullet point on there, and what can we do about it?
So, basically, do we want to move faster to a notice and order? Do you want to give people less time to have an opportunity to correct non-health and safety violations without fines and penalties?
Okay.
Knowing that in our table, they're not going to pay the fine and penalty anyway, you know, or not, they're not going to, but we have low success rates on receiving those fines and penalties. So do we want to move to that phase faster?
Okay, and thank you. That really clarifies a lot more. And that's what I kind of thought we were getting at, but just wanted to make sure. I tend to think that we probably should. I like to give people as much grace as possible. I do think that, you know, when people make mistakes or they do things on their property that is out of compliance with the code, a lot of times people aren't aware of it. Oftentimes they are. But in those cases where it's somebody that just made a mistake, if they're trying to rectify it, that says something. If it's somebody that's just not communicating, not working on improving the situation, then just move it right through the process and start putting the fines on. You know, so I guess I look at it differently depending on whether or not the person involved is making an effort to rectify the situation. But if they're not, then, you know, then they're not.
And I would just add to that.
Then I see no reason to take longer.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, that once we go to the online permitting, if it's a no permit violation, they won't even have to come to our office anymore. You know, sometimes they need plans drawn, they need things like that. So there's circumstances, once they apply, we can have them continue to work through the process. But, you know, 30 days, you need time to get down to the office and do your business. But now that obstruction will go away.
Okay, so long story short, yes, I do support that, and I would honestly leave it to you to figure out what that time frame what would be appropriate there, because I wouldn't necessarily know, with all of the different codes and all the different violations, what is an appropriate time to respond. So I hope that, you know, you can kind of work on that. I think increasing the fines and penalties is probably long past due in a lot of areas. And again, I would look to staff to kind of flesh out what that means based on what neighboring counties are doing and other criteria that you use your expertise to.
And I would add that we
divine.
work really closely with county council on those fines and penalties to make sure that we're staying within other statutes and other case law to make sure that we're not just setting ourselves up for future lawsuits for having onerous fines and penalties.
And then ditto the third bullet, fines and penalties for violations and grading, encroachment, and easement. And then the changes to the ordinance code, stricter rules, I agree with. Actually, let's just jump down to the RV dwelling. That's the only one that I really don't agree with. I look at my district. I do not think that RV dwelling, that we should relax regulations on that. And I'm speaking from experience where I have different neighborhoods. And again, not talking about specific instances, but in the past, there have been single unit properties that were built on a small lot with a septic system that was designed for a small house, sometimes a small house that wasn't even intended to be lived in 365 days a year. And then you add an RV to that, and then all of a sudden the septic tank overflows and spills into a creek. And sometimes that happens more than once a year in the same creek. So I'm actually concerned about some of the changes to what constitutes a dwelling unit, and I would not support relaxing that. And then fines for illegal dumping, I'm right on board with Supervisor Brandon, go get them. You know, it's really frustrating because it's kind of like, you know, somebody that's got a mattress or a bunch of household waste and they dump it on the side of the road. It's like, here you go. Now my problem's everyone else's problem. You know, it's the county's problem. It's every passer, every person that drives by it. It's their problem now, where it was just one person's problem, and now it's the entire community's problem. And anything that we can do to start clamping down on that, I think we need to do. And we are, and really, I got to applaud you and Public Works. They're taking some steps right now to make things better. So I'm hoping that we keep on that path. That's all I had. Did you need anything else? Okay. Any other discussion? Yeah, Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, and just one final point on what you were saying too, with dumping. If there can be specific language, the ones that most irk me, because those really do bother me too, because it's just laziness and putting it on somebody else. But there's even a worse group of that, is the folks hauling off stuff and getting paid to do so. And then they're going to sites like on Mount Provo and like off of, you know, highways and that, and dumping that. Because to me, that's not only dumping, that's fraud in what they're actually doing. And they're taking residents who are trying to do the right thing and breaking that trust. If there's a way to include regulation on that specifically, so that if we do catch one of these people doing that, again, throw the book at them.
Thank you. So we're gonna, I appreciate all of your input, and we're going to be going back and working with our team to come up with some responses to the input that we've heard today. We'll be working with County Council, and we'll be bringing back something to you in terms of a time frame. Lots of competing priorities, but I know this is a big one, and it's evident, of course, and we're grateful by all the resources that you've given this topic. So this is at the top of our pile, and we're hoping to bring something back to you as soon as we can, and getting closer to that sweet spot, that window of a really effective code compliance program. So thank you.
All right, well, thanks very much. And yeah, you guys are really doing a great job. And I think this board has shown we have a lot of faith in you and your abilities, and we're willing to back you up in anything that you need. So please keep the lines of communication going and go out there and keep doing a great job. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a short break. Reconvene at 2:40. All right, so welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for September 14th, 2021. So we're on to item 12, which is I'll go ahead and let the board clerk read that.
Thank you. Item number 12, consideration of providing final direction on the development of a business license ordinance.
Hello.
All right, good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and of course, Chris Schmidt with the County Counsel's Office. So we are here looking for your board's final direction on the business license program, really. We have discussed this in January, and then we brought back some kind of a draft in April that had some input from your board. So here today, there's a staff kind of report here that contains all of the items that we heard consensus from your board on. This is our direction to your board, or our request rather, of how we develop the ordinance. The ordinance is mostly complete in draft form, contains all of these items in this memo. So when we look at what staff is recommending, it is what's in this memo, short of one minor change, which I'll get to when we talk about exemptions. And so just wanted to, kind of lay that out there. So I'm going to go through these items and then looking for any final direction from your board on how you would like to see the business ordinance drafted. Okay, so first starting with the purpose. So the purpose of the ordinance itself would be to authorize the licensee or the business licensee, basically to have a business here in the county. And it is important to remember, and there's a little more information there, later on in the memo. But this business license is only, we've heard loud and clear from your board that your board wants to have the information on businesses, and that's all that this business license ordinance would be for. So there is no additional requirements or inspections or anything else beyond what a business is already required to do, either by a county's local ordinance or by the state or federal government. All this ordinance is for is to be able to have a record of the businesses that we have here in the county for communication, education, variety of purposes. So the administration process of the business license itself. Starting in the county clerk's office, it would be the county clerk who administers the ordinance, provides the forms, maintains the digital platform, issues, renews, revokes, or suspends the license, collects the fees, and then decides disputes concerning licenses. The Office of Revenue Recovery will collect any delinquent fees or penalties. County council, of course, will provide enforcement support, including any court action, et cetera, as they normally do for these types of things. And then your board would be the one to hear the appeals from a decision from the clerk related to a business license. And again, this is the standard process for a lot of our ordinances. So exemptions. What your board said at the last meeting in April when we discussed this was that all businesses would be required to obtain a license, except for, of course, those who by law are exempt from a license, such as like banks, insurance companies, a handful of other folks. Your board also wanted to exclude all agriculture from requiring business licenses. And so this is where, as staff, we have discussed this fairly extensively. We would ask your board to consider requiring ag businesses still be required to have a license. Again, when you look at what the purpose of the license is for educating businesses, having information about what businesses we have here in the community, knowing that ag and natural resources, which are a part of ag, are a really big economic driver here in our county. Having information about what types of businesses we have here in the county would be really important information to have. If your board is interested in including ag as a requirement for the business license, you could select or opt to have ag businesses be exempt from the fee. And we'll talk about what the fee is in a bit. So that's just something to consider. So, And then there are some other businesses that are exempt from fees, and those are set by statute as well. Nonprofit and religious organizations, and a handful of others. And so that would be contained in the ordinance. And then the other business that your board has requested be exempt from a license are short-term businesses. So any businesses that operate for less than 60 days in total. So not 60 days a year, but 60 days in total. The term of the license will be for 1 year. It'll be renewed January 1st each year. And that will make sure that the information about the business is up to date. Each business that has a branch or facility in the county will be required to have a license for each one of those branches. And then, yes, there will be a penalty. And this, as you might recall, your board discussed pretty extensively about what the penalty and how that process should work. The penalty will be assessed starting March 1st. So you're required to renew your license January 1st. Starting March 1st, you would be late, basically. And there would be a penalty. And the penalty would be the cost of the license for the year multiplied by each number of years the business is found without the license but should have one. And then for enforcement. So the business license ordinance, again, to go back to what I said before, there is no additional enforcement or regulatory items in the ordinance for businesses to make sure that they are in compliance with, say, environmental health laws or any other code enforcement things that you heard about before. This business licenses ordinance does not have those types of regulations in it. There are other ordinances that the county has that has other regulations that would subject businesses to those other kind of enforcement actions. I hope that makes sense. And then lastly, as I mentioned, this ordinance does not require any additional inspections, any additional, anything else sort of imposed on it. The only thing this ordinance does is requires that every business get a license for the fee every year. And so getting to the fee. As I mentioned, the county clerk will be administering this program. We are recommending that the fee for the business license be set at $32, which again is the full cost recovery for the service. So the county clerk and auditor controller does anticipate using her existing staff in her office to administer this program, which means that the cost will be automatically included in the fiscal 21-22 adopted budget. So your board could waive the fee for a period of time, but just know that that's less revenue that we will collect every year, but the cost is already built in to the budget, if that, again, makes sense. Okay, so that's sort of the components of the program that we heard from your board, just looking for that final direction before we develop the ordinance. We'll bring it back for a first reading and then a second reading. It will go into effect starting January 1st per your board's direction. So I'm open to any other input that you might have, but again, all of the things that I highlighted in the staff memo and just now are what we are recommending as staff that the business license ordinance look like, with the exception of perhaps including ag businesses to be required to have a license, with perhaps the option that they are exempt from the fee of $32 a year.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for your hard work on this. Questions, comments from the board? Who wants to start?
Let's see. I think with everything, it should be fine as it is in the staff memo. I'd be fine with removing the exemption by industry. I'd recommend the 1 year free sign up, but then if people don't take advantage of that, they would then have to cover that first year and the second year, just as an incentive, because otherwise I don't think anybody will take advantage of it. One question is on changing the date from January 1st. Whether that's going to be difficult for some, for example, in the hospitality business, Christmas, New Year's, all of that. If there may be a more desirable date that could be more of a low season across the board for a lot of these businesses. If there's really practical reasons for January 1st, then I understand. I would like to see, if possible, for a renewal process, if there's some way to be able to set that up so it's easier to do, instead of having to fill out the same information and form, if there's a way to certify effectively nothing's changed in the business. I think that would be really helpful, just making it easier to work with. And the information on which businesses end up getting a license, we should, I believe, make available to all the chambers of commerce locally as well, so they can be able to reach out to those businesses as well and kind of partner with them. My last question is related to applicability for some of the Title 17 sections under home occupations and cottage industries. And I don't know whether it would apply to those.
I mean, how the ordinance is written right now is that all businesses would be required to have a license, even if they operate out of their home.
Is there a specific, are you talking about the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, so just the section is under Title 17. So cottage industries would be under $10,000, I think, of a home-produced product. And then a home occupation could be a home office for a counselor or, a massage therapist or something like that. Are we going to be, we had some of this discussion on Title 17 in potentially controlling what may be prohibited uses that are just incompatible with residential areas, but not requiring explicitly a license to operate their business out of their home. It sounds like as it's written, they probably would right now, and whether we would want to exempt them if that's useful information.
I think I know what you're getting at, and that's business is authorized by zoning, and it's not really linked to the business ordinance. The business ordinance is solely, as Liz said, it's very broad. It applies to all business unless exempt, regardless of the zoning. However, if there's a violation, what this would do is bring it onto the radar of the county. So if there is a serious violation for zoning, it could be referred to a department for follow-up, but then it would be with that department for enforcement under their regulations, not the business license ordinance. So in itself, it doesn't enforce all those other chapters or titles of the ordinance code.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine with me. I just wanted to say in closing on this that this is really building that information for economic planning, and it's building that connection to local businesses, which is great because we get all kinds of grant opportunities, we get all kinds of programs they can apply for, webinars, and we don't have a way to really share it very easily. We don't have that contact base, and I think our local businesses suffer because of that. I hope this will address it, and it's, I think, a really reasonable step towards being able to support that kind of back and forth relationship. So, thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. So just how long do you feel that it take for a business to fill out the form to sign up under this program? Do you have an idea?
So the intention will be to use OpenGov, so it will be digital, using the permitting licensing code enforcement portion of OpenGov. I don't anticipate it'll probably, I mean, maybe, okay, I don't know, not less than an hour.
It's very basic information, right?
Yes.
We want their contact information, type of business.
Yeah, there'll be the NACIS code, number of employees, some of that information that will be helpful, back to why we're doing this, will be helpful to have. But, yeah.
Okay. We should be prepared to help them with those codes. They're hard to find, just in thinking about moving forward. We're talking a $32 annual fee. This is not a big hardship. It's not tied to enforcement. Glad to see that. And I really feel a business is a business is a business, and all businesses should be included, including agriculture. It's not a big hardship here. It's not that we're putting somebody out. Not like our, when we were looking at things like the parcel tax on the, Measure V, where if they had 20 parcels, they were going to get a fee for every parcel perhaps. I mean, sure, this does call if they have individual locations. I don't think many in the ag industry have that, quite honestly. So that's all the input I have. I like it as, but want ag involved. Thank you.
So what I do like about this, although I'll get to my reasoning why overall I don't like it. I do like that it's light on regulations, no inspections, it's only $32. Yeah, I know Cole would love to have this data share like with the shutdown. If we would have had this, we could have blasted tons of resources. Like we're going to spend $10,000 of ARP money to try and get this education out to people. So I see a huge value in it. My only concern is that it's, well, let me ask this question. In legal, this might be a question for you. If at any other future date, could another board, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, turn around and use this ordinance for something else? Or is it strictly going to be restricted for informational purposes like we're talking about?
It could absolutely be amended, and some counties do use their business license ordinances much more proactively. Did I turn that off?
If you speak a little closer into the mic, I
Sorry.
think we'd be able to hear you a little better.
Some counties are much more proactive using their business license ordinance. For example, like the adult industry in some cities is regulated by this. But of course, that brings in land use issues. So that process would have to be employed if we wanted to extend this to industries that you want to regulate. But absolutely.
So future boards could amend it and use it for other options. Okay. So, I mean, like I said, I appreciate all the perspectives. I think, I don't know if we discussed this as a board before. I think we did. I know we were talking about this a little bit last year. For me, it's all about I just want businesses out, have the option to choose. I've always said I don't think it should be mandated. I think it should be, I know that there's businesses out there who don't have licenses that are begging for this. Like, hey, we want this for X, Y, and Z reasons. So I'm glad that we're providing it. I just don't think it should be a mandate. And that's why I don't want to, that's why I'll vote the way I vote. But I do appreciate how we've whittled it down to where we're at now. And if it could stay there, I think I could support it. But I just know there's options for it to possibly turn into something else. And again, I just want it to be an option for businesses, not a mandate. So, but thank you guys for your work on this. I do appreciate it.
Supervisor Howe?
Okay, well, I still like the idea of having this information to not only be helpful to the county, but I don't know how to say the word, but in reciprocity to the businesses as well, because we could be of help to them if we knew where they all were. I do have a comment about giving incentive the first year. I think it's built in already the way you have it written, because you talk about a penalty, which would be basically the $32 times the year. Well, this is our first year, so it's still going to be $32 this first year. So I think that's all the incentive we need to give as far as that goes.
Okay, I did want to see if there's any public comment. Yes, sir, come on down.
I don't think that putting a business license on agriculture is fair at this time. I don't think if people have small cottages at their place and they lease them out or rent them out or anything like that is warranting a business license. I think those things should be left alone. Under your federal constitution, there is a PMA, which is a private member association that they can get that for, and a license through the federal government or be on site on board with them that allows them to do as they wish, how they wish with their own properties. Not for us to go in and step on them and require them to get a license. I've been in business in this town for 7 years now. I have a business license. I understand that a second ago you said this is, if not to charge them, but to help them. Nobody on the city has reached out to us to help us, to ask us, to offer us one single thing in 7 years. But to get our business money, collect our taxes at the end of the year, that's it. So I don't see taking money from more people are going to do any good, and it's for no other purpose but to take their money. I don't think they should be done that way.
And sir, just one, can I ask you how, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want, How much do you usually get charged in roundabout for a city business license? If you don't know or you don't want to answer, totally fine. I'm just kind of curious. It's
I think it may be close to about $120 a year.
Okay.
For our city license. We're right here on Washington Street.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So, yep.
Is there any more public comment? Okay, we have folks calling in. So let's go with the first person. Just give us 1 minute while we're working the phones here, and we'll have somebody on here in a second. Do we have them on? Okay. Welcome, you're on with the board.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Stephanie McCaffrey calling. I have McCaffrey House Bed and Breakfast, and I believe this is a really good license to have. When we started business, every entity that we were trying to, use, our insurance, even our banks, they all wanted our business license number, and we didn't have one, and it just, in my mind, it just kind of legitimizes what we're doing. $32 is not a lot of money. I really would appreciate your approval on this. I've been asking for this for 25 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who's called in? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. I was going to make some comments, and then Supervisor Half has some she'd like to add. Yeah, and I'm kind of where most of the other supervisors are. Oh, the screen went blank. I was going to use that as a crutch, but here I have one. Yeah, so I support the staff recommendation. It makes sense to me that if we're honest about what the purpose of this is, which is to collect data on what kinds of businesses we have in our community and possibly finding strategies to help them or provide public information about how businesses operate and which ones are struggling, which ones are succeeding, and use that information. And I know Cole Presbola, who's our Business Innovation Director, has been very eager to have this information. If we're honest about that, then what we should be looking at is all businesses. And we're saying all businesses, but the staff recommendation, just to clarify, excludes the temporary businesses for 60 days in a calendar year.
No, so 60 days in total.
In
Yeah,
total
so that's
for
what a
their
short-term,
life.
that's what a short-term
Gotcha.
business is that we define it as
So
60 days.
the staff recommendation is that's not included.
That's right.
Okay, so I think that's good, because that way, you can have a pop-up restaurant, or somebody brings a show in town, or some kind of temporary thing. It's not going to exclude them. But for all other businesses, we want them to, we want to know where they are, how they're operating, and if there are ways to help. And Supervisor Brandon brought it up with or was it Supervisor Kirk, with the CARES Act? Maybe both of you did. It would have been ideal during that time if we had this information. But that's hindsight. Couple things I wrote down listening to Supervisor Kirk, and you made some very good points, and I really appreciate it. One thing, you mentioned a concern about what future boards might do. I think about that a lot. Any decision that we make here can always be reversed or changed or made into something that we never intended. That option is always going to be there. And the way I look at it is that's not my job to even think about, is what the next board is going to do. That's the voter's job. The voters are going to decide who makes the next decisions. And so what I look at is how can I make a decision now that takes in all the best information that we have and puts us on a good path. And someone down the road might have a change of opinion and want to go a different way, and that's totally fine. That's how our system works. But I just kind of think about what do we need right now, and I think the staff recommendation is good for that. And then I do think that it should be a requirement. I mean, a license, it's kind of implied in the name, calling it a business license, that it would be required. You know, driver's license is an optional. If it was, nobody would get one. And so I do support those two elements of it. And the last thing I wanted to add is I've talked to a lot of business owners over the past more than a year, probably 2 years, honestly, that we've been talking about this. And just the other day, Supervisor Brandon and I were at the Chamber Government Affairs Committee, and occasionally I will hear objections from business owners that are concerned about just another government fee on their business. It's going to make it harder for them to do their business, and that, to me, that's the best argument against it. Is that, you know, businesses are already taxed too much. But I would say the majority, I wouldn't say, certainly the vast majority of businesses that I talk to about it either don't care or they think it's a good idea. And the ones that have some opposition to it, generally when you explain it's $32, it's for a very narrowly tailored purpose. It's not going to be expanded into other things. I think usually the objections kind of are assuaged once you explain a little bit about what it's for and what the purpose is. And so, you know, and the fact that I think if there really was strong opposition to it, we would have heard that by now, you know, because this has been out there for a long time. I mean, we talked about this in January, and we still haven't had a huge tidal wave of opposition from the business community. And in government, usually when you don't have a lot of opposition, that means an endorsement, because, you know, when things are going good, people don't really say much, but it's just when they're going bad that people usually complain. Anyway, those are some of my reasons. I think the staff recommendation is good, and I support it. Sure, and I think Supervisor Haff had something she'd like to say, and then.
Yeah, I just had a comment to the gentleman who got up and spoke. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but I just wanted to be clear in case there was any confusion that the county would be asking for these businesses outside of the city to be registering with us, not within the city limits. So there. I just wanted to make it clear in case there was any confusion there. I know the city does have some kind of a business license that even those businesses outside of the city, if they think they're going to do any business within the city, they have, and that's in the county, they have to get a license. So I don't know what our county license will do. It may be something that we'd ask county council to look county council to look into. But I just wanted to make it clear it was for the unincorporated area of the county and not the city. Thank you.
Liz, I just had a question. You know, once the vote goes through and whatnot, if the board passes it, a lot of people don't pay attention to the board meetings. They're running the business. They're not going to know what's going on today. How are they going to know that there's a business license fee? How are we going to notify them? How are they going to know so that they're not showing up in 3 years and paying all these back fees? How does this process unfold?
I think a few different ways. So right now, you know, Debbie Batista's office handles the fictitious business requirement or whatever that is. So she has quite an extensive list already of folks who have businesses. Cole, of course, already has an extensive list too, so we'll be sending information out to those lists. And then, yeah, we'll start to advertise, and we'll work with Cole and Debbie's office to kind of reach out as best we can
And possibly when people come in to pay other taxes or other fees, that'd be a good time to reach out.
And maybe that's what we'll look at is start putting something maybe in, tax bills or something. Yeah, we'll come up with some sort of plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just the closing comment is actually, it's kind of cool that, Stephanie McCaffrey called, because she was one of the people who convinced me that, hey, they need these licenses. Again, I just want to settle on where I stand is simply just the option. I just want people to have the option, but I hear where the conversation is going. That's okay. That's why there's 5 of us. So, when you guys are ready, I'm ready. So.
Okay, so there was kind of a request for some clarification. So did you, I thought I heard consensus on the staff recommendation, which would be everything from what we discussed in April except for agriculture. Is that what you're hearing?
That's what I heard, yes. I did bring up the potential for exempting ag from the fee. I didn't hear anything on that, so just wanted to put that out one more time if your board is interested in that, or if you just want to include them completely in the whole thing.
I would just make it simple and just include everything. Or do we have Supervisor Brandon?
I just wanted to address one point that Supervisor Kirk brought up, and I do agree, like Supervisor Campbell, I kind of think, okay, what's the impact of this in the future? There's also nothing to stop, say, a board in 6-7 years from coming in with a new business license, discussing it as we are here, and then adding all those restrictions on too. So I think putting this in place doesn't really move it anymore in that way. If they wanted to add those restrictions, they could just then establish the business license and do the same thing. So I don't know, I guess to the point is we can only control what's happening kind of right now to an extent with that. I don't think it necessarily makes it any easier there. Supervisor Half did bring up a good point. I was wondering about, will this be to businesses located in the county exclusively, or are we also talking about businesses which may do business with Tuolumne County, and if there's any enforcement on that?
There is an exemption for itinerant businesses. So unless they have a fixed location, they're going to be exempt. So the last meeting, we were talking about Uber drivers or Lyft drivers who may pass through the county. They don't have a location here. We may not even know they pass through. One of the big issues with this ordinance is casting too wide of a net, so wide that we don't have the capability to let these people even know we have a requirement. So it may be a surprise. So these exemptions kind of can narrow that net to what we can practically handle. And so that hopefully answers that part. We had whether or not to exempt agriculture or move it over to a fee exempt category. And the agriculture exemption, agriculture, of course, is a very wide net. You have somebody who may have just a garden who they casually sell commercially more than 60 days sporadically, and it could be very little commerce, but it would be captured by this. So this exemption kind of tightens that up for that industry, actually exempts the industry, but to remove the exemption, now we're going to capture absolutely everybody. So one of the options was make it fee exempt. That would make, you're still going to have a wide net if there's no boundary, but at least there's no consequence. So there's not going to be a fee or a penalty. Or we could have a boundary on it, move it. We could have it conditioned on retail sales or just wholesale. Something like that, where you could probably get rid of the ones that there's not a lot of concern. I did look at other ordinances. Some just target farms that have retail sales business located on the property, and all else would be exempt. So there's things like that to think about. As you decide whether or not to exempt, or remove the exemption.
I think in line with what Supervisor Campbell said, it sounded the same to me, except with one point that I was kind of unclear on where we're at with is the first year exemption idea. To what I was trying to propose, and I think we kind of discussed before, effectively, if somebody signs up in the next year, the first year is free. They never have to pay that. And then at the beginning of the second year, they would pay $32 for their renewal, as opposed to what I think Supervisor Half was mentioning, which is the first year they would pay 32, the second year they'd pay then 74 if they hadn't got one. Mine would basically say, sign up early and we'll waive $32 off of it for the first year, completely. And that's just an incentive to sign up now, as we talked about, how do we actually get this out to people? This, I think, would say, people will informally tell their friends, hey, good idea to do this now.
So do you need a decision on that now? Because we're talking about the actual ordinance, and that's not in the ordinance. That wouldn't be in part of the ordinance, would it?
Well, it likely would be in like when the fee starts is how.
Okay.
And the fee would be coming back in October.
What's the staff recommendation on that we started in,
So your board requested that the program start January 1st.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for your board's direction on if you would like to have the fee start January 1st or if you would like to waive the fee for the first year. Again, remember that at least for the first half of that first year, the expenses will already be built in the budget. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that's a good point. So they're not paying, so they essentially would only be paying half
so
or
we're not relying on that revenue
Okay.
to somehow, offset maybe some expenses that we'll be paying out for the year. We are kind of front-loading, prepaying the cost to provide that service for the first half of next year.
Well, I'll just tell you, though, I feel like we should just start January 1st, and if between now and then we can find ways, whether it's use ARP or use grants or something to offset some of those costs, I'd be open to that, but I'd really rather just kind of get this going. I don't know.
I concur.
We have talked in the past about having our services better pay for themselves. So I'm of the mind that if we're going to do this, we should start it in January and have people pay for it, because we're still going to be doing the work to get it all set up.
All right, so if there's any more discussion, Supervisor Kirk's staying quiet, but.
I'm sorry, I'm not super clear on if you would
So-
like to exempt the fee for the first year or 6 months or
It's-
whatever, or if you want
So-
to just start charging the fee January 1st with the
What I
program
heard is that you had support on the staff recommendation and support to roll it out January 1st, no waiving of fees. Okay, is that correct? Okay, correct, all right. So is that clear?
Yes, and just one more piece, I'm sorry.
No problem.
To Chris's point about the ag and potentially imposing not only a fee, but also a license requirement on a very small business, basically, who's maybe not aware. I heard Supervisor Goldenberg say a business is a business. So we can move in that direction and require all businesses, regardless of maybe how much they collect and.
Do they have an IRS code? The businesses you're referring to?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if they're paying taxes on what they are collecting, then yes, they would.
Then they would need a business license.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We wouldn't tie that to taxes or anything like that. So somebody could be paying business taxes through their social security number. So there's many ways that could go.
So then what do you need direction for? I mean,
Well, essentially.
So this is an area where I would kind of lean on you guys to come up with how you think this should work, and then tell us, because if it's based off of a personal social security code or an IRS number. If you're generating revenue as a business, you should have a business license. So are you talking about if it was somebody that had, they had a egg grower's permit or something like that? Are you talking about excluding that or what?
Well, really, we're looking for the boundary, and if it really is all commercial activity, what I'll do is I'll draft the ordinance as close as I can to the purpose and intent of what your board wants it to be directed towards. So if it's all commercial agricultural activity, I'll make it very broad. We'll remove that exemption, and they will pay the fee. It sounds like there's no consensus to exempt them from the fee. So I would just remove that altogether unless there's direction otherwise.
Well, okay, if you got a lemonade stand or you're selling eggs from your chickens, I don't think we would need to force them to get business, but everything above that, I don't know, is that a clear enough dividing point?
Yeah, it's essentially, it
Okay.
wouldn't capture the lemonade stand anyway. They would be short-term.
Right.
So we would be.
Not if it's very successful, some of those kids they're pretty cute. They can get a lot of money.
So one quick question here. Let's say your vendors that are farmers market, right? Do they fall under, if the farmers market's going 6 months a year, 4 days a month, that's 24 days, they're under the 60 days, are they exempt then?
No, they're not.
Okay.
They would be included, yeah.
All right.
And most of those most of those vendors, at farmers markets have, pretty significant commercial operations, at least
Right.
for our, kind of smaller
Okay.
local community.
Can I just weigh in real quick? What I would recommend for your board to consider is that you will have clerks down in the county auditor's office who will be trying to implement this ordinance. The easier and more simple the ordinance is, the easier it will be for them to provide direction to those who are calling in. So if you're earning any type of revenues, like, for me, I always think, because when I used to have my tax and accounting practice out of my home, it took me 10 minutes to fill out the annual business license I'd pay. It was $50 some odd a year. Did not take long, but for them, it was if you're operating a business of any kind and generating revenue, it's considered a business, and therefore you should pay not property taxes. You should have a business license. So the more simple we make this, the easier it is for the clerk downstairs who's not used to reading an ordinance and having to work their way through that. They can provide direction to anyone calling in because it's just very simple. And that's where I would encourage your board to try and stay.
Okay.
If we start
So what
exempting
is
and
it?
moving around, it's going to be very difficult.
We're down in the weeds, so what is simple?
Simple would be.
All businesses,
Yes.
I'm sorry. All businesses are charged the fee and required to get a license, except for those short-term businesses, 60 days or less in total,
Okay,
and itinerant businesses.
is that good? We good? Okay, there you go. Thank you. All right. So we're on item 16, right? That's our last item on the regular agenda. So if Ms. Ryan, you wouldn't mind reading that for us?
Item number 16, consideration of approving a letter to Governor Newsom regarding a vaccine mandate exemption for county employees who have previously tested positive for COVID-19.
Okay, so we had talked about this briefly, and this letter is based upon one that was sent to Governor Newsom a while back by Siskiyou County. Of course, back then, when they wrote it, there was only one of the health officer orders. I think it was the first one, and since then, we've had two others. And basically, what this is asking is that the status that those who are vaccinated have, if we vote for this, that those who have had COVID and recovered and have natural immunity should be treated equally to those who have been vaccinated. And it was brought to my attention just today that there was a suit filed
in the U.S. District Court in Colorado, 2 different military men, one in the Army and one in the Marines, have filed suit on behalf of the 220,000 military folks who have had COVID and recovered. They're looking for this same exemption. So this is not unusual, and I just wanted to bring it to the board and see if there's any willingness to put this in front of the governor for consideration.
Anyone?
No, I will support it. Looking at the Israel study and where they said people who have had COVID, they have longer lasting immune systems. Absolutely, some of the data did show that if you had a previous infection and then it waned and then you got the vaccine, that there was some boostering to it. But the Israel study showed that there was longer lasting immunity if you had the natural exposure. So it makes sense. It's supported by science. It would be cool if we had Dr. Sergenko's opinion. He's not here today. But based on the conversation we had on Tuesday and the data I've seen, I would support it.
I just wanted to add that in this court case, they're also citing that Israel study.
Any other discussion from board members?
I support sending the letter and the concept of the letter. I agree that this is something that shouldn't be mandated, that in the mandate there, they should be counting natural immunity on it. I think there's ways to account for the immune response in the individuals to make sure it was strong enough and equal. There is just one issue that's with, I believe, the last paragraph. It just says recently released studies from Israel. There's a lot of studies from Israel, and also the Cleveland Clinic Medical Center. I'd want us to be very specific with the study that we're referencing, and have it in some type of reference. And I would want to make sure that if we're referencing one of those studies, we're going to have public health check it out and be able to say, yes, as far as their methodology and everything, this is something to stand on. We had brought up at least one study from Israel, this is probably 2 or 3 months ago, where I believe our health officer had said there was questions about whether the data was fabricated. And so it really does matter to make sure we're only using a very reliable study. So what I would recommend is we get that information. If we have it on hand, we could consider it. But the thing is it'd be difficult for me to, again, without getting public health's input on whether, I can't look at the methodology that they used in that and say whether that is a reliable one. So
I can tell you I have both. The one from Israel I have right here. And then the one that was the Cleveland, it was a medical clinic study. It was in my paper. It was over 50,000 people. It is not peer-reviewed. It is preprint, but the number of people included, 53,000, I think comes to mind. It could have been 56,000 in the clinics. There was not one breach of the immunity from those who had had COVID out of that many people. So it's pretty compelling.
Yeah. So for me, I until we get that reviewed by public health, again, the concept of it, I support, but I'm not going to vote for abstain on this because I want to be able to have them check out the study and confirm it, and I'd want to have it written in there, the specific citations.
On that, because I've gone back and I watched the board meeting Tuesday, I brought up the source document for the Israel study, and Dr. Sergenko did say, and he did concur, and he said, yes, I agree with your assessment, Kirk, which is the study demonstrated that natural immunity confers longer lasting and stronger protection against infection. It's recorded at that board meetings. So he did agree with the conclusion of this Israel study.
I think in that meeting, a lot of those documents, it was clear he was seeing for the first time, and he was looking at it to give an opinion, but he had only had a couple minutes with it. I just feel like, I'd like him to be able to sit down and actually do a full analysis on it.
I'd be fine with sending this to him, and if he concurs and agrees,
and then bring it back.
I don't necessarily. I mean, we could put it in the actual letter or memo, but if he concurs and agrees, then we can just say, yes, we'll put it in there. We do that all the time with documents, saying that as long as this is verified, then we'll have the chair sign off on it. So I'd be okay with that. Because that time is of the essence. The clock's ticking, and I know what I know based on the conversation and what I saw during that meeting, but I would be willing to definitely let Dr. Surjenko approve it, just like I said, it'd be great if he was here right now.
So I know Supervisor Goldenberg has something he'd like to say, but I actually have a question based off of that, so. No, you go ahead.
So I believe I had the same recollection that Supervisor Brandon did, that Dr. Surjenko was not necessarily supportive of what studies that came out of Israel. And personally, I'm okay with this letter, but I cannot support the last paragraph, period.
I can't hear you.
You know,
Can't
I'm
support
just,
what?
the last paragraph, I cannot support the last paragraph, period. I think if that paragraph comes out of here, then I would support the letter. Otherwise, I cannot. You know, we still have a serious ongoing problem. We had 36 more cases today, another fatality. We're sitting at 99 cases. We're waiting for the magic number of 100. We got so many issues going on with COVID. And if Dr. Surjenko said something specifically different, then I would go with that. But, you know, unless I hear it from public health, I can't support it.
I would just quickly concur with that as well. We could remove that, and I think the intent is the same. They already are going to be aware of those studies. I'm not really sure they're going to read that, and then that's going to be persuasive. So it could just be amended out, and then that would be fine.
That's good.
My question for County Council, is there an issue with voting to approve a memo of this type on the certification of another department head? Because if I'm understanding correctly, that's what's being proposed, that we would approve the letter, but have it sent to Dr. Surjenko. If he signs off on it, then it will go to the governor, but presumably if not, then it won't.
If we take out the last paragraph, I think there's no question from what I'm hearing from the two other supervisors, they would allow it to go through to the governor and not have to get Dr. Surjenko's buy-in. And I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's open it up. Oh, and I'm sorry, did you have something else you wanted to say first? Okay. Let's open it up to public comment. Very patient gentleman here.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Don Nessel. I have spoken before, so you know me, I think. I really appreciate the vote last week to not try to mandate to the county employees that they have to get the vaccine. I talked with one of the road bosses, one of the road supervisors. He said that 90% of the people that worked for him totally agreed. They did not want to be mandated. They did not want to get the vaccine. Now, I also talked to some nurses that even though it doesn't impact them at the hospital, they were really excited you guys did that. So there's some other leaders that agree with you, or at least agreed with you, about the vaccine mandate. I can't breathe. Can I pull it down? White House Press Secretary Jen Penske said, in regard to vaccine mandates, it's not the role of the federal government. This could be something done by private companies if they wanted to take the risk of being responsible for that. In July, the U.S. Centers of Disease Control, Rochelle Walensky, said, to clarify, there will be no nationwide mandate. She said, I was referring previously to mandates by private institutions. There will be no federal mandate. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said, we can't require someone to be vaccinated. That's just not what we can do. It is a matter of privacy to know who is and who isn't vaccinated. And Joe Biden last year said, I don't think it should be mandatory. I wouldn't demand it to be mandatory. These leaders assured us that the principles of our nation prohibited a vaccine mandate. In other words, my body, my choice. We have certain inalienable rights bestowed by our Creator. Among these are the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. My message is consistent on this, and that is mandatory vaccinations violate our constitutional rights. It's a government overreach, and we have a medical right to privacy also. So anyway, I just wanted to reinforce that that was a good thing that we did to not require our county employees. I don't know where it's going now with the state, but I think you should stand your ground that it should not be mandatory. It's not your job to tell someone to get a vaccine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And hello, welcome.
Hi, I apologize. I never introduced myself. My name is Ed Bryan, local business owner here in town. I don't think that you guys should be forcing anybody to get a vaccine mandate, or the county or anybody. For one, out of the 75 million cases of COVID that is hit, only 6% of that has been a death related to COVID. That's straight from the CDC website. Not only that, with the CDC, on their website, they posted on there 75% of all the new COVID cases, all those 75 has been vaccinated. 75% of the new cases, that's on the CDC website. So when you get vaccinated, it's not good. If we make our people have that, you know, our police officer, our city officials, county, the jail people, and these people start getting sick and dying because this is what's happening. This is what's being shown all across the board. The people, when they get vaccinated, they are dying. The owner of the Bradford Inn right here, he got vaccinated, he died. The doctor here in town, I forget his name, got vaccinated, he died. My brother in Texas, same thing. My 17-year-old niece, same thing. You know, I don't think we have the right to push somebody or people to be vaccinated, and I hope you guys take that all into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to make it clear that this letter is not about mandated vaccines. It's about making those who have had COVID and recovered equally, and they have the natural immunity, equal in the eyes of, you know, not having to get tested, basically. So that's that.
Okay, so we do have some folks, at least one on the phone, that would like to speak. Good afternoon, welcome.
Hi, thank you for your time. Just regarding the letter that you're going to send, I object to that being sent and representing me. And the reason is, at this point, we don't know how long the natural immunity will last. If we implement this and say that they're exempt from testing, when will we know when their immunity isn't there anymore? When they will be vulnerable and at risk of being exposed and to get sick from COVID. And I think then some new information would come out and we'd have to retract that. And then it would create a public uproar again. This decision would have to be made again. So I just want to say that I think it's not wise right now. We don't have enough long-term data about how long immunity lasts after a COVID infection. So I'm opposed to being represented by my county with this letter. I also agree that Dr. Sergienko does need to review it. I don't think it's a good idea to approve the letter, whether that last paragraph is included, until Dr. Sergienko reviews it and approves the concept of the immunity. But I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else on the phones that would like to speak? Okay, no one else on the phones. All right, bring it back. I'll just start out. since I don't have too much to say. I don't, with respect to the other supervisors, I really, I like to edit things and to find new ways to say things that, and send letters that accurately encompass the views of the entire board. But in this case, I wouldn't be able to edit this in a way, I think, to achieve it. I disagree with the premise that it's built on. So it just, to me, I think the last caller had a good point, which is that we don't really know how long that natural immunity will last. And I've dealt with, COVID-19 from an administrative perspective for a long time at this point. And the one thing I can tell you is that the situation is constantly changing. We are constantly receiving new information, medical and otherwise, and things that we understood to be facts have changed over time. And so I do have reservations about taking this step for that purpose. And it goes back to the argument that I make time and time again, which is that I don't think it is appropriate for elected officials to be handing down guidance on what should be a public health in the realm of public health. And to me, that this is exactly that. I do not feel qualified to know one way or another whether or not natural immunity is equivalent to vaccinated immunity. I am not. I have no expertise in immuno science or virology, or I'm not even a doctor. I don't even play one on TV. So those are kind of my objections. But of course, we will serve the will of the majority of the board, and that's all I have to say.
So with that, I'd make a motion to strike the last paragraph of the letter.
So motion to approve the letter minus the last paragraph. Is that fair enough?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Either way.
And I would second that.
Okay. So we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon and a second by Supervisor Kirk. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Okay. So the motion, any abstentions? Okay. So motion passes 4 ayes, 1 no from Supervisor Campbell. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So do you have everything you need on there? Okay. All right, so I guess the last thing here is reports. So we are actually able to do them today, so that's fantastic. So looking to the CAO. Do you have anything to report? Okay, County Council?
Nothing to report.
Okay, Board Clerk? All right. Board member who would like to start? I think I started with Supervisor Goldenberg last time, so do you need a minute, Supervisor Kirk?
No, I'll do short and quick, other than.
I'm unprepared too. So.
I'm unprepared right now. The highlight, I think, there was a My Mother Lode and Union Democrat article. Our board last year approved monies for a hot patch machine. I know Campbell and I were part of that vote. However, I know this full board, I'm sure, completely supports it. But it's a big thing because we don't have the funds or the monies to really do all the fixes and overlays and reconstruction that we want. But this hot patch machine is going to really makes when we hit a pothole, it's going to be a longer term fix. We're not going to be coming back every 3 or 4 weeks during the winter. So to me, I'm excited. I know Supervisor Campbell's excited. Because it's a thought that we had that's developed into an implementation. So thank you to staff. Thank you to Mike Cognetti and Mike Young for getting a better price for this piece of equipment. And it just feels good to deliver in a small way. It will hopefully help our community with these potholes. So I'm just excited about that, and that's all I'll report out today.
Supervisor Half, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could have a whole bunch of stuff, but just to be quick and to tell you, broadband updates is my goal today. So there was lots of 11th hour legislative actions that happened as of last Friday. That was the last day of the legislative session this year. And several broadband bills or related passed, and they're now waiting for the governor to sign. They may have even been signed today while we've been in session, I don't know. But the first one is AB 14, and this bill extends the sunset on the CASF funds, the California Advanced Services Fund surcharge. It was supposed to expire in 2022. Now it's going to expire in 2032, so it gives another 10 years. And it closes up a loophole that used to allow the voice over internet protocol, VoIP, providers to avoid the charge. So now they're going to be included in that charge, which provides more money for CASF, and CASF is what promotes broadband in our state. Then there is Senate Bill 4 that was passed. This bill extends the operation, again, of CASF through 2032 and increases the annual limit. Before, the limit was 66 million. Now it'll be 150 million. That's the little few cents that's collected on your cell phone bill. So it's been increased somewhat, and so it removes the cumulative cap of the fund, which that means that there'll be more money to do more projects, more infrastructure projects, more educational projects that close the gap of those who don't know how to use the internet, like the Coach and Learn program we used to have here, that kind of thing. And the third one is SB 28. This expanded the authority of the CPUC and authorized the CPUC to set customer service requirements for cable providers. Lastly, and it'll be coming to your board next week, I believe. I think Cole's going to bring it. We have a new joint powers authority through RCRC of all of the counties that are going to be going in together to provide broadband projects. So it was thought to be a good idea for us all to join together in this JPA, and that will be coming in front of our board next week. So those are the top highlights.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah. What mostly has been taking up my time in particular have been the expansive changes to Title 17 in building and planning. A lot of research, a lot of hours going into just really understanding exactly what we have. That's partly to serving on the planning committee as well as the housing committee. So multiple opportunities to review that and work on it from different perspectives. So that's taken up quite a bit of time. I think that's going to really do a lot for housing in the county. I really do mean that. And I think clarify a lot of things that have been unclear with staff, put them in an awkward spot, make it a lot easier to deal with, bring us up to compliance with state law. So excited for that to come in. On the housing committee, we approved of the most recent bylaw changes for the group for recommendations to the board, and in reviewing Title 17 had a couple of recommendations. I also went on September 11th along with two of my colleagues here to the Tuolumne Memorial Hall, and I want to thank the VFW for hosting a really fantastic event out there. And Aaron Rasmussen and Frank Smart and Jill and a number of other organizers. It was really a memorable event. For homelessness, we're continuing to work on looking at how to use our emergency housing ordinance and developing our committee system as well. It's going along swimmingly so far. Had a great meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and also a meeting with the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce president, and as normal meeting with the Promotion Club, Columbia Chamber, and keeping in touch with business. And lastly, working on some specific issues with Jamestown, addressing what has been a real emergent problem with sidewalks. which are potentially a big tripping hazard, and dealing with events there as well. So I've been looking into that and keeping in close contact with local businesses there.
Mine's going to be pretty short. Normal committee meetings. Continue to meet with constituents, both in my office as well as out and about various places in my district. Yeah, I attended the 9/11 memorial as well on Saturday this last week, and they did do a very nice job. It was an excellent service, and just their whole facility that was made. They put in a lot of effort into that, and it showed. A lot of contractors apparently donated both their time and goods to put that together. So, and Supervisor Campbell and I attended the Ridgewood homeowners group on Sunday, and had a pretty good group up there, about 70 people, I believe. So, along with we had Dory Beats there. We had the sheriff was there, and Emily, I forget her last name, Kilgore?
Kilgore.
Yeah, from CAL FIRE. So public was very appreciative of having all of us there. It was a good meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to mention the Ridgewood Neighborhood Association. So there are 7 HOAs, neighborhood associations, some type of self-governing neighborhoods in my district. And I've been to meetings with all of them over the past several months. And the big theme that I would take away, and I'm not sure what it means, but a lot of new people. A lot of new people, people buying houses, moving into our community to enjoy what we have here, and very happy to see that other people are discovering that we live in the best county in the whole world. So I don't know what to take from that, but just something that I really notice very, very clearly every time I go to a community meeting. There are a lot of people that have purchased properties and have moved to Tuolumne County. So I went on a ride around with some of the fuel breaks planned by the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. The county didn't receive any CCI grants this year, but the Fire Safe Council did. And so they're planning extensive work, primarily in the Twain Harte or Cedar Ridge area. I would say Ponderosa Hills, Twain Harte, Cedar Ridge are kind of the main focus for a lot of the work they're doing. Big Hill also, Yankee Hill also, a whole bunch of stuff. So we went around all over and looked at some of those areas, and it's a stark difference between what is a healthy, treated area versus something that's overgrown, and just continuing that effort to educate our community that a natural wildland urban interface area doesn't mean you just let everything grow and let nature go. There has to be some kind of stewardship and maintenance there, or else it becomes a really severe hazard, as we've seen. The solid waste committee meeting, the main thing we did at that was set up the item that was on the agenda today. So thank you all very much for working with us on that. So yeah, I could go back pretty far. Boy, a lot of stuff. I'm trying to think what I would want to raise. So CSAC Board of Directors had that about a week and a half ago. Hearing a lot of, so these conversations that we had about COVID-19 and even some of the specific budget items that we've been discussing on this board, I just want to impress upon you that I've done a lot of communicating with other boards in the state a lot lately, and they're dealing with the same exact issues that we are. So I hope we can keep that in mind, and that this isn't easy for anyone. No county is just having an easy time of managing COVID-19 or ARP or any of that stuff. So the same kind of conversations that we're having are playing out everywhere. So I just wanted to share that with you. It's comforting to me to hear that from other supervisors, because it knows that it shows me that these problems are universal and that we're not alone. The one thing that I'll mention with TCTC is kind of a thought that I had. So at the last Transportation Council meeting, we discussed something called State Transportation Improvement Program. It's called STIP for short. One thing that occurred to me while we were talking about it is that this board has never really weighed into some of those transportation funding streams and what our priorities are. Now, with transportation projects, they tend to go on for years and sometimes decades. So it's natural that you're never really working on finishing the project that you want. You're working on finishing a project that someone else 5 to 10 years before you started. And that's just kind of the way of things when it comes to infrastructure projects, because they take so long and they cost so much dang money. But it's one thing that I think at some point it would be worthwhile having a discussion about on this board. It's about weighing some of the long-term projects that we've had in place for a long time against some things that we've discussed recently, like the improvements to Standard Road and some of these other projects. So just putting that out there was something that I was thinking about while we were talking about that in that committee. Yeah, I met with CERT. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and end it there. But yeah, thank you so much to my board members for your help and for all the work that's gone into these many board meetings that we've had over the past couple months. So thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Have a good rest of your afternoon, everybody.
Supervisor Campbell, you're adjourning the meeting until the 6 p.m. appointment, is that correct?
Okay, so I'm being told that I'm not allowed to adjourn yet. So we do have a 6 p.m. Appointment this evening.
So I suppose it would be a recess then.
So I'll go ahead and ask, would you care to read that appointment now? Do we need to read it at the time?
I would recommend reading it at the time. There's no harm in reading it now if you wish.
Well, let's go ahead and read it now so folks know what they're in for, and then we can go ahead and recess.
Okay, the 6 p.m. Appointment is a presentation, training, and discussion led by Remy Moose Manley, LLP, regarding the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission's role in land use matters and an overview of relevant legal authorities.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will recess until that time. Thank you.
Why not? Okay, well, we're going to kick this thing off. It is 6:03, and I'm going to have, let me make sure I say this right, Gustafson. Sorry if I butchered your name. But if you could call the Planning Commission to order, and then I'll do my part. So are you there with this, Gustafson? Jerry?
Yes, I'm here. This is Mike Gustafson. I'm calling to order the Tuolumne County Planning Commission meeting for September 14th, and I will be muting myself after this.
All right, great, thank you. And with that being said, I want to thank you guys for being here tonight. Elizabeth, thank you for coming and doing this presentation. I know personally that people have questions quite often about CEQA and whatnot. And so although the audience may look kind of empty tonight, I'm going to be referring a lot of people to this meeting in the days that come. So I appreciate you being here and going over this so we can ask questions, get clarification on this training, but also share it with people as questions come up. So without further ado, do I need to call the board? Yes, this is going to be September 14th, and we're reconvening as a Board of Supervisors, and it is 6:05.
Christina, do you want to do a Planning Commission roll call vote before we get started? Thank you.
Commissioner Morrow?
Here.
Commissioner Emerson?
Here.
Commissioner Bechtel?
Here.
Commissioner Nutting? Commissioner Beal or Bio? Commissioner Santa Maria,
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Thank you. Thanks, Christina. So this is Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. For all of our participants on Zoom, can you please mute yourselves? That will help prevent the feedback. So we'll just give it a second to, everyone can mute themselves. Okay, thanks. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm pleased to be joined here tonight by Elizabeth Pollock from Remy Moose and Manley. She's going to be giving an overview of the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as some basic zoning laws. This is in direct response to requests that we received from supervisors and planning commissioners from additional training. So I'm grateful to County Council and CAO to help me make this possible tonight. So without any further ado, I will turn it over to Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having me tonight. Make sure I have this right.
Elizabeth, excuse our we need to read the item before we proceed real quick. So if Christina would do that.
6 o'clock, presentation, training, and discussion led by Remy Morse Manley LLP regarding the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission's role in land use matters and overview of relevant legal authorities.
Okay, thank you. So I'm here, as Quincy said, to talk about CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, and then just a little bit about planning and zoning law basics as well. Again, my name is Elizabeth Pollock, and I am with Remy Moose Manley. I've been an attorney with them for a while, and I'm happy to be here tonight. So a general overview of what I'll be talking about. First, I'll just give a quick introduction to CEQA, then we'll talk about exemptions, initial studies, negative declarations and mitigated negative declarations, environmental impact reports, and then I'll switch over just briefly to planning and zoning law. We'll talk about general plans, zoning, variances, and conditional use permits. And these are huge, broad topics that we could spend days and days talking about. So I tried to compress everything into an hour and a half to 2 hours. I wanted to leave time for questions as well. So bear with me. I'm sure there will be a lot of things that seem just sort of high level, but I'm more than happy to hear your questions at the end, and hopefully I can answer at least the most pressing ones. So we'll start with the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. CEQA was signed into law in 1970 by Governor Ronald Reagan, so it's been quite some time now. It's been around for a while. There have been quite a few changes, and the statute has definitely evolved since then. The process was very sort of brief and simple as it was initially designed, and it is no longer the case. That's no longer the case, as I'm sure you all know. It introduced the concept of applying environmental assessment to state and local planning. So before CEQA was passed into law, agencies would make decisions about projects and about land use without really considering the potential effects on the environment. This was problematic for a number of reasons. There were also problems with public notification about projects. Often decisions were being made behind closed doors without explanation of why decision-making bodies were doing what they were doing. Public comments were often ignored, and then there also wasn't a lot of interagency coordination. So the CEQA guidelines describe these specific objectives of CEQA, and I'm going to go through them because they're important. They sort of carry throughout the whole statute, and it's good to kind of think back to what the objectives are and why we're doing what we're doing. Sometimes we get bogged down in the details, and it can be overwhelming, it can be frustrating, it can be very arduous. But if we sort of remember the objectives and the reasons why, I find that helps me even in my practice as an attorney. So one objective is to disclose to the decision makers and the public the significant environmental effects of proposed activities. Another objective is to identify the ways to avoid or reduce environmental damage, and then to prevent environmental damage by requiring implementation of feasible alternatives or mitigation measures. A big part of CEQA is to disclose to the public the reasons for agencies' approval of projects that do have significant environmental effects. So I'll mention this a lot, I'm sure, over the course of this training, but CEQA does not mandate a certain outcome with a project. So if a project can have significant environmental effects and the agency can still decide that there are overriding considerations or reasons to approve the project anyway, the key is providing the explanation to the public so that everyone knows why the decision-making body is making the decision that it is. It's also intended to foster interagency coordination and review of projects. So there are certain requirements along the way throughout the process to coordinate with other agencies, and then to enhance public participation in the planning process. So who enforces CEQA? It's a different structure. The law is structured differently from most environmental type laws. CEQA is enforced by the general public and sometimes by the Attorney General. Before an agency approves a project, CEQA allows for specific opportunities for public involvement and times when the decision-making body is required to listen and respond to the public. And then after a project is approved, if someone believes that the agency didn't comply with CEQA, they can file a lawsuit within a specified statute of limitations. And then at that point, the court will consider whether the agency complied with CEQA. A successful CEQA lawsuit requires the agency to go back often and do more. By successful CEQA lawsuit, I mean if the petitioner's lawsuit is successful, I'm speaking like a lawyer, the agency would potentially be required to go back and do more. They might be required to decertify the CEQA document that they had approved and go back and conduct more analysis or maybe a slightly different analysis, something like that. But again, the courts don't require a particular outcome with respect to the project. So the court cannot say, hey, agency, you needed to approve that project, or you needed not to approve that project because of this. Instead, they're saying you didn't comply with CEQA and you need to go back and comply with CEQA, and then it's up to you, the decision-making body, to decide if you're going to approve the project in reliance on that environmental document. So CEQA comes from a number of different sources. The most important, of course, is the statute, and that's found in the Public Resources Code, which starts at section 21,000. The regulations are called the CEQA guidelines, and those start at 14 California Code of Regulations, section 15,000. The guidelines should be followed closely. They create a roadmap for implementing CEQA, and though they don't carry as much weight as the statute, courts will often cite to them as though they are law. So it's always good practice to look to the guidelines as well as the statute itself. Some agencies also have their own CEQA guidelines. Then there are, of course, a number of court decisions. The courts hear CEQA cases and rule on CEQA cases all the time. And so it's a good idea to sort of keep up with the law and how the law is changing based on these court interpretations of the statute and of the guidelines. OPR, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, puts out a technical advice series. They have a number of advisories on topics like evaluating transportation impacts, greenhouse gas impacts. They also have a number of process related advisories that can be really helpful. These are all available on their website at opr.ca.gov. And then the California Natural Resources Agency website is also a useful place to go just for some background information. The Natural Resources Agency is responsible for promulgating the CEQA guidelines. And so they have a lot of information on their website. The CEQA documents, so an EIR, Environmental Impact Report, or negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration, can be prepared by either the lead agency, someone under contract with the lead agency, a project proponent, or someone, a consultant on behalf of or a consultant under contract with the project proponent. But the key is that the document, as it's released to the public, must reflect the lead agency's independent judgment. So it's important that decision makers understand that the CEQA document is representative of the decision-making bodies or of the jurisdiction's determinations. The decision-making body can't delegate its authority under CEQA. And then, again, public participation is an essential part of the CEQA process, so that's an important piece to remember as well. So this is a flow chart that shows the process for initiating CEQA review. These are sort of the first steps that an agency needs to go through to determine if CEQA applies, and then what to do from there. First, an action is proposed, so it could be a development application from a developer or a general plan amendment proposed by the agency or an amendment to the zoning code, any number of actions, discretionary actions. The agency has to then determine whether the activity is a project. If it's not a project, as defined by CEQA, then that's the end of the inquiry and CEQA doesn't apply. There's no need for CEQA review. If it is a project, the agency should consider whether the project is exempt. And I'll go through all of these, these steps in greater detail in just a minute. This is just sort of an overview. But if a project is exempt under a statutory exemption, then that's it. The inquiry is over. CEQA doesn't apply. If it's exempt, with, of course, some exceptions. If a project is exempt under a categorical exemption, then the agency needs to consider whether any of the exceptions to the exemptions apply. So a project might meet the requirements of a specific categorical exemption, but there are exceptions to those exemptions laid out also in the guidelines. And if those exceptions apply, then you're booted out of the exemption and you have to go through the CEQA process. If the action is a project and it's not exempt, then an initial study is required. And an initial study helps the agency evaluate whether the project may have a significant effect on the environment, which then helps determine which type of CEQA document is required. If the answer is yes, so if the project may have a significant effect, then an EIR or a mitigated negative declaration is required. And if not, the agency can prepare a negative declaration. So for the first step, what is a project? A project is defined in CEQA in the guidelines as an activity which may cause either a direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. So this can include activities that are directly undertaken by public agencies, like a general plan amendment, for example, activities that are supported by a public agency through contracts, grants, subsidies, or loans, and then also activities involving a public agency issuing a lease, a permit, a license, a certificate, or another entitlement. So if the agency is considering one of these things, then the next, or if the agency will be considering one of these, then the next step is to decide whether the project is exempt. And like I said before, there are two main types of exemptions. Statutory exemptions are specifically enumerated activities that the state legislature has decided don't need to comply with CEQA for policy reasons, regardless of whether the project may have significant effects on the environment. The other type of exemptions, categorical exemptions, are classes of projects that are exempted because they typically don't have significant impacts, with some exceptions, of course, always. There are always exceptions. But those are laid out in the CEQA guidelines. Some examples of common statutory exemptions are ministerial projects, which are decisions that require almost no personal judgment by the public officials and which involve the application of fixed standards or objective measurements. Other statutory exemptions include emergency projects and projects that the agency denies or rejects. So if an agency does not approve a project in the end, then there is no reason to do CEQA review. Feasibility or planning studies are also statutorily exempt. Other examples are things like the Olympic Games. There's actually a section in the guidelines that exempts the Olympics from CEQA, family home daycares, and pipelines. So there are a number of exemptions that are just laid out in the statute. Again, if a statutory exemption applies, that's the end of the inquiry and the project is exempt from CEQA, you're done. Another thing I wanted to point out is that some statutory exemptions are complete and some are partial. So some will limit CEQA review to specific parts, specific pieces of the analysis, but the agency will still need to do, certain things to go through some of the process. Other sections in the guidelines include partial exemptions, such as, for example, there's a partial exemption for projects that are consistent with a community plan, such as a general plan, and the zoning. Under guidelines section 15183, projects that are consistent with the zoning density and general plan policies for which an EIR was certified do not need additional environmental review except as necessary to examine whether there are project-specific significant effects that are peculiar to the project or the location. The guidelines section is actually fairly long, this particular one, and provides specific requirements for the analysis and for what the agency needs to do. So it's of course important to go, right to that guidelines section to make sure that you're complying with the correct process. But it's always good to be aware of these sort of various opportunities for different ways to comply with CEQA. Some common categorical exemptions are things like minor alterations to existing facilities, replacement or reconstruction of existing structures, small structures, minor alterations to land, things like that. So you'll note that each of these categorical exemptions is listed as Class 1, Class 2, Class 8. That's how they're laid out in the guidelines. It's just sort of an easy way to refer to them if you're using multiple categorical exemptions, for example, for one project or something like that. And those are in the CEQA guidelines starting at section 15301. If a categorical exemption applies as opposed to a statutory exemption, the agency has to consider next whether any of the exceptions to the exemptions apply. One exception that comes up sometimes is referred to as the unusual circumstances exception. And this exception provides that if there's a reasonable possibility that an activity may have a significant environmental impact due to unusual circumstances, the categorical exemptions do not apply and the agency must conduct CEQA review. There was sort of some confusion about exactly what this guidelines section meant and how to apply it. And the Supreme Court in this Berkeley Hillside case provided a specific test. So agencies need to or should make sure to be aware of the test and understand how it applies to the guidelines section itself. So this is a good example of what I was talking about earlier, where the guidelines provide this roadmap, but then understanding the case law can also be really helpful. Often what happens is the OPR and the Natural Resources Agency will go back and revise the guidelines after some amount of time in a sometimes very, very, very lengthy process. But they'll revise the guidelines to incorporate whatever the courts have been saying as far as interpreting, to make it so that you just have to go to the guidelines again. But that's a long process, so it's always good to stay up on your case law. I know you have lots of extra time to do things like that. So the Supreme Court said in the Berkeley Hillside case that first, the agency must decide whether there are unusual circumstances based on substantial evidence. The agency should make a finding that there are no unusual circumstances in order for the deferential substantial evidence standard to apply. So if the agency finds that there are no unusual circumstances and that determination is supported by substantial evidence in the record, then the exception doesn't apply and the project is exempt from CEQA. That's the end of the question. If there are unusual circumstances, the agency should consider whether there's a fair argument that there may be a significant environmental effect as a result of the unusual circumstances. If so, the project needs to undergo CEQA review. There are also other exceptions to the exemptions, including if cumulative impacts would be, or cumulative impacts of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time is significant. If the project may result in damage to scenic resources within a state scenic highway, or if the project is located on a site designated as a hazardous waste site, and other exceptions similar to that. So once an agency determines that a project is exempt from CEQA and no exceptions apply, then they can file a notice of exemption. It's not required to file a notice of exemption with a few exceptions, but filing the notice does shorten the statute of limitations to file a lawsuit from 180 days to 35 days. So it makes it a much shorter statute of limitations during which time people can file a lawsuit. So this slide is an overview of the next steps, which I'll go into in more detail on the following slides. But once the agency determines that CEQA applies, the agency must decide whether to prepare a negative declaration, mitigated negative declaration, or an EIR. The lead agency can prepare the document itself or hire a consultant. Like I said earlier, the applicant or a consultant paid for by the applicant can also prepare the document, but again, it's the lead agency's document. Once the document is prepared, the agency must follow public review requirements, and then ultimately, the agency may certify the EIR or adopt the negative declaration, then approve the project and adopt findings if it's an EIR. The agency also, of course, may always choose not to certify an EIR, in which case the agency cannot approve the project. So if the agency first does not certify the environmental document on which it's relying, then you can't approve the project. Finally, the agency files a notice of determination, which triggers the start of the statute of limitations for someone to file a lawsuit. So now stepping back again, once the agency has determined that an activity is a project, the project is not exempt, the agency will prepare an initial study to determine whether it needs to proceed with an EIR or a negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration. So an initial study is not necessarily required if an agency wants to just go right into preparing an EIR, which sometimes is the case. But sometimes even if an agency is going to prepare an EIR, they'll do an initial study first anyway. There are some reasons why that might be a good idea. An initial study can help an agency determine whether there's a possibility that the project may have a significant impact, either with or without mitigation, which determines whether they need to prepare an EIR or if they can rely on a neg deck or a mitigated neg deck. This helps to avoid unnecessary preparation of EIRs in the first place. An initial study can also allow an agency to scope out certain topics or certain subject areas, resource areas that don't need to be analyzed in an EIR. And then if the agency ultimately relies on a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration, the initial study is typically attached to that, and that provides the substantial evidence to support the agency's conclusions. So when an agency is deciding whether they need to prepare an EIR or a neg deck based on their initial study, the question is whether there is substantial evidence in light of the whole record that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. If there is, then the agency is required to prepare an EIR. Courts are generally is a very general statement, deferential to agencies' factual determinations as long as they're based on substantial evidence. But the standard for an agency's decision not to prepare an EIR, so to rely on a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration instead of an EIR, is not deferential. Instead, if someone makes a fair argument based on substantial evidence in light of the whole record that the project may have a significant effect, then the agency is required to prepare an EIR. So what is substantial evidence? I keep saying substantial evidence, substantial evidence. It is defined in the CEQA guidelines as enough relevant information and reasonable inferences from this information that a fair argument can be made to support a conclusion, even though other conclusions might also be reached. So substantial evidence is facts, reasonable assumption predicated on facts, and expert opinion supported by facts. Substantial evidence is not argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, evidence which is clearly erroneous or inaccurate, or evidence of social or economic impacts which do not contribute to or are not caused by physical impacts on the environment. So CEQA is not concerned with social or economic impacts alone unless those social or economic impacts cause physical impacts on the environment. Layperson testimony is generally is not substantial evidence, but sometimes courts have held otherwise. In some situations, courts have held that, for example, neighbors' statements related to noise or traffic were substantial evidence that there may be significant effects from a project, and the agency in those cases was required to go back, and instead of relying on a negative declaration, they were required to prepare an EIR. So how does an agency decide in an initial study or in an EIR when an impact is significant? Agencies will often use the checklist in Appendix G in the CEQA guidelines. I brought my handy statute and guidelines book here that I mean, I know you guys probably, I know you probably don't have interest in reading the whole statute and all of the guidelines, but this is a really good resource. I don't know if there's one laying around the office somewhere or something. It has everything you need to know, including Appendix G, which is essentially a check, or can be used as a checklist. And it includes all of the topic areas that should be considered in a CEQA analysis. There are also specific mandatory findings of significance in the guidelines that an agency must consider related to biological resources, cumulative impacts, and important examples of the major periods of California history or prehistory. So these are specific findings that an agency is required to consider by the guidelines in their environmental document. And then when an agency prepares an initial study, CEQA includes consultation requirements with responsible and trustee agencies in order to obtain their recommendations, whether an EIR or a NIGDEC should be prepared. And this consultation can help guide the determination of significant effects as well. Certain guidelines sections also provide specific guidance related to determining significance for example, greenhouse gas emissions, archaeological and historical resources, and transportation. So this is a list of the impact categories that are included in Appendix G. The recent CEQA guidelines update, I think has it been 2 years? I can't remember. It feels recent, but maybe it's not quite so recent anymore. They added energy to the checklist. Originally, energy was in what was called Appendix F, but they moved it over to Appendix G so that it didn't get lost in the shuffle or sort of forgotten. And then wildfire was also added as its own impact topic. So beware of what's referred to as the naked checklist. A naked checklist is not enough under CEQA. So an agency's determinations need to be supported by substantial evidence in the record. And the Appendix G checklist includes basically each question, and then next to it just boxes that you can check. And if an agency simply goes through and checks the boxes, not significant, less than significant, no impact, that's not enough. There needs to be evidence to support each of those conclusions. So I've seen some agencies include lines underneath each of the categories or underneath each of the questions so that they're remembering to write in the reasons why. And then also it's a good, or I've seen a lot of agencies attach background studies and things like that to the checklist in the initial study. Again, the checklist in Appendix G is an example, and it can be revised according to particular circumstances or needs of an agency. So now that the agency has finished the initial study, if there is no substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect on the environment, the agency may prepare a negative declaration. If the initial study requires mitigation in order to ensure that all the impacts are less than significant, the agency should prepare a mitigated negative declaration. And then if a fair argument exists that the project may have a significant effect on the environment, the agency is required to prepare an EIR. A negative declaration is required to include a project description, the project location, identification of the project proponent, a proposed finding of no significant effect, the initial study to provide the substantial evidence to support the conclusions, and for a mitigated negative declaration, it should also include mitigation measures to avoid the identified potentially significant effect, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan which lays out all of the required measures. These items are not required to be included in a negative declaration, but would otherwise be required in an EI or for an EIR. A neg deck is not required to include a detailed discussion of the environmental setting and the impacts from the project, unless such a discussion is necessary to support the significance conclusions. A neg deck doesn't include an alternatives analysis or an analysis of growth-inducing impacts. And a neg deck does not include a section describing unavoidable, significant, or irreversible effects, because this would trigger the requirement to prepare an EIR. The same is true for a statement of overriding considerations. That's not required for a neg deck for the same reason. When preparing a negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration, an agency will first prepare a notice of intent and send the notice to responsible and trustee agencies. Once the neg deck is prepared, the agency will circulate the proposed document for either a 20 or 30-day public review. CEQA does not require a public hearing for a negative declaration. The agency is required to consider public comments on a neg deck, but it's not required to provide responses to them. That doesn't mean an agency can't provide responses, but it's not required to. Once a neg deck is complete, the agency files a notice of determination, which begins the statute of limitations to file a lawsuit. Mitigation is a key ingredient. So if mitigation is required, the agency must prepare a mitigated negative declaration, unless the mitigation cannot reduce all the impacts to less than significant, in which case an EIR is required. Mitigation is defined as something that avoids the impact entirely, minimizes impacts by limiting the magnitude, rectifying by repairing, rehabilitating, or restoring a resource, reducing or eliminating an impact over time, or compensating by replacing or providing substitute resources. So any of those types of things can be mitigation for potential impacts. CEQA requires that agencies adopt all feasible mitigation measures which reduce the significant effects from a project. So this means that if an impact is below the level of significance, so if an impact is not significant, there is no duty for an agency to mitigate further. The same is true if a mitigation measure or two or however many reduce an impact to less than significant. There's no requirement to adopt even more mitigation measures. That's enough mitigation under CEQA. To require mitigation, there must be an essential nexus between the identified impact and the mitigation measure, and the measures must be roughly proportional to the impacts. These are constitutional requirements, so they're not requirement. They're also in CEQA in the guidelines, but they are required by the Constitution. So an agency can't rely on CEQA to require measures of a project proponent that go above and beyond these constraints. The mitigated neg deck or the EIR must also consider the effects of the mitigation measures themselves. So sometimes implementing a mitigation measure would have its own environmental impacts. So that's something that needs to be considered in the document. And the measures must be fully enforceable. So often they'll rely on, or they'll use terms like will and shall versus saying that the agency should do something or might do something or will consider doing something. So again, agencies are only required to adopt feasible mitigation measures, and the same is true for alternatives to the project. If an alternative or a mitigation measure is not feasible, the agency does not have to adopt it. Guidelines section 15364 defines feasible mitigation as capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, legal, social, and technological factors. Economically infeasible mitigation measures would be those where the costs of implementing the measure, or like I said before, this is true for alternatives to the project as well, as compared to the costs of the project are so great that a reasonably prudent property owner would not proceed with that measure or alternative. Mitigation also might be infeasible for policy reasons. For example, the measure or the alternative might not meet or fully meet the project objectives, or there may just be some sort of policy reason that it's not feasible. This determination by the agency, though, must reflect a reasonable balancing of competing economic, social, environmental, and other considerations. And again, it's important that the record includes documentation of why the measure is not feasible. Mitigation is only required for significant effects. An agency cannot require mitigation of a project applicant for effects that are already less than significant. Measures will generally use commitment language like will or shall, as I said. Generally, the preparers of an EIR or a mitigated negative declaration will use some sort of numbering or notation system that will link the particular impacts to the mitigation measures that are mitigating for those impacts. And that's very helpful because then it's easy for the decision-making body and the public to see how they're related and how they connect to one another. The EIR or the neg deck or the MND should also provide evidence about how and to what degree each measure reduces or avoids the impact in the description. So once an agency has determined that a project may cause significant environmental impacts, even with implementation of mitigation measures, the agency is required to prepare an EIR, Environmental Impact Report. This slide provides an overview of the process once an agency has determined that it will prepare an EIR. So it's a little bit small, sorry about that, but let's see, we already went through the agency prepared an initial study, distributed the notice of preparation, held required scoping meetings, and then prepares a draft EIR. Once the draft EIR is prepared, the agency must release the draft for public and agency review and comments for at least 45 days. Sometimes agencies will provide more time depending on the circumstances. The agency will then prepare a final EIR, which includes any necessary changes or additions and responses to environmental comments on the draft EIR. The agency will provide responses to comments from agencies and then hold any required public hearings on the project. And if the agency then certifies the EIR and approves the project, they'll file a notice of determination, which triggers the statute of limitations for someone to file a lawsuit. Once that deadline has passed, the EIR is presumed adequate, assuming no one has filed a lawsuit. The EIR is presumed adequate and the project can move forward in reliance on the environmental document. If someone files a lawsuit, then contact your attorneys. So stepping back once again, the agency begins the EIR process by circulating a notice of preparation of an EIR to the state clearinghouse, responsible agencies, trustee agencies, involved federal agencies and jurisdictions, individuals and groups with an interest in the project. The NOP triggers a 30-day review period, which runs from the date of receipt of the notice. A scoping meeting is required for statewide, regional, and area-wide projects as defined in Guidelines Section 15206. The agency must provide notice of the meeting to CEQA responsible and trustee agencies and to people who request notice. There is no requirement to provide notice to the general public unless someone has requested that notice. Once the EIR is complete, the agency files a notice of completion and notice of availability, which begin a minimum 45-day public review period of the EIR. A public hearing on the draft EIR is not required, but an agency may hold a hearing if it wants to, if it desires. After the agency receives comments on the draft EIR, it will prepare the final EIR. At least 10 days prior to certifying the final EIR, the agency is required to provide responses to comments from public agencies, but there is no requirement to provide responses to comments from the general public prior to certifying the final EIR. A public hearing is not required under CEQA, but hearings are often required and or held for the project itself, and the EIR is part of that public process. The agency may then decide to certify the EIR or not. Once the EIR is certified, the agency may decide to approve the project and adopt CEQA findings, a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and a statement of overriding considerations if the project will have unavoidable significant impacts. Once the EIR is certified and the project approved, the agency will file a notice of determination. Agencies may prepare various types of EIRs depending on the circumstances. A project EIR is just what it sounds like. It's an EIR prepared for a specific project. A program EIR is one that covers general matters and environmental effects of an overarching program, plan, policy, or ordinance. So these documents are typically higher level documents that don't analyze the more localized specific environmental impacts. And the agency can later tier off of the program EIR to prepare a streamlined EIR. For example, an agency might prepare a program EIR for a general plan, and then the agency can later tier off of the program EIR for specific projects that are consistent with the general plan EIR and with the applicable land use plans and zoning, as long as the project doesn't trigger the need for a subsequent or supplemental EIR, which we'll talk about on the next slide. The tiered EIR must analyze the later project's significant effects, except for the environmental effects that were avoided as part of the program EIR. The tiered EIR is required to analyze at a sufficient level of detail to enable effects to be mitigated or avoided by site-specific revisions, the imposition of conditions, or other means in connection with the approval of the later project. So these are additional types of EIRs that might be required. If an agency has already prepared an EIR and must make a later further discretionary approval, a subsequent or supplemental EIR is required in certain circumstances. The additional analysis is required only when the first EIR retains some informational value and substantial changes are proposed, which would require major revisions to the EIR due to the involvement of new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects. Or substantial changes occur with respect to the circumstances, and those changes require major revisions due to new significant effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified effects. Or new information of substantial importance becomes available, which was not known and could not have been known with the exercise of reasonable diligence at the time of preparation of the original EIR, and the project will have at least one new or substantially more severe significant effect. Or mitigation measures or alternatives that were previously infeasible are now feasible, so there's that feasibility piece again, and would substantially reduce significant effects, but the project proponents decline to adopt the measure or alternative. So when an agency has already prepared an EIR, the circumstances when a subsequent or supplemental EIR is required are limited, even if an agency must make a later discretionary approval. If a subsequent or supplemental EIR is not required, the agency may prepare an addendum to the EIR which documents the analysis. So these are the required contents of an EIR, and as you can see, it's much more detailed than a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration. The EIR is required to consider a reasonable range of feasible alternatives, taking into account economic, social, environmental, and technological factors. It must also identify the environmentally superior alternative. Again, that doesn't dictate that the agency must adopt that alternative, but it needs to be identified and specifically called out in the EIR for the decision makers and the public to see. The EIR should also include alternatives considered in scoping, but that were found to be infeasible at that stage of the process. So scoping is like during the initial study. The final EIR must also include comments received on the draft EIR and responses to the environmental points raised. The final EIR will also include any revisions to the draft EIR text. So this list shows the general topics that should be analyzed in an EIR. Sometimes some of the topics will clearly not apply to a particular project, or they will be scoped out in the initial study. In either case, the EIR will generally explain why those certain topics are not considered in greater detail in the EIR itself. And then the EIR will explain why the project will or will not have a significant effect in each of these categories. And where there will be a significant impact, the EIR will provide mitigation measures and determine whether the mitigation reduces the impact to less than significant. The EIR is also required to include an analysis of alternatives to the project. The EIR should focus on alternatives to either the project itself or to its location, which are capable of avoiding or substantially lessening any significant effects of the proposed project. So that's a key piece. The alternatives should be capable of avoiding or substantially lessening significant effects, even where the alternatives would impede attainment of the project objectives. CEQA requires that an EIR include an analysis of the no project alternative, so every EIR must include that analysis. And with respect to the other alternatives, the EIR must just include a reasonable range. Sometimes I've seen EIRs where there's just one, there's the no project alternative, there's the project, and maybe one other alternative. I've seen other EIRs where there are 10 project alternatives. It depends on the type of project that you're looking at and the circumstances. Typical alternatives will consider a project of reduced size or intensity, a revised design to mitigate for potentially significant impacts, or alternative locations to the project. Once the draft EIR has been circulated for public review, the agency will prepare a final EIR, which includes any text revisions to the draft and responses to comments. The agency must provide written responses to agency comments at least 10 days before certifying the final EIR. Responses to comments in the final EIR must provide a good faith reasoned analysis and must respond to all significant environmental points. The responses should discuss any alternatives discussed during public review and should include the rationale supported with substantial evidence. There is no review period required for a final EIR, as I said earlier. Once the final EIR is complete, the agency will typically hold a hearing as required to consider the project. The decision-making body may decide not to certify the EIR, in which case the agency cannot approve the project. To certify the EIR, the agency must find that the EIR complies with CEQA, the decision-making body has considered the EIR, and the EIR reflects the lead agency's independent judgment. The lead agency may then choose to approve or not approve the project. To approve the project, the agency must make findings, adopt the MMRP, and adopt a statement of overriding considerations if there will be significant and unavoidable impacts from the project. So under CEQA guidelines, section 15091, the lead agency is required to make one of 3 findings for each of the significant effects that's identified in the EIR. The agency will conclude for each significant effect that either changes or alterations have been required that avoid or substantially lessen the effect. Such changes or alterations are within the responsibility and jurisdiction of another public agency, and such changes have been adopted or can and should be adopted by that agency. Or specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations make mitigation or alternatives infeasible. Often findings will state the significant impact, state one of the three findings here, and then include facts which support the finding. And the facts can come directly from or refer directly to the draft or the final EIR, including the responses to comments.
Elizabeth, can I interject real quick?
Sure.
I see that we have 5 minutes till the hour. Is the board want to take a break to stretch legs? And anybody else who might be on Zoom? Okay, are you okay with that?
Sure,
A 5
that's
minute
fine.
recess.
Yeah.
And we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. So 5
Okay.
minutes. Well, thank you, Elizabeth.
Of course.
That was way. All right, we're going to call the September 14th meeting. I don't have my agenda. Where did I put it? Oh, well. Elizabeth, thank you, and continue.
Okay, thank you very much. So under CEQA guidelines, section 15091, the lead agency is required to make one of three findings for each of the significant effects identified in the EIR. The agency will conclude for each significant effect that either changes or alterations have been required that avoid or substantially lessen the effect. Such changes or alterations are within the responsibility and jurisdiction of another public agency, and such changes have been adopted or can and should be adopted by that agency. Or specific economic, legal, social, technological, and other considerations make mitigation or alternatives infeasible. Often findings will state the significant impact, state one of the three findings that I just listed, and then include the facts that support that finding. If the project will have significant and unavoidable environmental effects that cannot be mitigated to less than significant, then the agency is also required to adopt a statement of overriding considerations. And this statement explains the agency's reasons for approving the project despite the unavoidable significant impacts. The statement of overriding considerations must be supported by substantial evidence in the record, and the reasons for approving a project despite its impacts can include economic, legal, social, technological, or other reasons, including region-wide or statewide environmental benefits. Once the agency certifies an EIR and approves the project, it will file a notice of determination, also referred to as a NOD, within 5 working days of the approval. The NOD must be posted with the county clerk for at least 30 days and must be filed with the state clearinghouse for at least 30 days. The agency is required to pay fees to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife at the time of filing. And then filing the NOD begins the 30-day statute of limitations for someone to file a lawsuit that challenges the agency's compliance with CEQA. If a lawsuit's not filed within that time, the EIR is presumed adequate and the project can move forward. If an agency does not file a notice of determination, the statute of limitations is 180 days. So now I will move on to talk just a little bit about planning and zoning law. While CEQA is contained in the Public Resources Code, planning and zoning law comes from the Government Code, beginning at section 65,000. State planning and zoning law addresses local planning agencies, commissions, and departments, general and specific plans and zoning. Beginning with general plans, these are considered a jurisdiction's constitution or blueprint for future development. All land use regulations and approvals are required to be consistent with the general plan. There are very specific procedures in the Government Code which govern adoption and amendment of the general plan. They are required to be periodically reviewed and revised. And in addition, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR, provides the state general plan guidelines. They're required to adopt those and periodically revise them. And these guidelines serve, again, as a resource for agencies when they draft and revise their general plans. All land use and development decisions must be consistent with the general plan. This doesn't mean 100% consistency, though. Instead, decisions must be in general conformity with the general plan. So when a court considers whether an agency's determination that a land use or a development project is consistent with their own general plan, the court gives deference to the agency's determination. The court will consider whether a reasonable person could have reached the same conclusion as the decision-making body. And if so, then they'll uphold that determination. The particular language in the general plan policies at issue is important. For example, the agency should consider whether the policy says the agency will always do something, or if it says the agency will consider doing something. So zoning, a city or county's zoning ordinance describes the allowable uses and building standards for each parcel within its jurisdiction. The zoning code is intended to implement and required to be consistent with the policies of the general plan. So the distribution of zoning districts is based on the pattern of land uses established in the general plan. Virtually all rezoning actions require notice and a public hearing, and changes to zoning must undergo CEQA review before they can be adopted. The notice of a legislative body hearing must be given after the Planning Commission recommendation, and the recommendation must be in the notice. Any zoning amendment that's adopted without proper notice is void. Agencies can grant variances, which are essentially waivers from the physical development standards that would normally apply to an otherwise permitted use. That means an agency can only grant a variance for a parcel where the use or the activity is already allowed under the zoning code. But if a property owner wants to engage in a use of if a property owner wants to engage in a use of a property that's not otherwise allowed, the agency might be able to grant a conditional use permit, which has some different requirements from a variance. But again, a variance is a waiver of the physical development standards where a particular use is already allowed under the code. A public hearing is generally required for a variance, as is review under CEQA again. In order to grant a variance, an agency is required to make specific findings. So the agency must find that special circumstances apply to the property, for example, the size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, distinguish the property from nearby properties, and that strict application of the zoning ordinance would deprive the property of privileges enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity and under the same or similar zoning classification. One example is where the back half of a lot is a steep slope. The agency might grant a variance to allow a house to be constructed closer to the street than is usually allowed if it can make these findings that I just talked about. The Tuolumne County Code also includes specific findings that are required to grant a variance, so it's important to look to your local ordinances for the findings and the requirements for these decisions. Where a certain use is not allowed as a matter of right in a particular zone, the zoning code can still provide for that use as a conditional use, which may be allowed in that zone with conditions. This allows an agency to grant permission for uses that may be desirable but might also be problematic in particular areas. The agency can require additional conditions of approval for a conditional use permit. Examples are churches, marijuana dispensaries, or tattoo parlors. Typically, the agency or the permit must undergo environmental review pursuant to CEQA before approving a conditional use permit. To grant a conditional use permit, again, there are specific findings that are required. The agency must find that the use will not be materially detrimental to the character of development in the immediate neighborhood. The use is consistent with the elements and objectives of the general plan, and the conditions imposed are necessary to protect the best interests of the surrounding properties. The Tuolumne County Code, again, like for variances, also provides specific findings that the agency must make before approving a conditional use permit. So don't rely on my slides. Look to the local ordinance. Just some quick notes about findings generally. It's important to remember that agencies must make all required findings for variances, conditional use permits, and other approvals. The findings must be clear and discernible, and they're required to bridge the analytical gap between evidence and the ultimate decision. So this means that the findings must be supported by substantial evidence in the agency's record, which supports the findings. Or in other words, the agency should explain why it reached the conclusions that it did. So the why is always important. As an attorney, I always emphasize that. The bottom line with respect to findings and basically essentially everything that I've talked about is that it's important for agencies to show their work. And adequate findings and explanation provide the public and the courts, if necessary, a roadmap to trace and understand the agency's analysis. And that is all I have prepared for today. That was a lot for an hour, but I'm available for questions or comments or anything else.
I was gonna say, that's all you prepared? Quincy, I do not envy you. But working for the state, I also understand it as far as very complex, lots of processes. So thank you very much, Elizabeth, for the presentation. Again, like I said, this is going to be great to be able to refer people to this video, but also if we could, eventually get the PowerPoint, we could share with folks as questions come up and new commissioners come on and new board members. But with that said, yeah, I think we do want to open it up. I'll start with I'll just start with the board and then obviously the commissioners and go from there. So any question, comments up here?
Actually, I was going to put it out to the commission first. I think would be better to, maximize their time.
Okay. So any commissioners who are via Zoom or in the room, looks like Jerry has his hand up. So Jerry, if you want to come to the podium. That way, everybody who's listening in can hear your questions. And since you're part of the committee, we're not going to do the 3-minute time clock on you. You get to,
Okay, no.
But just please be aware of who else is on Zoom and
Sure.
questions.
This will be short and quick.
Thank you.
Anyhow, I noticed that in CEQA, there's not too much discussion on open space. Why is that?
Why is that? I don't think I can answer that question, unfortunately.
CEQA doesn't talk too much about that particular subject.
About open space as its own subject area?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. CEQA is a statute, so the legislature designs the statute. And then, as I talked about, the guidelines are promulgated through OPR, through the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the Natural Resources Agency. And it's a long process, and
But that's part of it, though.
that's part of what?
Open space.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm
Well,
sorry.
the question was, CEQA doesn't talk too much about open space. It talks about other particular things,
Right.
but not open space. I was just curious why.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's not its own specific category, and I don't know why. I don't have an answer for that.
Do we have anybody, are they able to wave their hand on there, Christina? What's that?
Linda, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question, and remembering that I'm a new commissioner and understanding all of what's going on with CEQA, I would like an example of a large project that has been declined or has not gone through CEQA or has failed, let's put it that way, has failed CEQA approval. Not necessarily locally, but something that we might all know about. Is there an example?
Is your question something that a local agency ultimately did not approve because of the CEQA review? Or is your question related to a project that goes up to the courts, that the courts then send back for further CEQA review?
I'm looking for a larger project that is an example of of something that did not pass CEQA review and it doesn't necessarily have to be countywide. I'm wanting to make sure I understand the process.
Yeah, so it's a little bit tricky. I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but maybe this will help us work through it. CEQA requires that the agency go through this process to gather all of this information and present it to the public about potentially significant environmental impacts as the result of a proposed project, or that would be caused by a proposed project. The agency, once the agency has completed the environmental review process, the agency can certify, for example, an EIR if there are potentially, or if there are significant impacts. The agency can certify the document, but then it's up to the decision makers to decide if they would like to approve the project itself or not. So CEQA doesn't require, even if there are significant impacts, CEQA itself, the statute, does not require that an agency approve or disapprove a project.
Okay.
So I'm not sure I can give you an example of exactly what you're asking for.
I was just looking at the relationship between CEQA and the local agency and not necessarily Tuolumne County. Just trying to understand who approves and who does not approve a project.
So, hi, Linda, this is Quincy. So, for a local agency of who approves CEQA and who doesn't, it depends on who is going to approve the permit. So, for example, like in Tuolumne County, let's just say we have a site development permit that's going to go through. The code would allow that to be approved at the director level, the planning commission level, or it could be appealed to the board. So if the development director is going to approve it, then they essentially are approving the CEQA document. If it goes to the planning commission, then the planning commission would approve the CEQA document. If it's something that always goes to the Board of Supervisors, like a general plan amendment or a zone change, then the Board of Supervisors would be the decision-making body on the CEQA document. So it depends on what level of approval or non-approval is given at the local agency, but it's always going to be the lead agency's responsibility to make that CEQA decision. And so usually, it depends, it's the county. But, sometimes it could be Tuolumne Utilities District could be the lead agency. Sometimes it could be a different water district or Jamestown Sanitary. So it really depends on the project and who is in charge of permitting that project.
Thank you, Quincy. That answers my question.
We have do you already have somebody on Zoom, Christina? Okay, we got. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Maravich. I serve. Is it okay? Yeah, my name is Sharon Maravich. I serve on the Tuolumne County Historic Preservation Review Commission, courtesy of the Board of Supervisors. And I wanted to emphasize a couple points that she listed on the screen. Early on in the language of CEQA, it lists the environments of California that the law seeks to protect. And one of those is the historical environment. And as we know in Tuolumne County, that's an extremely important part of our county, not only because of our cultural history and our relationship to California and world history, but because of the economic benefits, the quality of life, and so on. And I think boards of supervisors here, you should be very proud that they have recognized that. We have a cultural resources element in the general plan. It's been there for 25 years, and it's an optional element. Didn't have to be in there, but it's in there. We have the Mills Act, which is a voluntary property tax reduction program for people with qualified historic buildings. And also the use of the historical building code, which saves money often and preserves a lot of the historic fabric and the parts of a home or a building when it's being rehabbed or rehabilitated. So I saw cultural resources and historical a couple of times, and also too, as I was discussing with Elizabeth, in 1994, Governor Pete Wilson signed into law a bill that amended CEQA relative to historical resources. And basically what it says, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just a layperson, which was mentioned up there, that any building, structure, object, or site that's over 50 years old is presumed historic and has to be addressed through the CEQA process. Doesn't mean it's a significant historical resource, it's just you can't ignore it. And prior to 1994, that was the case by many public agencies. That's all. I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, yeah, if anybody on Zoom, any of the commissioners on Zoom, if you want to raise your hand with the Zoom option, if you have any questions or comments. If not, I'll bring it to the board for further discussion, okay?
Sure. All right, I'm bring my hourglass out because I think this is going to be probably more than 3 minutes, but hopefully ask a couple, rotate around, share it around. So one question I wanted to ask is, with the general plan effectively establishing the zoning code that we end up following with the ordinance and then actual zoning in practice, what sets up our ability to zone in the general plan? So can technically any property be zoned a different zoning, or is that based on another set of requirements of what it could be used for? Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that was clear or not. I guess what's the board's authority to change the general plan for zoning?
Do you understand what he's asking?
Let me try. So the board is the decision maker on zone changes and general plan amendments. So I won't go too far and tell me if I'm on the right track. So the zoning has to be consistent with the general plan. So if you change the general plan to something that's not consistent with the zoning, then you also have to change the zoning. Typically, these are done by applicant requests. So you would, the private property owner would come in and request that change. So the board's authority and their scope of review is to look at the record, look at the environmental document, and look to ensure that the findings not only under CEQA can be either substantiated or not substantiated, but also the findings that are in your ordinance code that have to be made for the respective zone changes and the respective general plan amendment, that they can also be met.
Okay. So I guess I'm thinking like, say Titletown, that's going to be the next growth area for a growth district, which I think some urban areas use to try and have that. And we want to push to bring utilities there, make it a commercial district, right? What would the board need to consider then in that decision? So basically, we need to pass a general plan that we expect based on our ordinances, individual applications to rezone to become compliant could achieve, and that's kind of the limitation.
Are you asking, can the Board of Supervisors do a general plan amendment or zone change on someone's property without their approval?
It would be in the general plan, not necessarily, and I don't know, again, that's maybe part of the question, is the difference between the general plan laid out zoning idea and what it may be in reality.
So there's no zoning in the general plan.
Okay.
No zoning in the general plan. The general plan has what we call land use designations, okay? And so those are going to be like your low density LDR, high density HDR, general commercial, special commercial. So those are in the general plan. And then you missed my whole cake layer descriptions. I did it for years, Jaron. I get lots of pictures about cakes to help explain this. So that's one layer of the cake, is the general plan. And the top layer of the cake is the zoning districts. And so those all match up in that there's like for like. So you have a general commercial land use designation, and then it matches up with a general commercial zoning district. Sometimes there's multiples that match up. It just sort of depends. And so, so if you're going to change one, you may have to change the other. So it's sort of like a seesaw. And then maybe I'll let Elizabeth answer the question of what is the role of a local government in terms of rezoning someone's property either with or without their consent.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question offhand. To be quite honest, I work pretty much every day with CEQA, and I work some days with zoning. So specific zoning questions, I don't know as much about.
That's fine. Maybe one question on the standards there. Say we look at R1, it's a maximum of 6 dwellings per acre. We decide that's too much, we want to move it down to 5. We move it to 5 in the general plan, we update the ordinance. Does suddenly every zoned area have to change boundaries or anything like that?
Yeah, so legal boundaries wouldn't change. So if the board said we want to allow more density in a certain zoning district, so everyone's legal parcel that has that zoning would stay the same legal parcel, but it would have a new set of rules. And so you would have potentially some parcels that would have one set of rules and another set of parcels that would have a different set of rules, even though they're all zoned R1.
A non-conforming.
You would have legal non-conforming uses. So then you would have to, you track that then through the ages to make sure that you're applying the correct set of rules to the specific legal property.
Okay. Throw in one more. Jerry had asked about open space specifically. I was wondering in CEQA, oak trees. It's brought up a lot in the projects. I think there is a significant difference between heritage oaks, valley oaks, blue oaks, some of these, the ones we think of when we're thinking of these are the oaks we got to protect. And growing up here, a lot of the live oaks that pop up in sidewalks and all around. And not to say that we shouldn't be generally trying to protect, I think, forest space, but the level of protection seems to be applied the same. Now, is that from CEQA, or is that more of a locally imposed requirement based on, I would assume, local environmental, cultural, prehistory kind of measures?
Yeah, I don't know the local requirements here in Tuolumne County specifically. CEQA wouldn't require any, CEQA itself wouldn't require any, specific number of, trees to be, to replace another, the loss of a tree or that you can't remove certain kinds of trees or things like that. CEQA would require that you analyze what the impact is, and if it's significant, depending on what your thresholds are, then you have to mitigate for that somehow. But Quincy, if there are local.
So when we're going through the California Environmental Act, Quality Act process, when we're looking in each of those resource areas, Elizabeth had all the bullets up there about the different things we look at. How we know if something is a big impact or a little impact is we look at the threshold of significance. That's what CEQA tells us to do. A local agency like Tuolumne County can adopt a specific local threshold. We have those for vehicle miles traveled, VMTs, and we have those for some toxic air stuff, air pollution. Other than that, we don't have local thresholds of significance, and so we rely on other state guidance or guidelines that help the local agency navigate to understand if something is significant or not. We also have some thresholds with respect to aesthetics on like scenic corridors and things like that. So we do have a little bit of local guidance there. So a local agency could, and a lot of counties have, not some counties, a lot, I don't actually know, I'm guessing. Some counties I've seen have thresholds on oak woodlands that are numerical, they're quantitative, and they're very specific. They require specific studies. Every tree on a piece of property has to be measured, and it's very detailed. What Tuolumne County has with respect to oak woodlands is it's more of a qualitative program. It was adopted in our 2019 general plan, and it has a series of questions that the lead agency uses to analyze the oak woodlands on a project site, but then suggests and relies on a technical study to be prepared by a qualified professional to provide guidance to the lead agency on whether or not the specific context of this impact would be significant under CEQA.
Okay, thank you.
I really don't have any questions. I mean, I'm a little bit on overload right now with the amount of information. I guess the one thing that I really was not clear on is what is, and maybe it changes, but is there a certain driving force that requires the CEQA to begin with? Is it, size of parcels or complexity? I'm just not clear on that.
So if the agency has a discretionary approval of what CEQA calls a project, that's what triggers the review requirements. So some processes are ministerial, some processes that the agency goes through, some permits, things like that are ministerial. Those do not need to undergo CEQA review. But if the decision-making bodies need to make a discretionary approval of something that is a project as defined in CEQA, then CEQA applies. And it's way back. I'm sure I could
Yeah, if you can go back to that.
type
thank
in the
you.
number, but let's see. Initial studies. There we go. Okay, so there are definitions in CEQA of what is a project. It's defined as an activity which may cause either a direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. And there are, can't figure out how to go down here.
I guess what I'm wondering too, I mean, does it come down to, at a certain size that would not generally apply, or is it any?
Not necessarily.
I've seen stuff, come across, to us, Quincy, where you have ministerial, and I never quite understood what, how that factored in.
So
how do you make that decision that you're going to go there?
So two different lanes here. One lane is ministerial versus discretionary. So if we have a ministerial permit, a building permit, a dog license, something like that, we don't even go into CEQA then. That's just totally off. Then we have the discretionary lane. That is going to be where CEQA applies if one of these things that triggers it to be a project is there. So it's not based on size. We do CEQA on culvert replacements. We do CEQA on roadside brushing. We do CEQA on installing a well. We also do CEQA on giant hotels. So it runs the gamut. The framework is the same for every thought process. It's like that tree she showed us, or the flow chart. It's the same flow chart for every project, no matter what the size is.
So if that project then can has some environmental concerns, is that the main factor that is?
Can you start that question? I'm sorry, I just missed the beginning.
I'm sorry. So you're looking at X project.
Yeah, X, okay.
And you perceive that there could be some environmental concerns, whether it be trees or, I don't know. I'm just, kind of.
So if it's discretionary, then we would look to see if it's a project under CEQA, and we would go in that process. But if I get a building permit and if I'm going to apply for a building permit, and in order to build my house, I have to cut down, I'm going to exaggerate, 200 beautiful oak trees to build my house. That is a ministerial building permit, and we do not do CEQA on it. Unless the lead agency had some sort of trigger in there to make that a discretionary permit. But we don't have that. So if it's a building permit, it does not undergo CEQA. There are a few asterisks on that it's late, I won't get into it, but there are a few asterisks with respect to cultural resources that does trigger some additional review.
Right, okay.
And I don't know if this adds anything to what you're asking, but I think some of the exemptions address maybe what you're thinking about too, where, if something is a very small project or that it will not have significant impacts, it seems really obvious, that's when I would really suggest that an agency look closely at the exemptions, because the project might just be exempt from CEQA, which means then you don't have to go through the process. Some of the exemptions are things like small structures, minor alterations to land, things like that. And the project would have to meet all of the requirements that are listed in the specific exemption, but that would then take it out of CEQA.
And did you have, I forget, if one of your slides had a whole list of potential?
The exemptions, I put it up behind you. So there's these are some common categorical exemptions, but there are a lot more than this. These are just examples. There's also statutory exemptions, which I put right here.
Okay.
But if you go to the guidelines, I mean, when you're tired later tonight, you can read through the different exemptions, and it makes a bit more sense.
And I'll just add in here, you can see why things take a long time, okay? Because this is a very complicated process. And so even the most simplest, I'm gonna dig a pond on my property, or the very straightforward question to a property owner, quickly rabbit holes down into a very dark space where we have to start looking at all these things. And then the red phone to Cody starts ringing, and I go, Cody, what do you think of this? And so there's a lot of collaboration that happens between County Council and CDD to make sure that we are correctly applying this process, because there's case law that changes it all the time. And so it's this dance that we do to make sure that we are applying the CEQA correctly to every project that we review so that we don't miss something.
So I know we heard from Shannon, who's in the public, but we got to go through the proper process. So is there any other public comment? Okay, nobody on the phone? All right. So I was just going to make a comment as you said that. I don't think Ronald Reagan intended CEQA to be what CEQA is today. Knowing Ronald Reagan and reading about him, he was not of that mindset. But I will simply say it is what it is. I don't agree with a lot of the aspects of CEQA, but I will say I don't have a lot of time on the board, a couple of years, but going through a few developments and seeing the process play out in front of me. A lot of words that you said, like fair, reasonable process. Is it feasible? It's really our job as a board to see we're like the referees. Did they play by the rules? Did we do our due process? Were we fair? Was there a reasonable process, and was it feasible? And that's my experience as a board member, is whether people agree or not, or disagree on maybe the development or what's going on, there's a process, and we have to honor the process, and it's our job to make sure that process is thorough and done right by staff, and then approve things as they come through. So it's a good reminder after sitting through a few developments and then coming back and seeing this. It's a lot, but the longer we're on the board, and the more development we do, the more we'll see it play out personally. So I want to thank you guys. Thank you, Elizabeth. I don't know if you're driving back tonight, but if you are, I hope you drive safe. And again, this is going to be a good resource for the future, the PowerPoint and the video, like I said. So yes, would you like to make any closing comments? Give two. You got two more questions? Yes. Can you put your timer on? All right.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to limit it that way we could do a rotation around. But while we got you here, I wanted to ask, one thing that comes up, at least in the short little city planning class that I took, is talking about how actually building very rural can actually be very wasteful of space and resources. On an individual project, building, say, twice as many homes in the same space could be viewed as a much higher environmental impact. But if the goal was to build 1,000 houses, regardless, it's much more environmentally sound to put them in kind of smaller units grouped together and protecting more of that space. I'm wondering, is there any type of, outside the individual project, a credit kind of given towards any type of development towards like an identified need? If we said we need 1,000 homes, then that would basically, a density would be a positive thing in hitting that.
So that would not be within the CEQA. Those would be local, state or local policy decisions that would be housed outside of CEQA, outside really planning and zoning law. If those were proposals, we would use CEQA to do the evaluation.
Okay. I wanted to ask about, are we able to have more local codes which incentivize statutory exemptions? So, for example, enacting something that might trigger discretionarily on a lot of projects. By making a higher standard and removing the discretionary process, get better projects, and remove what is a potential just lawsuit, frivolous lawsuit liability on something.
So you're asking if you can make something that right now might be discretionary a ministerial process?
Right.
Is that your question? Yes. Right. Yes, but I would say you would want to work closely with your counsel on a process like that.
Okay. Where's that wheel? I need to get the council wheel. Is there such a thing as cross mitigation too, where there's some really positive benefit that it brings environmentally that somehow can mitigate some of the other things which may not be in the same category?
Sure, mitigation measures can mitigate for more than one significant impact across categories, yes. But you, the agency, would want to make sure that the document reflects that mitigation measure is connected to each of the separate impacts and how.
Okay, and I just got one last one is on making some of these zoning decisions. So when people apply these to the county, they want to change their project. Is it legal to change that to be a process where we could have a priority standard of how they're dealt with or expedite any of them instead of all being done kind of get a ticket and be in line? Or does it have to be done under, I guess, maybe CEQA, an equal process like that?
So if you're asking, so CEQA, again, is just going to be the analysis framework. So CEQA is not going to set any priorities on what projects a local agency processes first. So that could come in under board direction to a department head that then is, disseminated as a policy. So that would be like a local policy. And there was another piece of your question. Can you prioritize certain types of projects?
Right, so say we say jobs, that's our big priority right now. We need more jobs in Tuolumne County, so we are going to expedite any economic project that can, like an outcomes-based project, that will create at least 20 jobs in the county. And so if you can meet that standard, you jump to the front of the line and we will review your zoning application ASAP.
Yep, so that, again, that's going to be outside of CEQA and outside planning and zoning law. Those are going to be local policy decisions.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Well, with that being said, thank you guys again. Drive safe, and I'm going to adjourn the, oh my gosh, we're already halfway through September 14th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting.